Chapter 511, 1,000 miles away, killing from afar. 3. But we didn't expect it to be you. Another Crimson Moon High Priest said coldly. You're really bold. As a wanted criminal of our Crimson Moon Church, we didn't even chase after you. You actually dared to secretly follow behind our Crimson Moon Church's army and steal corpses. I say, aren't you looking down on our Crimson Moon Church too much? As another Crimson Moon High Priest spoke, a huge divine sense erupted from his body and locked onto Chu Zhou's figure. It seems like you're fishing by leaving these corpses behind. Chu Zhou said with a calm expression. That's right, we're fishing for you. Today, this place will be your burial ground. The 5 Crimson Moon High Priests immediately commanded the Crimson Moon Army to attack Chu Zhou. In an instant, dense waves of light and energy drowned the entire valley. The entire valley instantly turned into powder and was completely flattened. However, Chu Zhou had already teleported 1,000 kilometers away when the Crimson Moon Army attacked. Fishing? But who's the fish? Chu Zhou smiled coldly. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory, and the entire world seemed to spin with his hands. The power to shatter profound and space leap gathered in his palms at the same time. Boom! He suddenly struck out with his palm and a palm print the size of a mountain appeared in the void. However, the palm print vanished into thin air as soon as it appeared. 1,000 miles away, above the valley, a huge palm print suddenly appeared out of thin air and struck down. In an instant, more than 1,000 experts of the Crimson Moon Church exploded into blood mist. Oh no, he's not dead. When the 5 Crimson Moon High Priests saw the palm print that suddenly appeared, their expressions changed. They immediately circulated their mental strength and searched for Chu Zhou crazily around the valley. However, they could not find Chu Zhou. Boom 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 boom. Palm prints the size of mountains appeared out of thin air. Every time, more than 1,000 experts of the Crimson Moon Church were killed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Crimson Moon Army died under the palm imprints that suddenly appeared. Blood rained from the sky. Damn it, where is he? The 5 Crimson Moon High Priests, the Crimson Moon Priests, and the Crimson Moon Commander were almost driven mad. They frantically activated their divine senses and searched dozens of kilometers around the valley, but they could not find any traces of Chu Zhou. However, the palm imprints continued to appear. This filled their hearts with confusion. Boom, 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 boom. Strange and terrifying palm imprints continued to descend. Other than the 5 Crimson Moon High Priests, the Crimson Moon Army here had already been completely wiped out. A moment later, the 4 Crimson Moon High Priests were also killed by the palm print that suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ah! The last Crimson Moon High Priest collapsed. He burned his soul and allowed his mental strength to expand crazily in a short period of time. Then, he recklessly activated his mental strength and constantly scanned further away. Finally, he saw Chu Zhou from 1,000 miles away. Boom! A palm imprint descended from the sky and struck the Crimson Moon High Priest, instantly killing him. How is this possible? His attack from 1,000 miles away. How did it suddenly descend on us? This was the remnant consciousness of the Crimson Moon High Priest before he died. Chapter 512, Suppressing and Killing a Prodigy. 1. I just want to be cleaner quietly. Why do you have to force me? Chu Zhou appeared in the devastated valley that was surrounded by a blood mist and said with a melancholic expression. Then, he released his divine sense and enveloped the entire valley. He put away all the equipment, weapons, and spatial rings scattered in the valley. After that, he summoned a huge black hole and devoured the blood fog that filled the valley. Looking at the attribute points on his attribute board that had increased by another 3 trillion, Chu Zhou felt happy. To him, nothing could be happier than increasing his attribute points. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, there was a round of applause. Who are you? Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the applause. He immediately saw a golden-robed young man with a purple horn on his forehead. Furthermore, there were 3 old men with purple horns following behind the golden-clothed young man. When Chu Zhou saw the golden-robed young man and the 3 elders, he immediately became vigilant. Even though the golden-robed youth was only a level 7 domain lord, he gave off a feeling that he was much more dangerous than the 5 Crimson Moon High Priests just now. As for the 3 elders, they were all level 9 domain lords. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emitted from their bodies were obscure and oppressive, like a surging dark tide. Chu Zhou felt that it was far more dangerous than a normal level 9 domain lord. As expected, someone who can be wanted by the Crimson Moon Church is not an ordinary person. Such a Crimson Moon army led by 5 Crimson Moon High Priests was actually destroyed by you alone. Your strength is no weaker than the geniuses of the various factions. The golden-robed young man smiled at Chu Zhou. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. As Chu Zhou spoke, he prepared to turn around and leave. However, he was soon surrounded by the 3 old men behind the golden-robed young man. What do you mean? Chu Zhou looked up at the golden-robed young man coldly. My name is Dawson Lion. The golden-robed young man smiled and looked at Chu Zhou. Friend, I'm very interested in you, especially the reason why you're wanted by the Crimson Moon Church. Dawson Lion? Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He already knew the other party's background. If he guessed correctly, this golden-robed young man was from the Lion family, one of the 18 families. Moreover, it was very likely that he was a prodigy that the Lion family had focused on nurturing. However, so what if the other party was a prodigy of the Lion family? Chu Zhou was very confident in his strength and was not afraid of the other party. I'm sorry. I'm male and I like women. I'm not interested in you. We're not kindred spirits. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. When Dawson Lion heard Chu Zhou's words, he instantly understood what Chu Zhou meant. His face instantly darkened. It seems like you want to do this the hard way, friend. Dawson Lion's expression turned cold. Take him down. With Dawson Lion's order, the 3 old men who surrounded Chu Zhou immediately attacked him. Energy fluctuations that far exceeded that of a normal level 9 domain lord expert suddenly erupted from the bodies of the 3 old men. An energy wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept through the world. What was even more shocking was that their bodies were wrapped in purple lightning that was hundreds of meters long. It was as if 3 ancient lightning gods had descended into the world. The sky within a radius of hundreds of kilometers trembled violently. The 3 elders attacked Chu Zhou coldly. Thick bolts of lightning carried the power to tear through everything as they struck at Chu Zhou. Space cracks appeared in the sky. You want to play, right? Then I'll play with you. Chu Zhou looked at the shocking lightning bolts that struck over and did not dodge. Instead, he instantly used the metal-devouring divine body. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from ancient times shook the world. In an instant, Chu Zhou transformed into a dark gold giant that was 1,000 meters tall. Above his head, 14 pairs of sharp horns pierced into the sky. Dark gold chains spread out from the dark gold giant's body like dark gold demon dragons dancing crazily. Endless killing aura swept out from the dark gold giant. The moment the dark gold giant appeared, the metal elementals and metal substances in the world suddenly became extremely active. The entire valley turned into a metal desert at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! 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 Streaks of lightning as thick as buckets struck the dark gold giant's body, but they were like mosquitoes biting an elephant, leaving no trace. Not good, this is a divine body, and it's an extremely domineering and hard metal divine body. When the 3 elders saw the dark gold giant that looked like an ancient demon god, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, the dark gold giant made its move. A huge hand that blotted out the sky enveloped the 3 elders with lightning. The entire sky suddenly turned black, and all the light was blocked. The expressions of the 3 old men changed drastically. In an instant, they used all kinds of lightning profound and summoned endless lightning to block the huge hand that covered the sky. However, all the lightning could not shake the dark gold hand that was pressing down. Left with no choice, the 3 elders activated the purple horns on their heads and shot out 3 lightning beams that emitted the aura of world destruction, shattering a large area of the sky. The 3 powerful lightning beams finally caused damage to the dark gold hand. They directly penetrated the dark gold hand and created 3 bloody holes as thick as water tanks on it. Chapter 513, Suppressing and Killing a Prodigy. 2. However, the 3 bloody holes that were as thick as water vats were too insignificant compared to the huge dark gold hand that covered the sky. It was as if 3 needle holes had been pierced through the skin of an elephant. Chu Zhou, who had transformed into a dark gold giant, did not even feel anything. Moreover, a torrent of metal particles quickly emerged from the void and wrapped around the dark gold hand, instantly repairing the 3 bloody holes. However, the dark gold giant hand did not slow down at all. Damn it, how can this divine body be so powerful? The expressions of the three old men changed again, revealing traces of fear. Lord Dawson, leave quickly. We're not his match. The three elders shouted at Dawson Lion as they each took out a D9 Great Origin Power weapon. They instilled all their origin power into the origin power weapon and threw it at the dark gold hand. Boom! The three origin power weapons landed on the dark gold hand. At the same time, the dark gold giant hand also grabbed at the three old men. In an instant, the void where the three old men were, energy exploded. The 3D9 origin power weapons were crushed by the 5 dark gold fingers after they left 3 huge bloody marks on the dark gold hand. Then, the 3 elders, along with their D9 origin power battle suits, were crushed into pieces by the dark gold hand. A large amount of blood flowed down the fingers of the dark gold hand. However, before the blood could fall to the ground, it was quickly devoured by a black hole that appeared in the palm of the dark gold hand. Damn it! This person actually cultivated such a powerful divine body. After hearing the last shouts of the 3 elders, Dawson Lion immediately stood on a disc-shaped weapon and turned into a stream of light, escaping into the distance at high speed. However, he turned around and looked at Chu Zhou hatefully as he fled. He swore that he would avenge today's humiliation. He wanted Chu Zhou to die a horrible death. How could he, Dawson Lion, be so easy to kill? You have to be honest. Weren't you very interested in me? Why are you running away so quickly now? Chu Zhou's voice was like the furious roar of an ancient demon god, shaking the world. The towering dark gold giant took a step forward and crossed many mountains and forests, quickly chasing after the fleeing Dawson Lion. Dawson Lion looked at the terrifying figure that was chasing after him from behind. While he was terrified, he also felt unprecedented humiliation. He, Dawson Lion, was a prodigy that the Lion family focused on nurturing. He was famous among the entire Blood Mountain Starfield's Heaven Stage martial warriors. He was an influential figure among the Blood Mountain Starfield's Domain Realm martial warriors. Now, he was being hunted down by an unknown figure among the many domain lords of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. This was simply a great humiliation. If word got out, everyone would laugh and shake their teeth. No matter who you are, I, Dawson Lion, will avenge today's humiliation. Dawson Lion roared ferociously and activated the heaven evasion disc under his feet with all his might. His speed suddenly increased by several times, turning into a blurry afterimage as he fled quickly. Coward! Didn't you want to avenge yourself? If you have the ability, don't run. The towering dark gold giant sneered and his speed suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, the 14 pairs of extremely sharp horns on his head suddenly flashed. The next moment, 28 metal spikes that were 2 meters long tore through the sky like 28 dark gold lightning bolts and shot towards Dawson Lion's back with an earth-shattering sonic boom. Dawson Lion looked back at the 28 dark gold metal spikes and felt a sense of suffocation. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out hundreds of D9 energy bombs from his interspatial ring and threw them behind him. At the same time, he took out 9 huge shields and activated them to protect his back. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of D9 energy bombs exploded, and space collapsed. Endless energy light and energy storms swept through the world. The mountains and forests on the ground instantly turned into ashes. The 28 dark gold metal spikes began to crack and crumble under the terrifying explosion of energy. However, there were still 3 broken metal spikes. The hardiness pierced through the explosive tide and pierced through 3 shields before completely shattering. Dawson Lion broke out in cold sweat when he saw the 3D9 shields behind him that had been shot through and destroyed. He activated the heaven evasion disc even more desperately and sped up his escape. These geniuses from the major factions are indeed not simple. They actually have so many killing weapons on them. Chu Zhou looked at the destructive storm caused by the explosion of the hundreds of D9 energy bombs in front of him and had no choice but to slow down slightly. He adjusted his direction and avoided the destruction storm before continuing to chase after Dawson Lion. More than 100 D9 energy bombs exploded at the same time. The commotion was too great. Many nearby martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church and martial artists from the various large factions of the Blood Mountain Galaxy were alarmed and rushed over to check on the situation. Then, they saw a dark gold giant that looked like an ancient god chasing after Dawson Lion. Gasp! That golden-robed young man who was being chased seems to be Dawson Lion from the Lion family of the 18 families. Dawson Lion is a famous prodigy of our Blood Mountain galaxy and the pride of the Lion family. Who is that dark gold giant? Dawson Lion is actually not his match. Chapter 514, Suppressing and Killing a Prodigy. 3. The dark gold giant should be formed by a prodigy who cultivated a divine body. However, this divine body is too powerful. Many martial artists from the Blood Mountain galaxy were shocked by the scene before them. Then, they spread the news to the paragons of their factions. This dark gold giant must be transformed from a prodigy of the Blood Mountain star system. Send the news to the divine sons and goddesses immediately and tell them to be careful of this dark gold giant. The martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church also quickly sent the news to their son of God, Lighton, and goddess Monica. What? Dawson Lion is being chased by a dark gold giant? I remember that he brought 3 bodyguards at the peak of level 9 Domain Lord. In the Blood Mountain Holy Land Army, Ming Zhu was stunned when he received the news from his martial artist. As a prodigy of a superpower in the Blood Mountain star field, he naturally knew Dawson Lion. He even knew information about Dawson Lion. In his opinion, Dawson Lion was one of the weaker prodigies among them. However, Dawson Lion's 3 bodyguards were not weak. They were all people who had advanced to the peak of level 9 Domain Lord more than 10,000 years ago. Even though those 3 bodyguards basically had no hope of advancing to the World Overlord realm, they had been at the peak of level 9 Domain Lord for many years and also had the Lion clan's lightning bloodline. Their strength was much stronger than ordinary level 9 Domain Lord experts. Furthermore, as a prodigy of the Lion family, Dawson Lion definitely had many trump cards. Under normal circumstances, Dawson Lion and the 3 powerful bodyguards shouldn't have any safety problems in the Crimson Moon world. But now, Dawson Lion was fleeing from the dark gold giant. What does that tell us? This meant that Dawson Lion's 3 powerful bodyguards had been killed by the dark gold giant, and the dark gold giant's strength was also terrifying. Interesting. It seems like we have a powerful enemy. Ming Zhu muttered to himself, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Almost at the same time, Regina from the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Land, Raison from the Tyrant Dragon Mountain, Gareth from the Iron Blood Alliance, Inigo from the Black Flag Association, Wuju Mountain from the 100 Generals Hall, and the prodigies from the 18 families and other forces all received the news that Dawson Lion was being chased by a dark gold giant. The expressions of the paragons turned grave. The fact that they could become prodigies meant that they were not idiots. They knew very well what this meant. In their hearts, they all regarded the dark gold giant as a formidable enemy. At the same time, they began to send people to investigate who the dark gold giant was. They were very curious as to when such a figure had appeared among the domain lords of Blood Mountain Starfield, and they knew nothing about it. In a Crimson Moon Shrine, the divine son of the Crimson Moon Church, Lighton, and goddess Monica had also received news from the martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church. There are so many prodigies who have entered our Crimson Moon world this time. I didn't expect that other than the prodigies of the Blood Mountain galaxy like Ming Zhu, Regina, Raison, Gareth, Inigo, Wu Jushan, Dawson Lion, and so on, there would be another prodigy that we've never heard of. Lighton exclaimed slightly. The third eye on his glabella flickered with faint blood light, and terrifying world destruction scenes appeared. The Crimson Moon Church was not a native faction, but a cosmic faction. They could also enter the Mirror Universe network. Therefore, they had long understood the many prodigies who had descended into the Crimson Moon world through the Mirror Universe network. However, they had never heard of this dark gold giant. This is a powerful enemy, Monica said with a solemn expression. Wisps of hazy purple light shot out from her skin, and within the purple light, there were traces of obscure and terrifying fluctuations of laws. Ha ha ha, the more prodigies, the better. As long as we step on the corpses of many prodigies and ascend the throne, we can prove our strength. Lighton laughed confidently, and the third eye on his forehead became even more terrifying. All living beings wailed, and the scene of gods and devils dying appeared. Back then, how powerful was our Crimson Moon Church? Our forces were spread across several cosmic countries, and there were countless martial artists with powerful bloodlines. We were so powerful that even the kings of those cosmic countries had to respect our Crimson Moon Church. When the Crimson Moon Church was at its peak, the Blood Mountain Holy Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Land, the Tyrant Dragon Mountain, and so-called superpowers of the Blood Mountain Galaxy were nothing. Even the Blood Mountain Empire was nothing in our eyes. Now, our Crimson Moon Church has declined. These ants-like factions actually dared to send an army into the Crimson Moon world to snatch our Crimson Moon Church's treasures. How preposterous! This time, we'll let the Blood Mountain Galaxy know that even if our Crimson Moon Church has declined, we're not someone they can bully. The prodigies of these factions will become stepping stones for us to step onto the throne. Laiton's voice was stern, and killing intent surged from his entire body. His third eye emitted intense world destruction fluctuations, making him look extremely terrifying. Indeed, it's time to announce the return of our Crimson Moon Church to the forces of the Blood Mountain Galaxy with a glorious battle record. Hehe, don't the major factions of the Blood Mountain Starfield want to fight for our Crimson Moon Church's bloodline potion? Then let's show them what a powerful bloodline is. Chapter 515, Suppressing and Killing a Prodigy. 4. Monica said confidently. Countless rays of resplendent purple light suddenly shot out from her sparkling and white skin. Her entire body seemed to have instantly turned into a purple sun, emitting a majestic aura. At this moment, both Laiton and Monica's eyes were filled with confidence. And their confidence came from the incomparably powerful bloodline in their bodies. As the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church, their bloodlines were naturally extraordinary. Swoosh! A blurry stream of light streaked across the sky above a mountain range. Then, a 100-meter-long metal spike chased after him like dark gold lightning. Rumble! Almost instantly, dozens of mountains in that mountain range were blasted into dust by metal spikes that tore through the air. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky. At the same time, the 6 shields behind the streak of light were all pierced and destroyed by the metal spikes. At this moment, 2 huge dark gold hands that blotted out the sky grabbed at the streak of light like the giant hands of an ancient god. Vast and majestic energy fluctuations surged and roared, causing the surrounding space to collapse layer by layer. I'm a prodigy of the lion family. How dare you kill me? Dawson Lion looked at the 2 dark gold hands in the sky and roared with a pale face. Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared on his body, and the purple horn on his head became incomparably dazzling. Thunder God's Hand. Dawson Lion roared and used one of the 3 ultimate techniques of the lion family, Thunder God's Hand. In an instant, the lightning on his body and the power of the purple horn on his head gathered together and transformed into a huge lightning hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts interweaved in that enormous lightning hand. It was like the palm of an ancient lightning god, and contained world-shaking might. Boom! The lightning hand quickly collided with the 2 dark gold hands. In an instant, energy swept over like a tide. The surrounding space collapsed on a large scale, and the mountains and forests below continuously collapsed. In the distance, many martial artists also watched this destructive scene in shock. Under the gazes of many martial artists, the terrifying lightning hand was finally torn apart by the 2 dark gold hands. Dawson Lion was also grabbed by a dark gold giant hand like a little chick. Dawson Lion's body cracked under the 5 fingers of the dark gold giant hand. A large amount of blood flowed out from the 5 fingers of the dark gold giant hand. If you kill me, the lion family will not let you off. Dawson Lion shouted in fear. However, just as he finished speaking, with a bang, his entire body was crushed into a bloody mist by the dark gold hand. There was also a black hole that appeared in the palm of the dark gold hand and devoured all the blood mist. Dead. Dawson Lion is dead. Hiss. Something big has happened. Dawson Lion is a prodigy that the lion family has focused on nurturing. The lion family has spent countless resources and effort on him. This time, we let Dawson Lion enter the Crimson Moon world to sharpen Dawson Lion's foundation so that he can become a world overlord in the future. Now that Dawson Lion has been killed, the lion family is going crazy. Which prodigy transformed from this dark gold giant? He's too bold. He actually dared to kill Dawson Lion in front of everyone. Even prodigies like Mingzhu, Regina, and Raisin wouldn't dare to do this. What a fierce person. He killed a prodigy just like that. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the lion family's revenge at all. Many martial artists of the Blood Mountain Galaxy watched as Dawson Lion was killed. They were extremely shocked. At the same time, they couldn't help but fear the Dark Gold Giant. The Dark Gold Giant even dared to kill Dawson Lion. Who wouldn't dare to kill him? Their gazes were fixed on the Dark Gold Giant. They wanted to see who this dark gold giant was. However, after the dark gold giant killed Dawson Lion, it summoned a golden sandstorm that covered the sky and blocked everyone's vision. Moreover, the golden sandstorm contained the power of divine thoughts, which could stop the prying of mind power. By the time the golden sandstorm subsided, the dark gold giant had already disappeared. What? Dawson Lion was killed by the dark gold giant? Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, and the other prodigies were shocked when they received the news that Dawson Lion had been killed by the dark gold giant. They did not expect the dark gold giant to kill Dawson Lion so decisively. This also made them pay more attention to the dark gold giant. Since the dark gold giant dared to kill Dawson Lion, it also dared to kill them. The planet where the lion family was located was called Planet Lion. Planet Lion, as the headquarters of one of the 18 families, could be said to be extremely prosperous. It was one of the most prosperous inhabited planets in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy. Who dares to kill the prodigy of our lion family? On this day, an angry roar shook the entire lion planet. A terrifying and cold-killing intent instantly swept through the entire lion planet like a cold wind, causing countless martial artists on Lion Planet to tremble in fear. Chapter 516, Suppressing and Killing a Prodigy. 5. In the next moment, a blood-red spaceship soared into the sky from the depths of the lion family and instantly disappeared from the eyes of countless martial artists on Lion. Hiss, that spaceship just now seems to be the spaceship of the 9th elder of the lion family. Looks like something big is about to happen. It actually alarmed him. Something big has indeed happened. The prodigy of the lion family, Dawson Lion, was killed in the Crimson Moon world. What? Who dares to kill Dawson Lion? No wonder the 9th elder of the lion family is so angry. The lion family is huge and has many branches, but Dawson Lion is a prodigy nurtured by the 9th elder of the lion family with great difficulty. In the future, he will fight for the position of the patriarch of the lion family. Now that Dawson Lion is killed, it would be strange if the 9th elder of the lion family is not angry. The 9th elder of the lion family is incomparably powerful and has been all-powerful for many years. He's a giant among the world overlord realm experts. If he gets angry, the person who killed Dawson Lion will probably be finished. On Lion Star, many martial artists who were not from the lion family were discussing. As for the martial artists of the lion family, at this moment, they all hated the murderer who killed Dawson Lion to the core. Dawson Lion was the prodigy of the lion family's younger generation and the future hope of the lion family. Now that they were suddenly killed, it would be strange if they didn't hate the murderer. In fact, many factions in the Blood Mountain galaxy were shocked that day. Dawson Lion was not an ordinary person, and the lion family behind him was even more extraordinary. The sudden death of such a person shocked many factions in the Blood Mountain galaxy. In particular, the big shots of the Blood Mountain Holy Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Land, the Tyrant Dragon Mountain, and other factions all used the Mirror Universe network to ask the prodigies who had entered the Crimson Moon world about the details of Jason Lion's death and who the murderer was. Unfortunately, Mingzhu, Regina, Raizon, and the other prodigies also did not know who the murderer was. The big shots of the various factions could only give up. However, they still instructed the geniuses of their factions to investigate the murderer as much as possible. At the same time, they told them to be careful and protect themselves. Not long after, a blood-red spaceship appeared on the meteor belt at the entrance of the Crimson Moon world. An old man in a blood-red robe with a purple horn on his head flew out of the spaceship. This person was the 9th elder of the lion family, Tempe Lion. After Tempe Lion appeared, he did not interact with the other world overlords or speak. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a meteorite and stared fixedly at the entrance to the Crimson Moon world. A cold and oppressive aura emanated from his body, making many martial artists who stopped on the meteorite belt feel a sense of fear. Gasp, this is the 9th elder of the lion family, Tempe Lion. It seems that Dawson Lion's death has completely angered this person. Judging from this person's actions, he's waiting for the adventurer assessment to end before immediately attacking the person who killed Dawson Lion. The person who killed Dawson Lion is in trouble. Yes, the murderer's fate is destined to be miserable. Death is the best outcome. However, I reckon that this 9th elder lion won't let the murderer die so easily. He has plenty of methods to make the murderer suffer a fate worse than death. Many martial artists looked at the gloomy and murderous Tempe Lion and suddenly felt sympathy for the murderer of Dawson Lion. Chapter 517, Chu Zhou, Fishing in Troubled Waters, I'm Serious. 1. Even though the commotion caused by Chu Zhou killing Dawson Lion was huge, it did not affect the situation in the Crimson Moon world. The Crimson Moon Army and the armies of the Blood Mountain Star area were fighting crazily. Chu Zhou once again became a hard-working janitor. However, he became even more cautious. Every time before collecting a corpse, he would use the Eye of Void to scout the area hundreds of kilometers around the battlefield. After ensuring that there was no ambush, he would appear to collect the corpse. After collecting the corpses, he immediately used teleportation techniques to teleport away. As time passed, not only did the Crimson Moon Church know that a mysterious person was secretly collecting corpses on various battlefields, but even the martial artists of the major factions of the Blood Mountain Galaxy knew. The legend of a corpse collector began to spread in the world of the Crimson Moon. Whether it was the experts of the Crimson Moon Church or the experts of the various large factions, after learning of the existence of the corpse collector, they had set up various traps to capture it. However, Chu Zhou, the corpse collector, was too cautious. The Crimson Moon Church and the various factions had never succeeded. The Redcliffe City, one of the major cities of the Crimson Moon Church. At this moment, two armies of martial artists in different outfits were attacking Redcliffe City fiercely. Countless attacks landed on Redcliffe City and forcefully collapsed the city wall. Kill! Stop them! The densely packed Crimson Moon Army surged out of Redcliffe City like a tide. They fought crazily with two armies of martial artists in different outfits. A mere Crimson Moon Army wants to stop our attack. Gareth had a strong physique and was covered in a layer of blood armor. His gaze was as sharp as a knife and he held a blood-colored saber in his hand. An iron-blooded and crazy aura that swept out from his body. Seeing the Crimson Moon Army surge out like a tide, he sneered and suddenly moved. He brandished his saber and charged towards the Crimson Moon Army. In an instant, a 100-meter-long blood-colored saber beam drew a twisted and profound trajectory. Thousands of heads flew up from the Crimson Moon Army. Headless corpses spurted out a fountain of blood. The scene was extremely shocking. Wherever the black flag goes, all those who defy it will die. A cold shout came from the sky. Then, with a whoosh, a black battle flag stabbed into the center of the Crimson Moon Army like a bolt of black lightning. Boom! A strange and eerie black mist instantly swept out from the black flag. Wherever the black fog passed, the Crimson Moon Guards were instantly frozen and turned into black ice sculptures. Then, the black ice sculptures exploded one after another and turned into ice powder. After everything was over, a black-robed young man with a cold expression appeared beside the black flag. When the two armies of martial artists in different attires saw Gareth and the black-robed youth attack one after another and kill a large number of Crimson Moon Guards, their morale instantly soared. Gareth of the Iron Blood Alliance. And Inigo from the Black Flag Association. In the Crimson Moon Army, more than 10 Crimson Moon High Priests looked at Gareth and Inigo with ugly expressions. Kill them! All the Crimson Moon High Priests immediately rushed towards Gareth and Inigo. They knew that Gareth and Inigo were the leaders of these two martial artist armies. If they killed these two people, the morale of the two martial artist armies would definitely decrease greatly. However, before they could reach Gareth and Inigo, 6 peak 9th level domain lords stopped them and fought with them. Gareth and Inigo also rushed up. Soon, the two martial artist armies fought the Crimson Moon Army. At this moment, a translucent giant eye appeared in the clouds in the sky. 1,000 kilometers away, Chu Zhou watched the battle in Redcliffe City through the Eye of Void. Gareth and Inigo finally couldn't help but join forces to attack Redcliffe City. All the experts of the Crimson Moon Church in Redcliffe City have been restrained by the army of the Iron Blood Alliance and the Black Flag Association. The defense of the Crimson Moon Shrine is empty. Now is the best time to infiltrate the Crimson Moon Shrine and snatch the treasure. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, Chu Zhou appeared in the Crimson Moon Shrine of Redcliffe City. As he had expected, there were not many people in the Crimson Moon Shrine now. He immediately activated his divine consciousness and quickly scanned the palaces in the entire Crimson Moon Shrine. Then, his figure flew through the Crimson Moon Shrine like lightning. He took away all the treasures in the palaces. A World Origin Crystal was taken. He took the 3D9 Origin Power Weapons. A D9 Origin Power Battle Suit, accepted. 10 tons of D8 Grade Mystic Iron Essence, accepted. Chu Zhou was like a rat that had broken into a barn. He took away all the treasures in the Crimson Moon Shrine, regardless of their value. The only pity was that he did not even obtain a tube of bloodline potion this time. It seemed that the Crimson Moon Church also knew what the adventurers who entered the Crimson Moon Church wanted. They had long kept all the bloodline potions. Suddenly, he arrived at an underground chamber in the center of the Crimson Moon Shrine. It was unknown what material was used to build this underground secret room, but it actually had the effect of isolating divine sense. If not for his proficient in the Dao of space which allowed him to have sensed the existence of this secret room through spatial fluctuations, he really could not have discovered this secret room. Could it be that the bloodline potion is all in this secret room? Chu Zhou thought expectantly and began to observe the secret room. As far as he could see, he saw countless mysterious engravings on the walls and the ground of the secret chamber. Chapter 518, Chu Zhou, Fishing in Troubled Waters, I'm Serious. 2. In the center of the secret chamber, there was a pyramid that was as tall as a few people, emitting a faint milky white light. Other than that, there was nothing else. Not even the bloodline potion he was looking forward to. What is this pyramid? It seems to contain a vast and mysterious power. Chu Zhou walked to the side of the pyramid and sized it up curiously. He felt a vast spiritual power from the pyramid, but this power was clearly not spiritual power. For a moment, he could not figure out what this pyramid was, nor could he figure out what the strange power in the pyramid was. Who cares what it is? Put it away first. No matter what, it must be a precious treasure for the Crimson Moon Church to place it in such a secret chamber. With a thought, Chu Zhou stored the pyramid in his internal space. In the next moment, he teleported away from the Crimson Moon Shrine. Not long after Chu Zhou left the Crimson Moon Shrine, Gareth and Inigo led 2 armies of martial artists to defeat the Crimson Moon Army and charge into the Crimson Moon Shrine. However, when Gareth and Inigo excitedly entered the Crimson Moon Shrine to search for treasures, they were quickly dumbfounded. The entire Crimson Moon Shrine was empty, there wasn't even a strand of hair. Tell me, where did you keep the treasures? Gareth grabbed the collar of a Crimson Moon High Priest they had captured and asked coldly. Other than the bloodline potion that was taken away by the Divine Sun and the Goddess. We didn't touch the other treasures. The Crimson Moon High Priest said with a trembling voice. Didn't touch? Where are the treasures if you didn't touch them? Gareth's voice was stern, and he had a faint feeling that something was wrong. I don't know either. Crimson Moon High Priest said nervously. Inigo also captured a captive and interrogated him. The result was the same as what Gareth got. Instantly, Gareth and Inigo's expressions were as dark as water. As smart as they were, they immediately guessed that someone had sneaked into the Crimson Moon Shrine while they were fighting the Crimson Moon Army and plundered all the treasures inside. And everything they did was obviously for the benefit of others. Not good, Lord Gareth. Just as we were collecting the treasures from the corpses on the battlefield, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the corpses. A martial artist from the Iron Blood Alliance rushed in and said. Almost at the same time, a martial artist from the Black Flag Association rushed in and said something similar to Inigo. Corpse Collector. Gareth and Inigo looked at each other, both of them looking extremely aggrieved and angry. They concluded that the Corpse Collector must have taken advantage of their bloody battle with the Crimson Moon Army to sneak into the Crimson Moon Shrine and take away all the treasures. Then, while the 2 of them were in the Crimson Moon Shrine, he appeared on the battlefield and took away all the corpses. At this moment, Gareth and Inigo's eyes were filled with killing intent. They wished they could tear Corpse Collector into pieces. Swoosh! Swoosh! They instantly rushed out of the Crimson Moon Shrine and returned to the battlefield outside the city. Then, they activated their huge mental strength and scanned a radius of 50 kilometers. Unfortunately, they never found the Corpse Collector. And could only suppress their anger in their hearts. So this is the Tower of Faith. It's specially used to collect the power of faith. After leaving Redcliffe City, Chu Zhou immediately entered the Mirror Universe and searched for information about the pyramid on the Mirror Universe network. Soon, he found the answer on the Mirror Universe network. This pyramid was called the Tower of Faith. It was specially used to collect the power of faith. There were countless civilizations in the universe. Other than the Blood Mountain Empire and the Milky Way Empire, there were also religious civilizations. Some religious civilizations were even stronger than many countries. On the other hand, some powerful religious civilizations preferred to collect power of faith. The power of faith was also a kind of energy. It was also a very powerful energy. The composition of this energy was very complicated. It involved the soul, spirit, faith, life, and so on. In fact, if this energy was large enough, there was a chance to nurture strange energy-type life forms. There were many uses for the power of faith. Combined with some special ultimate techniques, the power of faith could erupt with unimaginable power. The power of faith could also be used as the energy for some arrays. Through some special methods, martial artists could also absorb the power of faith to cultivate. In short, the power of faith was an extremely powerful energy with a wide range of uses. Of course, when using the power of faith to cultivate, it was also very easy for problems to arise. If one was not careful, their soul might be contaminated. The most commonly used tool to collect faith power was the Tower of Faith. The Tower of Faith was also divided into levels. The higher the level of the Tower of Faith, the more power of faith it could accommodate. Moreover, the better the purification effect of the power of faith, the less side effects of the power of faith. Of course, the higher the level of the Tower of Faith, the higher the price. However, the lowest level of special items like the Tower of Faith was C-rank, World Overlord Realm. The Tower of Faith that Chu Zhou obtained was the lowest level C-rank Tower of Faith. However, even so, it was much more expensive than ordinary C-rank weapons and equipment. It cost at least 1 trillion Blood Mountain dollars. Chapter 519, Chu Zhou, Fishing in Troubled Waters, I'm serious. 3. Since the power of faith can be used for cultivation, can it be converted into attribute points? Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. He took out the Tower of Faith and wrapped it with his divine sense. Then, he carefully absorbed a strand of milky white power of faith the size of a strand of hair. The next moment, he felt a strange power enter his body. As soon as this strange power entered his body, he felt countless complicated thoughts, as if countless people had transmitted their thoughts to him at the same time. It was also as if countless people were worshipping him and praying to him. For a moment, Chu Zhou felt that his mind was filled with distracting thoughts. No wonder. The information I gathered said that if you want to use the power of faith to cultivate, you have to be very careful. This power of faith is too complicated. It seems to contain the spiritual will of countless people. If it's not handled properly, this complicated spiritual will can easily contaminate one's soul. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately tried to let the attribute board convert this wisp of power of faith. The next moment, all the complicated and chaotic thoughts in his mind disappeared. Plus 10,000 attribute points. Chu Zhou was overjoyed seeing this notification. Even though the increase in attribute points this time was insignificant to Chu Zhou, it was still a lot. This meant that other than devouring flesh and blood type life forms, as well as potions and spiritual liquid like the genetic potion, he had found a new way to increase his attribute points. Many domain lord level powerhouses rule over a galaxy and control more or less inhabited planets. The Talon family controls more than 1,000 inhabited planets. I'm also a 9th level domain lord now. This means that I can find a way to own my own planet. At that time, how can I establish a religion that believes in me on these inhabited planets? That way, the humans on those planets can provide me with the power of faith at all times, which are also attribute points. Moreover, this is a sustainable and stable way to obtain attribute points. There's basically no risk. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou was extremely excited. To him, every additional way to increase his attribute points meant that the speed at which he accumulated attribute points was faster. It also meant that the speed at which he became stronger was faster. Due to the complexity of the power of faith, there were not many people in the universe who truly used the power of faith to cultivate. Everyone's soul was contaminated. However, Chu Zhou, who had the attribute board, did not have to worry about this at all. There are more than 20 Crimson Moon shrines in the Crimson Moon world. This means that there are more than 20 towers of faith. Towers of faith are very expensive. I have to get all of them. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his figure disappeared into thin air. Next, Chu Zhou continued to fish in troubled waters. He had snuck into the Crimson Moon shrines many times when the armies of the Blood Mountain Galaxy were attacking the city and plundered all the treasures and towers of faith. At the same time, he suddenly appeared and took away all the corpses on the battlefield. Chu Zhou's actions undoubtedly angered many victims. Raison, Wu Jushan, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other victims, as well as Gareth and Inigo, all hated Chu Zhou, the corpse collector. These prodigies even secretly joined forces and prepared to destroy Chu Zhou, the corpse collector. The experts of the Crimson Moon Church also discovered that the towers of faith in their temples had been stolen. To them, the Tower of Faith being stolen was a blasphemy against their faith. Therefore, they also hated Chu Zhou, the corpse collector, to the core. The experts of the Crimson Moon Church were also frantically searching for traces of the corpse collector. They wanted to hack the corpse collector into pieces. The name corpse collector could be said to resound throughout the Crimson Moon world. Even people from the outside world learned of the existence of corpse collectors through the mirror universe. Everyone was very curious about who corpse collector was. He actually dared to offend so many geniuses at the same time. Chapter 520, Sweeping Through the Geniuses. 1. Swoosh! A figure broke through the clouds and shot down towards a majestic mountain range. He flew close to the mountain range and finally landed on a mountain peak. Lord Mingzhu, we've discovered something important. The figure that had just landed quickly walked in front of Mingzhu. He placed a map in front of Mingzhu and spread it out. Lord Mingzhu, after our investigations during this period of time, the divine sons of the Crimson Moon Church, Lighton and Goddess Monica, have secretly brought people here several times. The figure pointed at a red circle on the map and said, "This place is known as the Thunderstorm Valley. Dark clouds circle around it all year round and lightning strikes without end. It's the most famous danger spot in the Crimson Moon world. Lighton and Monica suddenly descended here several times. There must be some secret. It's very likely that they hid all the bloodline potions they collected here. Good. We've finally found the location of the bloodline potion." Mingzhu's eyes flashed. Ever since he led the Blood Mountain Holy Land army to attack 3 Crimson Moon shrines in a row and did not obtain the bloodline potion, he suspected that the Crimson Moon Church had secretly transferred all the bloodline potions. Therefore, he secretly ordered a large number of experts from the Blood Mountain Holy Land to secretly investigate the recent traces of the Crimson Moon Church's Son of God, Lighton, and Goddess Monica, as well as the location of the bloodline potion. There was finally a result. Let's go. We'll head to Thunderstorm Valley immediately. Mingzhu immediately led the dense army of the Blood Mountain Holy Land towards the Thunder Valley. When Mingzhu received the news, Regina had also received the news. After entering the Crimson Moon world for so many days, I've finally found the location of the bloodline potion. Everyone, listen up. Head to Thunderstorm Valley immediately. Regina also flew towards Thunder Valley with the army of warriors from the Mirror Moon Lake. What? Mingzhu and Regina are leading the army in the same direction. At the location of the Tyrant Dragon Mountain's army, Raisin had a strong physique and bulging muscles. His entire body was like a small diamond. After hearing the report of a martial artist below, 2 bright lights immediately shot out from his big eyes. Lord Raisin, do I still attack Blizzard City? A middle-aged martial artist asked. The plan to attack Blizzard City is cancelled. Raisin's voice was like thunder. Based on my understanding of Mingzhu and Regina, they must have discovered something. Even though I don't know what they discovered, it's definitely not wrong to follow them. Raisin quickly made a decision and led the way in the direction that Mingzhu and Regina were heading. Even though the Blood Mountain Holy Lands army, the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Lands army, and the Tyrant Dragon Mountains army were very low-key when they moved, it was impossible for them not to attract attention when they flew in the same direction. Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies quickly chased after them with their army. Why are these geniuses leading their armies in the same direction? Did they discover something? Chu Zhou also noticed the situation of the various armies. He chased after them without hesitation. In fact, it was not only Chu Zhou. After sensing the situation, the adventurers outside the various large factions chased after him without hesitation. The Thunderstorm Valley. This was the most dangerous place in the Crimson Moon world. From afar, it looked like a valley surrounded by hundreds of huge mountains. Above the valley, black lightning clouds circled like an incomparably huge black vortex. In the lightning clouds, there were countless lightning snakes swimming around. Occasionally, there would be a terrifying lightning bolt that tore through the sky and earth. Is this the Thunderstorm Valley? As expected of the most dangerous place in the Crimson Moon world. The lightning here seems to contain a large amount of the origin power of the world. Its power is extremely terrifying. Even a 9th level domain lord would be severely injured if struck by the lightning. Mingzhu brought his army and appeared near the thunderstorm valley. He looked at the incomparably huge dark cloud vortex above the thunderstorm valley and could not help but exclaim secretly as he perception sensed the terrifying energy contained in the lightning snakes. However, in the universe, there were all kinds of strange places. In some mysterious places, even time and space were chaotic. Even universe lords would die if they entered. A scene like the thunderstorm valley was not very special. Everyone, listen up. Prepare to conduct a large search of the thunderstorm valley. You must find the treasure location where the bloodline potion is stored. Mingzhu shouted to the army behind him. Mistress Mingzhu, something is wrong. The people from Mirror Moon Lake have also arrived. Suddenly, an old man pointed at a group of figures that had just appeared in the distance and said to Mingzhu. Swoosh! Mingzhu immediately looked at the crowd of people in the distance. When he saw Regina and her commander-level army, his face darkened. What's going on? Why did Regina bring people here? Did she also discover that the bloodline potion is stored here? Mingzhu's complexion was extremely ugly. Even though the Blood Mountain Sacred Land had a close relationship with the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, they had always been allies. However, that was only if there was a common interest. Their current goal was the bloodline potion. Chapter 521, Sweeping Through the Geniuses. 2. There was a conflict of interest. The two sides naturally became competitors. Why are Mingzhu and the people from the Blood Mountain Sacred Land here? When Regina saw Mingzhu and the army of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land from afar, her expression turned ugly. However, be it Mingzhu or Regina, their expressions quickly became even worse. That was because Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant and the other prodigies had also brought their armies over very quickly. There were also many scattered adventurers who appeared near Thunderstorm Valley. Damn it, why are they all here? Could it be that they've also received the news? Mingzhu looked at the many heavens favorites that had appeared, as well as the army that they had brought with them, and his complexion turned ashen. However, now was not the time to dwell on this. He had to find the place where the bloodline potion was stored first. Everyone, take action immediately. Find the location of the bloodline potion as quickly as possible. Mingzhu took a deep breath and waved his hand, ordering the Blood Mountain Sacred Land army behind him to take action. Immediately, the martial artists of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land immediately rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley and used their divine senses to scan the area. Move out! Immediately, the martial artists of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land immediately rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley and used their divine senses to scan the area. Many martial artists from the Mirror Moon Lake also rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley. Looks like we came to the right place. Mingzhu and Regina suddenly brought an army here. They must have found some treasure here. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing that we followed along. Otherwise, we would definitely have missed the opportunity. There must be some treasure here. Since they're looking for it, let's look for it too. Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant and the other prodigies led their men into the Thunderstorm Valley and began to search for treasures. In the sky, in the clouds, a nearly transparent giant eye seemed to be embedded in a white cloud, silently observing the movements in the Thunderstorm Valley. The people from the various factions and many scattered adventurers entered the Thunderstorm Valley one after another to search for treasures. Boom! 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 Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts as thick as buckets tore through the sky and struck down. The power of these lightning bolts was beyond imagination. Even the void was blasted open with spatial cracks. The 6 martial artists were struck by the lightning and were directly blasted into ashes before they could even scream. There was also some lightning that struck the great earth, leaving behind enormous craters. Gasp! The lightning here is too terrifying. Even a 5th level domain lord was killed in one strike. If I was hit, wouldn't I die immediately? I almost died just now. All the martial artists who were searching for treasures in Thunderstorm Valley witnessed the scene with their own eyes and felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, they finally understood why the Thunderstorm Valley was called the most dangerous place in the Crimson Moon world. This place was indeed extremely dangerous. It's too dangerous here. It's simply suicide. I'm not looking anymore. Some scattered adventurers who did not belong to any faction left the Thunderstorm Valley as quickly as possible and gave up on searching for treasures. The martial artists from the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, the Tyrant Dragon Mountain, the Iron Blood Alliance, the Black Flag Association, the 100 Generals Tower, the 18 Families, and other factions all looked at their prodigies. When they saw that expressionless prodigy, a trace of bitterness immediately appeared in their hearts. They could only suppress their uneasiness and continue to search for treasures in the Thunderstorm Valley nervously. As a martial artist from a large faction, there were many benefits. More cultivation resources, higher status, better nurturing, more opportunities, and so on, but rights and obligations were reciprocal. There was no free lunch in the world. At the same time that they obtained shocking benefits, they also carried various obligations. For example, they had to obey the orders of their respective factions and complete various missions. They had to participate in some cruel trials, competitions, battles, or fight for certain treasures in certain mystic realms. Many of these orders could not be refused. If he refused, the consequences would often be very serious and he might be directly executed. Therefore, those scattered martial artists who did not belong to any faction could choose to retreat after sensing the danger in Thunder Valley. However, the martial artists of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and other factions could not. Unless they had the approval of Mingzhu and the other bosses. However, looking at the expressionless faces of Mingzhu and the others, the cultivators of the various large forces knew that it was hopeless to retreat. They could only brace themselves and continue to search for treasures in Thunderstorm Valley. Every once in a while, dozens or even hundreds of terrifying lightning bolts would descend from the dark cloud vortex hovering above Thunderstorm Valley. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 martial artists from the various large factions had died. But Mingzhu and the other Heaven's favorites still looked on expressionlessly, not giving the order to retreat. Suddenly, a martial artist from the Blood Mountain Holy Land revealed an ecstatic expression. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Mingzhu. "Lord Mingzhu, we've found the treasure trove. There's an underground palace below where I am." Mingzhu received the voice transmission and instantly flew to the side of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land martial artist. He released a divine sense and spread it underground. Soon, he saw a palace that seemed to be made of bronze. "It really is here." Mingzhu was overjoyed. Boom! Chapter 522, Sweeping Through the Geniuses. 3. He decisively shattered the earth with a palm strike. Rolling dust and sand swept out in all directions like turbid waves. Many surrounding martial artists vomited blood and flew back from the impact of the turbid waves. Soon, a sinkhole that was 100 meters deep appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the sinkhole, a bronze palace appeared. Moreover, the entire bronze palace was enveloped by an energy barrier. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Mingzhu rushed towards the bronze palace at the bottom of the sinkhole. L1 Mingzhu found a treasure. We can't let him take it for himself. When Mingzhu suddenly rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley, Regina, Raison, Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lancy, and the other prodigies stared at Mingzhu. When the nether candles shattered the earth and exposed the bronze palace, their eyes lit up. Then, they rushed towards the bronze palace at their fastest speed without hesitation. As Mingzhu, Regina, Raison, and the other prodigies took action, many martial artists from the various large factions also surrounded the bronze palace. Almost at the same time, Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Thunderstorm Valley. After Mingzhu rushed to the bottom of the sinkhole, he directly punched the energy barrier of the bronze hall. A black flame swept out along his fist and struck the energy barrier. Cracks immediately appeared on the energy shield, and then with a crack, it completely shattered. Without the protection of the energy shield, Mingzhu's spiritual force immediately spread into the bronze palace. He immediately saw a crystal shelf in the depths of the bronze palace. On that shelf was a tube of bloodline potions of different colors. There were at least 100 tubes of bloodline potion. Ha ha ha, the bloodline potion really exists here. 1 Mingzhu laughed and prepared to rush into the bronze palace. However, several violent attacks suddenly blasted towards him, and the void around him collapsed. Mingzhu's expression changed slightly. He condensed a black fire barrier around his body and blocked all the attacks. "You want to stop me?" Mingzhu looked coldly at Regina, Raison, Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies who were rushing down. I'm sorry, Mingzhu. If it was anything else, I might be able to give, but I can't give up this bloodline potion. Lady Caitlin gave me a death order when I entered the Crimson Moon world this time. Regina was tall and beautiful. Her golden hair was bright and beautiful, but her expression was extremely unyielding. She was not afraid of Mingzhu's cold gaze at all. Ha ha ha, the bloodline potion here belongs to the Crimson Moon Church. It belongs to whoever snatches it. Raisin laughed loudly. His steel-like muscles bulged and shone with a metallic color. Electric currents as thick as an arm wrapped around his body, emitting an incomparably ferocious and berserking aura. He was like a humanoid beast. Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender, Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies did not speak, but they clearly revealed their intention to fight for the bloodline potion. Alright, since that's the case, let's rely on our own abilities. Mingzhu said coldly and suddenly threw a punch at Regina and the others. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming black fire swept towards Regina and the others. Almost at the same time, Regina, Raisin, Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender, Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the others also took action. Some of them attacked Mingzhu, while others attacked the people around them. An incomparably intense battle began in an instant. Moreover, they rushed towards the Bronze Palace as they fought. However, when they rushed to the entrance of the Bronze Palace, they suddenly encountered a spatial barrier. Huh? Why is there suddenly a spatial barrier here? A trace of doubt appeared on Mingzhu and the others' faces. However, they did not think too much about it. He thought that this was the defense mechanism of the Bronze Palace. They joined forces and quickly tore through the spatial barrier. However, just as they tore through the spatial barrier, a huge dark gold fist suddenly blasted out of the Bronze Palace. Damn it, why is there someone in the Bronze Palace? Mingzhu and the other elites were shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of the dark gold fist. The energy fluctuations emitted by the dark gold fist forced them to defend. Boom! Almost instantly, Mingzhu and the others were sent flying by the dark gold fist. Of course, Mingzhu and the others were strong and weren't injured. However, their expressions were extremely ugly at this moment. There was actually someone in the Bronze Palace, which gave them a bad feeling. As they were sent flying, Mingzhu and the others also saw a dark gold figure that seemed to be made of metal walk out of the Bronze Palace. Who are you? Mingzhu coldly asked, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who am I? I'm the owner of this place, Chu Zhou said without blushing. Are you also rude? You barged into my house for no reason and actually asked me who I am. Impossible. This is the secret place where the Crimson Moon Church stores the bloodline potion. There's no master here. Mingzhu did not believe Chu Zhou's nonsense. Chapter 523, Sweeping Through the Geniuses. 4. I know who you are. Regina suddenly looked at Chu Zhou warily. You're the murderer who killed Dawson Lion. His entire body seems to be made of metal, and there are 14 pairs of sharp horns on his head. Regina is right. He's the murderer who killed Dawson Lion. At this moment, Raisin also spoke. He looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze, eager to give it a try. Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender, Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies also reacted at this moment. Looking at the figure opposite them, even though he was only the size of a normal person, his characteristics were exactly the same as the murderer who killed Dawson Lion. And most divine bodies had the ability to become bigger and smaller. It was obvious that the person in front of them was the murderer who killed Dawson Lion. Instantly, they became slightly vigilant. What murderer? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, this is my home. You can get lost. Chu Zhou said indifferently and waved his hand, as if he was dismissing a fly. You have a death wish. Mingzhu shouted coldly. So what if you're the murderer of Dawson Lion? Among the prodigies of the Blood Mountain Galaxy, Dawson Lion is just one of the weaker ones. You want to scare us away by killing Dawson Lion? Impossible. With that said, he threw a punch at Chu Zhou. In an instant, endless black flames rose behind him. It was like a sea of fire that burned the world as it swept towards Chu Zhou. The surrounding space shattered layer by layer under his punch. However, Mingzhu was more domineering than Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou instantly circulated the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual. His hands drew a profound trajectory, and everything in the world seemed to spin with his hands. The power of the three profounds, the shattering profound, the space tear profound, and the space distortion profound, gathered in his hands. Suddenly, his two palms turned into a strange hand seal. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out from the strange hand print, making Regina, Raisin, Gareth, and the other prodigies pale. A terrifying hand seal practically instantly destroyed the black sea of flames that swept over, and then its remaining might blasted onto Ming Zhu's body without decreasing. With a bang, Ming Zhu's chest was pierced through, and a stream of blood shot out from his back. Then, Ming Zhu's entire body directly shattered, turning into countless pieces of flesh. Let's attack together. Regina and the others were shocked to see that the Ming Zhu was shattered in an instant. Then, they attacked Chu Zhou at the same time. Rainfall. Regina used one of the 9 ultimate arts of the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Land. The dense raindrops shot towards Chu Zhou. Every drop of rain had the terrifying power to penetrate the body of a 9th-level domain lord. However, Chu Zhou blasted out another terrifying palm print that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It instantly destroyed all the rain and pierced through Regina's body. Ah! Regina let out a blood-curdling scream, and like Ming Zhu, she exploded into countless pieces of flesh. You rude people barged into my house and actually dared to attack me. If I don't teach you a painful lesson today, you won't even know how to write the word courtesy. Chu Zhou stepped out of the bronze palace and his hands kept drawing mysterious trajectories as he struck out terrifying hand seals that seemed to destroy the world. Boom, boom, boom. Raisin, Wu Zhushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies' attacks were all destroyed by the hand prints. Moreover, his body was also pierced by the palm imprints and then his body shattered. How? How is this possible? All the geniuses were destroyed. Above the sinkhole, the martial artists of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, the Tyrant Dragon Mountain, and the other major factions were all stunned when they saw the scene at the bottom of the sinkhole. Then, the expressions of these martial artists changed drastically as they rushed down the sinkhole. If Chu Zhou killed Ming Zhu and the other prodigies, it would be a huge problem. Piss off! However, before the martial artists from the major factions could reach the bottom of the sinkhole, a mountain-sized dark gold fist suddenly smashed up and sent all the martial artists rushing down the sinkhole flying. Chu Zhou's gaze swept across the minced meat that Ming Zhu and the others had turned into. His mind raced. He knew that these people were not dead yet. At the domain realm, reconstructing their bodies was only a small problem. He wondered if he should completely kill these people. Forget it. I killed Dawson Lion and provoked an old monster of the lion family. That old monster is still guarding the entrance of the Crimson Moon world. If I kill these people, I'm afraid the big shots behind them will appear one after another. With my current strength, it's a little difficult for me to deal with the lion family. If I offend even the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and other superpowers, I'll be in big trouble. With this thought in mind, his body immediately turned into after-images as he collected the spatial rings of Ming Zhu and the others, as well as the weapons and equipment on their bodies. Not killing them did not mean that he would let them off so easily. He had to collect the labor fees. Yes, his labor fees were very expensive. He had no choice but to take off the battle suits on Ming Zhu and the others. Sigh, I'm still too kind. I'll leave you a pair of underwear. In the end, Chu Zhou could not get over his conscience and left Ming Zhu and the others with a pair of underwear. Chapter 524, Sweeping Through the Geniuses. 5. Regina, Amelia Lant, and the other 2 women were also given special treatment, leaving them with clothes that barely covered their embarrassment. After doing all this, Chu Zhou suddenly looked up at the dark cloud vortex in the sky. He could vaguely feel that the dark cloud vortex seemed to be brewing a terrifying power. Even with his current strength, he felt his heart palpitate. This bloodline potion suddenly appeared in Thunder Valley. Could it be a trap? As he thought about this, his heart could not help but skip a beat. In the next moment, he decisively rushed into the Bronze Palace and summoned a golden sandstorm to cover his figure and isolate himself from the divine sense of the outside world. Then, he teleported away. As for the bloodline potions in the Bronze Palace, he naturally took them all away. A moment later, Ming Zhu, Raisin, Wu Zhushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies reassembled their bodies. And then, they went crazy. Ah, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. When Ming Zhu realized that he was only left with his underwear, he roared crazily. Raisin, Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda and the others had similar reactions to Mingzhu. As for Regina and Amelia Lant, when they realized that they only had 2 pitifully short figurines on them, they broke down and screamed. They hurriedly condensed layers of energy armor on their bodies. Above the sinkhole, the martial artists of the major forces were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Mingzhu and the other prodigies were usually awe-inspiring, extraordinary and insufferably arrogant. To think that there would be such a day! Some martial artists were restless and wanted to capture this classic scene. However, when he thought of the serious consequences of being discovered by Mingzhu and the others, he could only give up on this plan in the end. After Mingzhu and the others finally calmed down, they immediately rushed into the Bronze Palace. However, they realized that the crystal shelf where the bloodline potion was placed was already empty. Unforgivable! Damn it, who is he? Don't let me find him! I'm going to cut him into pieces! Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin and the other prodigies gritted their teeth and left the Bronze Palace in extreme anger, flying out of the sinkhole. However, just as they flew out of the sinkhole, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they all sensed that something was wrong with the dark cloud vortex above Thunderstorm Valley. At this moment, the huge dark cloud vortex suddenly spun violently. Countless huge electric snakes swam in the vortex. Terrifying and violent energy wreaked havoc and minced the sky above the entire Thunderstorm Valley into pieces. Mingzhu and the others were all smart people. Almost instantly, they understood that everything in Thunderstorm Valley was actually a plot against them. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Let's leave Thunderstorm Valley quickly! Mingzhu and the others shouted and rushed out of the Thunderstorm Valley at full speed. When the martial artists of the various large factions saw the rapidly spinning dark cloud vortex in the sky, their expressions changed drastically. They all followed Mingzhu and the others to escape. Boom! However, at this moment, the incomparably huge dark cloud vortex in the sky seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand and suddenly fell at a terrifying speed. In an instant, vast dark clouds enveloped the entire Thunderstorm Valley. Boundless lightning was swimming in the surging dark clouds. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell. Under the impact of the dark clouds and lightning, martial artists turned into ashes. It's indeed a scheme. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene from afar. Chapter 525, Enslavement. 1. The Thunderstorm Valley. An incomparably huge dark cloud vortex suddenly landed on Earth. The rolling dark clouds and boiling lightning snakes instantly drowned the martial warrior army of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, Tyrant Dragon Mountain, and the other factions. Ah! Miserable screams sounded as many martial artists instantly turned to ashes. Chu Zhou watched this scene from afar and secretly clicked his tongue. Could this trap have been set up by the divine son of the Crimson Moon Church, Lighton, and goddess Monica? He thought to himself. Lighton and Monica were the 2 people in charge of the Crimson Moon Church's counterattack. This was already an open secret. They must have set up such a shocking trap. Lighton and Monica are also ruthless. Even if this move of theirs can't completely destroy the generals of the various factions, it will still let you severely injure the armies of the various factions. Fortunately, the more than 100 tubes of bloodline potion in the Bronze Palace are all real. Unfortunately, those potions are all 3rd-tier bloodline potions. At the thought of this, Chu Zhou felt a little depressed. When he entered the Bronze Palace and saw the 100-odd tubes of bloodline potion, he still hoped that there would be a 2nd-tier bloodline potion or even a 1st-tier bloodline potion among them. Unexpectedly, they were all 3rd-tier bloodline potions. However, thinking about it carefully, this was actually normal. 2nd-tier bloodline potions could create World Overlord realm existences. The 1st-tier bloodline potion was even more astonishing. It contained part of the inheritance of loss. Living beings with 1st-tier bloodlines did not need to deliberately cultivate. There was a 1/3 chance of them becoming universe lords after they became adults. If one's comprehension ability was astonishing and they cultivated diligently, the probability of advancing to a universe lord would be even higher. Therefore, be it the 2nd-tier bloodline potion or the 1st-tier bloodline potion, to a certain extent, they were priceless. The Crimson Moon Church naturally valued such a treasure. Even Lighton and Monica, who had used the bloodline potion as bait to set up this trap to kill the armies of the various large factions, did not use the second-grade bloodline potion or the first-tier bloodline potion. However, even a third-tier bloodline potion was worth at least 500 billion Blood Mountain dollars. Chu Zhou had obtained more than 100 tubes of third-tier bloodline potions. This was an incomparably huge fortune. In Thunderstorm Valley, dark clouds rolled and lightning danced. Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, Wu Zhushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies. They had paid a huge price to rush out of the Thunderstorm Valley. All of them were covered in blood and charred black from the lightning. It was incomparably miserable. Only a third of the martial artists from the various large factions rushed out. The rest had all turned into ashes in the Thunderstorm Valley. Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, and the other prodigies were extremely aggrieved and furious as they looked at the martial warrior army that had suffered heavy casualties. They had just been beaten up by Chu Zhou's mace. All the treasures on them had been taken away by Chu Zhou, leaving only their underwear. Then, he immediately encountered such a calamity. It was too aggrieved. It was as if a volcano had erupted in their hearts. Endless anger was accumulating crazily. Light on, Monica! This conspiracy must be set up by them. Mingzhu gritted his teeth as he spoke, his eyes burning with anger. This time, we've indeed been tricked. Regina gritted her teeth. I've cultivated for so many years, but I've never suffered such a huge loss. I must take revenge. Humph, be it Light on, Monica, or the person who attacked us in the Bronze Palace, we can't let them off. Raisin's eyes widened in anger, but he was extremely furious. Purple electric currents wrapped around his body and twisted crazily like ferocious lightning dragons. Hee, friends from Blood Mountain Starfield, how is it? Do you like this gift we gave you? Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the sky. Mingzhu and the others looked up and immediately saw a three-eyed youth and a purple-robed woman whose entire body was suffused with wisps of resplendent purple light. Light on! Monica! Mingzhu and the others immediately recognized the two figures in the sky. As Light on and Monica appeared, a large number of Crimson Moon Church martial artists quickly appeared nearby. These martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church surrounded the people from the various large factions. This shocked Mingzhu and the others. As expected, it was a trap set up by them. Chu Zhou looked at Light on and Monica from afar and thought to himself. Light on, Monica! You deserve to die! Mingzhu roared and soared into the air, charging at Light on and Monica. The aggrieved experience just now filled Mingzhu's heart with anger. Now, he seemed to be venting all the anger in his heart. Surging black flames continuously spread out from his body. They roared and boiled, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was as if they wanted to burn down the myriad worlds and destroy all living beings. Mingzhu grabbed at Light on and Monica coldly. A huge black hand appeared in the sky and grabbed at Light on and Monica. Mingzhu, holy son of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, one of the top prodigies of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Hee, I'll come and meet you today. I'll let you know that I don't care about so-called prodigies like you. Light on smiled coldly. The third eye on his glabella suddenly shot out a terrifying blood-colored ray of light. In an instant, countless worlds were destroyed, and many gods and devils died. Chapter 526, Enslavement. 2. At this moment, the hearts of Regina, Raisin, Wu Zhushan, and the other prodigies palpitated. Boom! The terrifying blood-colored ray of light pierced through the void and tore through the black fire hand that was enveloping Mingzhu. Mingzhu's expression changed slightly. With a thought, endless black flames condensed into a thick shield in front of him. However, the shield was still penetrated by the blood-colored ray of light. It even pierced through Mingzhu's shoulder, causing a spray of blood. This person is so powerful to be able to injure Mingzhu. Regina, Raisin, Wu Zhushan, and the other paragons were shocked. They attacked Light on and Monica without hesitation. Soon, Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, and the other paragons started fighting in the sky with Light on and Monica. The strength displayed by Light on and Monica was very shocking. The third eye on Light on's forehead shot out blood-colored rays of light that were filled with the power of destruction from time to time, continuously forcing Mingzhu and the others back. On the other hand, Monica's body was covered in purple light. A purple river dozens of miles long appeared around her. Under her control, the purple light river transformed into countless weapons. Countless sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons condensed from the purple light river and attacked Mingzhu and the others. For a moment, Laiton and Monica were actually on par with Mingzhu and the other paragons by themselves. At the same time, the remaining troops of the various factions were also fighting the army of the Crimson Moon Church. Chu Zhou did not interfere in this battle. He only silently watched as he silently used his spatial ability to collect the corpses on the battlefield from thousands of meters away. This battle lasted for about half an hour. In this battle, Laiton and Monica displayed strength that shocked Mingzhu and the others. However, even though Laiton and Monica were very powerful, Mingzhu and the others were not to be trifled with. In the end, Laiton and Monica were at a disadvantage and could only choose to retreat. The army of the Crimson Moon Church also retreated. Mingzhu and the others did not let the army chase after them. Regardless of whether it was them or the armies of the various large factions, they were not in good condition after the impact of the black cloud vortex just now. Almost all of them were severely injured. Under such circumstances, it was clearly unwise to continue pursuing the Crimson Moon army. What they needed the most now was to recuperate. Damn it, if we hadn't been seriously injured by that person and then attacked by the power of the dark cloud vortex, our strength wouldn't even be 1/10 of our peak. We could have left Laiton and Monica here just now. Mingzhu said angrily as he watched Laiton and Monica leave. We underestimated everyone in the world. I didn't expect that other than our 2 sacred lands, 4 organizations, and 18 families, there would be another faction in the Blood Mountain Galaxy that could nurture such a powerful genius. The bloodline power of these 2 people is extremely powerful. If I'm not wrong, Laiton and Monica both have second-tier bloodlines. Regina lamented. The Crimson Moon Church is good at making bloodline potions. These 2 people are the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church. It's normal for them to have powerful bloodlines. Compared to these 2, I'm actually more concerned about the mysterious person who defeated us at the same time, Raisin said in a muffled voice. After hearing Raisin's words, Mingzhu and the others fell silent. If they were only afraid of Laiton and Monica, then they were in awe of the mysterious person who had crushed them with absolute strength. That mysterious person was too powerful. Even if they were to do it again, they knew that they would not be able to resist at all. My lords! The corpse collector has attacked again. All the corpses on the battlefield have mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, a martial artist came over and spoke to Mingzhu and the others. Damn corpse collector, don't let us catch him, or we'll tear him into pieces. Mingzhu and the others were extremely furious. He was really unlucky today. Unlucky things happened one after another. After the battle ended, Chu Zhou left quietly. However, he suddenly stopped on a barren mountain and looked at the nearby void expressionlessly. You've been tracking me for so long. Aren't you coming out? He sneered. The void instantly distorted, and 2 figures appeared in front of Chu Zhou. They were Laiton and Monica, who had fought with Mingzhu and the other paragons not long ago. I didn't expect that the bloodline potion we placed in the Bronze Palace wasn't obtained by Mingzhu and the others. Instead, it was obtained by a wanted criminal like you. Laiton looked at Chu Zhou indifferently and said calmly. You've obtained something you shouldn't have. Hand over the bloodline potion. Monica said, her snow-white skin was suffused with a resplendent purple light. She looked holy and noble. At this moment, Chu Zhou did not activate the metal-devouring divine body. What he displayed was his true appearance. Therefore, neither Laiton nor Monica recognized Chu Zhou as the murderer of Dawson Lion. Similarly, they did not know that they had crushed Mingzhu and the others in the Bronze Palace with absolute strength. When they saw Chu Zhou's appearance, their first reaction was that Chu Zhou was a wanted criminal wanted by the Crimson Moon Church. Chapter 527, Enslavement. 3. They would not be so calm otherwise. I'm very curious. How did you know that I took the bloodline potion? Chu Zhou asked with a smile. Hehe, even though I don't know how you took the bloodline potion before Mingzhu and the others, as long as you enter the Bronze Palace and approach the crystal shelf where the bloodline potion is placed, your body will be tainted by the soul-locking fragrance that we set up in advance. The smell of the soul-locking fragrance will always be attached to your body. It will take at least 3 months for it to disappear. Laiton said calmly without hiding because in his heart, Chu Zhou was already a dead man. Soul-locking fragrance. Even though Chu Zhou did not know what the soul-locking fragrance was, he knew that it should be something very difficult to detect and could be attached to a living being's body. It was obvious that Lighton and Monica knew that he had entered the Bronze Palace and taken the bloodline potion through the soul-locking fragrance. He even found his traces through the soul-locking fragrance. There's no need to struggle. Hand over all the bloodline potions and we'll let you die comfortably. Lighton said coldly. Monica didn't say anything. She just looked at Chu Zhou with her cold eyes. In her heart, Chu Zhou was also a dead person. The things of the Crimson Moon Church were not that easy to obtain. Your methods are not bad, Chu Zhou applauded slightly. However, you're wrong about one thing. That's my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Zhou's body moved. Boom! His body instantly turned into a 1,000-meter tall dark gold giant with 14 pairs of sharp horns on his head that pierced into the sky. Thick dark gold chains danced behind him like demonic dragons. An overwhelming killing aura swept out from the huge dark gold giant. What? Is it him? Seeing Chu Zhou instantly transform into a towering dark gold giant, Lighton and Monica were immediately stunned. It was like watching a little white rabbit suddenly become Godzilla. The reason why Chu Zhou was a wanted criminal of the Crimson Moon Church was because of an order from a Crimson Moon High Priest in Emerald Lake City. Lighton and Monica had never taken it to heart. In their opinion, a wanted criminal who was slightly important to the Crimson Moon High Priest was not worthy of their attention. However, they would never have thought that the wanted criminal they had never paid attention to was actually the murderer who killed Dawson Lion. At this moment, the towering dark gold giant stood between heaven and earth. Its two huge hands that blotted out the sky drew a mysterious trajectory at the same time and condensed into a palm the size of a mountain. It pressed down on Lighton and Monica like a mountain. That mountain-sized handprint was too terrifying. It seemed to contain the boundless mysterious power of the universe, causing everything in the world to spin. Lighton and Monica both felt a huge sense of danger at this moment. They felt their hair stand on end. They did not dare to hold back at all and counterattacked with all their might. Boom! Lighton's third eye shot out a blood-colored light that was filled with the aura of world destruction. In an instant, the terrifying scene of countless worlds being destroyed and gods and devils dying appeared in the world. It was as if that blood-colored light could destroy everything. Almost at the same time, billions of purple lights shot out from Monica's body. Countless purple lights intertwined around her and formed countless sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and other divine weapons. With a wave of her hand, the densely packed divine weapons turned into a huge torrent formed by weapons that blasted towards the suppressing palm print. However, that handprint was too powerful. It was like the world destruction attack of an ancient demon god. It crushed down with a bang, suppressing all things, the world and space. Whether it was the blood-colored light that didn't shoot out from Lighton's third eye or the densely packed weapons, they all shattered under that handprint. Boom! With a shocking bang, the mountain-sized palm print carried endless power and suppressed Lighton and Monica, directly blasting them into the earth. With a rumble, the earth continued to shatter. A palm the size of a mountain pressed down on Lighton and Monica's figures, causing them to sink. 100 meters. 200 meters. 3,000 meters. The handprint pressed Lighton and Monica down 3,000 meters into the earth. Around the handprint, the earth collapsed, the mountains collapsed, the forest was destroyed, and the mountains and rivers within 100 miles instantly turned into ruins. Chu Zhou waved with indifference towards the depths of the earth. Lighton and Monica, who were covered in blood, flew out 3,000 meters from the depths of the earth and fell in front of Chu Zhou. At this moment, Lighton and Monica both fainted. If Chu Zhou had not deliberately restrained a portion of his strength just now, these two people would have been dead. If Chu Zhou had not deliberately restrained a portion of his strength just now, these two people would have been dead. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and prepared to subdue these two people. If he had not taken a fancy to the potential of these two people and wanted to take them in as slaves, he would have killed them just now. In the universe, we usually use the crowd control chip to subdue slaves. However, I don't have the crowd control chip on me. It's too late to buy it. Looks like I can only improve the White Lotus secret technique that I once created. That's good too. The crowd control chip can only control the crowd control world overlord at most. Once the living being reaches the level of a universe lord, it can escape the crowd control chip. But I created the White Lotus secret technique. As long as I keep raising the level of this secret technique, I can always control the living beings implanted with the lotus seed. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately let his attribute board upgrade the White Lotus secret technique. The White Lotus secret technique had been upgraded to the Void level. The White Lotus secret technique had been upgraded to Star Realm. The White Lotus secret technique had been upgraded to the Domain Realm. After consuming a large number of attribute points, the White Lotus secret technique directly advanced to the Domain Realm. At this moment, countless profundities of the White Lotus secret technique surfaced in Chu Zhou's mind. In fact, his entire body was suffused with circles of faint white light, and dreamy white lotuses kept blooming around him. After the White Lotus secret technique was upgraded to a Domain Realm ultimate technique, it actually became an ultimate technique with offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, it can also control the soul consciousness of living beings. Chu Zhou experienced the profundity of the White Lotus secret technique and exclaimed in his heart. He felt that it was completely worth it to spend so many attribute points to upgrade this ultimate technique. Now, implant the lotus seed in their souls. With a thought, a lotus seed that was filled with traces of white light flew out of his eyes. The two lotus seeds shot into the space between Lighton and Monica's eyebrows. Then, the lotus seed quickly entered Lighton and Monica's souls and began to take root and sprout, completely binding to their souls. A moment later, Lighton and Monica woke up faintly. When they saw Chu Zhou, they were shocked. They immediately stood up and prepared to attack him. But before they could do anything, an indescribable pain came from their souls. All! Lighton and Monica screamed miserably. They hugged their heads and knelt down. Their faces were twisted, and they were trembling in pain. Chapter 528, Crimson Moon Church Headquarters. 1. All! Lighton and Monica wailed miserably and knelt down with their hands on their heads. Their faces were twisted in pain. It was too painful. It was as if his entire soul was being torn apart bit by bit and then crushed bit by bit. It was not inferior to the torture of 1,000 cuts. The pain was like a tidal wave that swept out from the depths of their souls. Every nerve felt extreme pain. In just a few breaths, Lighton and Monica's clothes were drenched in sweat, as if they had just been fished out of water. It felt like 10,000 years had passed. The pain gradually subsided. Lighton and Monica suddenly looked up at Chu Zhou in fear. What did you do to us? They looked at Chu Zhou with extreme anger and shock in their eyes. I just gave you a small gift, Chu Zhou said with a smile. Yes, you seem to be a little angry. That's not good. With a thought. All. In an instant, Lighton and Monica felt as if countless roots were drilling into their souls, tearing them apart. They once again experienced the excruciating pain from before. When the pain subsided again, they all looked at Chu Zhou in fear. He did not dare to show any aggro in his eyes. Looks like you've come to your senses, Chu Zhou said indifferently. Don't you want to know what gift I gave you? Observe your souls yourself. Upon hearing this, Lighton and Monica were shocked. They immediately activated their divine senses and began to observe their souls. Then, they discovered that there was a 12th-petaled white lotus that was emitting a gentle white light on their souls. The 12th-petaled white lotus unleashed its petals to its heart's content. Holy white light lingered around it, as if it was the most sacred thing in the world. There were also transparent roots that extended into the depths of the soul like a spider web. The moment he saw this 12th-grade white lotus, Lighton and Monica's minds instantly rumbled. Without a doubt, it was this 12th-petaled white lotus that had caused them so much pain that they wished they were dead. What terrified them was that they could clearly sense that this 12th-petaled white lotus was firmly rooted in their souls and had fused with them. It was impossible to remove these 12th-petaled white lotus unless he activated their souls. A secret technique for crowd control. Lighton and Monica felt bitter. The Crimson Moon Church had a deep foundation. As the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church, they naturally knew that there were many methods to control living beings in this universe. Among them, the most common was the control chip used by the slave vendors to control the slaves. Once the crowd control chip was implanted, unless one reached the level of a universe lord or the owner of the chip was willing to undo the control, there was no hope of escaping the control for the rest of their lives. Apart from controlling the crowd control chip, there were many other methods. Their Crimson Moon Church had dozens of methods to control living beings. The secret technique to control the soul was undoubtedly one of the more advanced crowd control techniques. However, as the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church with extremely powerful second-tier bloodlines, Lighton and Monica never expected that their souls would be controlled by someone one day. This was difficult for them to accept. It seems like you've already seen the gift I gave you. Chu Zhou smiled elegantly and warmly. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to choose. First, submit to me. Second, die. The corners of Lighton and Monica's mouths twitched. What kind of choice was this? This was not a choice at all right? Lighton and Monica fell silent. They all knew that if they chose to submit to Chu Zhou, they would be his slaves. In that case, they would have to do whatever Chu Zhou wanted them to do in the future. They would have no freedom at all. This was difficult for them, the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church, to accept. However, if he did not submit, then he would definitely die. As the saying went, death was the only way out of all the trials and tribulations. Lighton and Monica hesitated for a long time. In the end, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lighton greets Master. Monica greets Master. In the end, Lighton and Monica did not have the courage to face death. They both knelt in front of Chu Zhou. At this moment, they only hoped that Chu Zhou was a good master. Get up. When Chu Zhou saw that Lighton and Monica had chosen to submit, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not only did these two people have shocking bloodlines, but they were also not weaker than geniuses like Mingzhu. They had a high chance of becoming world overlords. These two people submitted to him, which meant that he had two more generals under him. Lighton and Monica stood up. Remember, my real name is Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou said. Looks like the master isn't from a superpower like the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Lighton and Monica thought. They had all investigated the prodigies who had entered the Crimson Moon Church, but the name Chu Zhou was not among them. Therefore, they immediately knew that Chu Zhou was not from a superpower like the Blood Mountain Sacred Land. Lighton, Monica, does your Crimson Moon Church have a first-tier bloodline potion? Chu Zhou looked at Lighton and Monica with a burning gaze. If the Crimson Moon Church had a first-tier bloodline potion, he was prepared to continue this game. Chapter 529, Crimson Moon Church Headquarters. 2. If not, he did not plan to continue playing. He would find a safe place to stay and wait for the adventurer assessment to end. No. Monica shook his head. The first-tier bloodline potion contains nomological information. Even if we find the corpses of living beings with first-tier bloodlines, it will still be very difficult to refine the first-tier bloodline potion with sufficient materials. Is that so? A hint of disappointment flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. He was also looking forward to a first-tier bloodline. However, Monica's next words refreshed his spirit again. However, even though there is no first-tier bloodline potion, there is a tube of incomplete first-tier bloodline potion. Incomplete first-tier bloodline potion. Chu Zhou looked puzzled. It's a bloodline potion that hasn't been completely refined, but it still contains some information about the laws, Monica explained. Even though it's only an incomplete first-tier bloodline potion, how precious is a first-tier bloodline potion? Even those universe lords and universe nobility are tempted by it. Therefore, even an incomplete first-tier bloodline potion is a priceless treasure. Its value is far from what a second-tier bloodline potion and other bloodline potions can compare to. Chu Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even if it's an incomplete first-tier bloodline potion, as long as it contains nomological information, it's a priceless treasure. Then, where is the incomplete first-tier bloodline? Is it on you? How can such a precious bloodline potion be with us? Lighton smiled bitterly. Even if we are divine sons and goddesses, we are still not qualified to come into contact with that tube of potion. That tube of incomplete first-tier bloodline potion has always been personally guarded by the palace master. As expected, when Chu Zhou heard this, he did not look disappointed. He had long guessed that this would be the outcome. That tube of incomplete first-tier bloodline potion was too precious after all. It was very normal for the palace master of the Crimson Moon Church to personally manage it. How strong is the palace master you're talking about? Chu Zhou asked casually. Lighton and Monica fell silent again. Then, Lighton said, at his peak, the palace master was a third-stage world overlord. But a million years ago, in the battle between many powerful races with powerful bloodlines and all the super forces in the Blood Mountain Galaxy against our Crimson Moon Church, the Palace Master suffered incomparably serious injuries. His foundation was even injured. Therefore, even though 1,000,000 years have passed, Palace Master's injuries are still far from recovering. Otherwise, why would the Palace Master allow you to enter the Crimson Moon world for the adventurer assessment? There was a chance. A glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. Can you determine how much strength he has left? Monica said, we can't accurately determine how much strength the Palace Master has left, but I estimate that it's less than 1/10,000th of his peak strength. Less than 1/10,000th of its peak. Chu Zhou's heart beat violently. He decided to continue the game. Suddenly, he had an idea. Light on, Monica, the two of you immediately return to the Crimson Moon Church and secretly spread the news that the first-tier bloodline potion is with that Palace Master. Furthermore, that Palace Master is seriously injured and his strength is less than 1 in 10,000. He spoke quickly. Master, are you going to attack the Palace Master? Lighton and Monica were shocked. Even though the Palace Master had yet to recover from his serious injuries and his strength was less than 1/10,000th of his peak, a world overlord was still a world overlord. It was too crazy and dangerous for a domain lord to kill a world overlord. They might not make a move. Haha, Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, and the others descended with a quest. If they knew that the Palace Master had a first-tier bloodline potion, they would definitely think of a way to make a move. As for me, I'll just hide in the dark and watch the show. If there's a chance to kill that Palace Master, I'll attack. If there's no chance, forget it. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. After hearing Chu Zhou's plan, Lighton and Monica understood that Chu Zhou was prepared to be an Oriole that would take advantage of the situation. Even though Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, and the other paragons are quite strong, but with just them? Even if the Palace Master's strength is less than 1/10,000th of his peak, they are probably far from being the Palace Master's match. Lighton said disdainfully. He had just fought with Mingzhu and the other paragons not long ago. He was very clear about the strength of Mingzhu and the others. If Mingzhu, Regina, and Raisin were not injured, their strength would be about the same as his. As for the other geniuses, they were clearly weaker than him. Therefore, he did not think that Mingzhu and the others could deal with the Palace Master. Chu Zhou shook his head indifferently. Lighton, you're underestimating Mingzhu and the others. Don't underestimate them just because the two of you were able to fight Mingzhu and the other paragons not long ago. That's because I smashed them with mace in advance, causing them to be severely injured. In addition, you suddenly controlled the dark cloud vortex to fall, causing their injuries to worsen. That gave you a chance to fight against geniuses like Mingzhu. Moreover, do you think that the big shots of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, Tyrant Dragon Mountain, and other superpowers will not give Mingzhu and the others some means to deal with the World Overlord when they know that there is a World Overlord in the Crimson Moon world? The reason why Mingzhu and the others haven't used those hidden methods is because they have to use those methods to fight for the first-tier bloodline potion. As long as they use those methods, even a World Overlord will be in trouble. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. Not long ago, he did not kill Mingzhu and the others. Apart from not wanting to offend the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, Tyrant Dragon Mountain, and other superpowers, he also considered this reason. He did not want to force Mingzhu and the others to use their last resort. He did not want to get himself into trouble in the end. Therefore, he knew when to stop. Lighton and Monica broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Chu Zhou's analysis. They suddenly thought of the big shots of the various superpowers who were waiting outside the entrance of the Crimson Moon world for the adventurer assessment to end. That's right. Since those big shots wanted Mingzhu and the other paragons to fight for the first-tier bloodline potion for them, how could they not give Mingzhu and the others some methods that were enough to deal with the World Overlord? To think that they thought that Mingzhu and the others were just so-so. Fortunately, they did not force Mingzhu and the others to reveal their trump cards. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. All right. You don't have to be too nervous. Chu Zhou smiled. I reckon that not every big shot can have special methods that can be handed over to Mingzhu and the others and can deal with world overlords. I reckon that only some extremely powerful figures have such methods. In other words, among Mingzhu and the others, only some paragons have such methods. At this point, Chu Zhou felt relieved. He was secretly glad that Dawson Lion did not have any means to threaten the world overlord. Otherwise, he would be in danger when he killed him. Laiton and Monica still had lingering fears. They were also rejoicing that they had not forced Mingzhu and the others to a dead end not long ago. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Master, if Mingzhu and the others really have methods to deal with the world overlord, your plan might succeed. Master, if Mingzhu and the others really have methods to deal with the world overlord, your plan might succeed. It's best if it succeeds. It doesn't matter if it doesn't. It's just an attempt. Even if it fails, Mingzhu and the others will be the ones to lose. Why not? Chu Zhou smiled lightly, his face revealing a hint of wisdom. Laiton and Monica looked at Chu Zhou in admiration. Indeed, according to Chu Zhou's plan, no matter what, Chu Zhou would not be the one to lose. However, if Chu Zhou's plan succeeded, it would be a huge gain. Laiton and Monica left. They returned to the Crimson Moon Church and secretly spread the news that the first-tier bloodline potion was with the Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church. Moreover, the Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church was severely injured and his strength was less than 1/10,000th of his peak. Chapter 530, A Good Show. On a plain not far from the Thunderstorm Valley, Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, Wu Jushan, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and other elites gathered together. They were all very silent. Not long ago, they had suffered too much defeat in the Thunderstorm Valley, so their expressions were very ugly. Suddenly, a martial artist rushed over and whispered a few words into Mingzhu's ear. Mingzhu's eyes immediately lit up. Almost at the same time, a martial artist rushed over and said something to Regina and the other prodigies, making them feel refreshed. At this moment, Mingzhu and the others sat down almost at the same time and entered the mirror universe. In the mirror universe, in a courtyard filled with red buds. Lord Candace, we have discovered the news of the first-tier bloodline potion. Recently, there has been a rumor in the Crimson Moon world that the Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church, Disen, is keeping a tube of first-tier bloodline potion. Moreover, Disen was severely injured in the battle a million years ago and has yet to recover. His strength is less than IO%. Mingzhu told Candace the news he had just received. When Candace heard this, two terrifying bolts of lightning immediately shot out from his eyes, and the surrounding space became slightly unstable. Good. Very good. I didn't expect there to really be a first-tier bloodline potion in the Crimson Moon world. Candace was so excited that he couldn't control himself. His body was trembling slightly. A hint of passion flashed across his sharp eyes. 2. Disen? I didn't expect him to still be alive. If it's him, he might indeed have a first-tier bloodline potion. Candace said. Lord. Do you know the Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church, Disen? A hint of surprise flashed across Mingzhu's eyes. Hehe, a million years ago, the Crimson Moon Church was extremely powerful and was an overlord in our Blood Mountain galaxy. Even the royal family of the Blood Mountain Empire had to lower their heads. At that time, there were 108 World Overlord Realm Palace Masters in the Crimson Moon Church's branch in the Blood Mountain star field. Disen was one of them. Even though Disen is only ranked last among the 108 Palace Masters, he is indeed one of the Palace Masters of the Crimson Moon Church a million years ago. I didn't expect him to survive the great calamity of the Crimson Moon Church a million years ago. However, it's also because of this, that he might have the first-tier bloodline potion. Towards the end, Mingzhu's expression became even more excited. He looked at Mingzhu sharply and said. Mingzhu, no matter what, you have to get the first-tier bloodline potion. Try your best to use the methods I gave you on Disen. This time, as long as you help me obtain the first-tier bloodline potion, I promise that not only will my faction help you become the Blood Mountain Holy Sun, but they will also support you in taking charge of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land in the future. When Mingzhu heard Candace's words, he was slightly excited. In this world, almost all factions had many factions. The Blood Mountain Sacred Land had existed for more than 100 million years and had roots in thousands of galaxies. There were even more factions inside. Candace was the leader of one of the strongest factions in the Blood Mountain Sacred Land. If he could obtain the full support of Candace's faction, Mingzhu felt that he could basically defeat his other competitors and become the Holy Son of the Blood Mountain Holy Land. In fact, with the support of Candace, it was not impossible for him to control the Blood Mountain sacred land in the future. At the thought of this, Ming Zhu's heart burned. Of course, he knew that the first-tier bloodline potion was definitely more precious. However, Ming Zhu did not dare to have any thoughts about the first-tier bloodline potion. He knew that at the entrance of the Crimson Moon world, many influential world overlords were eyeing the first-tier bloodline potion covetously. He was a domain lord. If he dared to covet the first-tier bloodline potion, he would basically have a death wish. Lord Candace, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely fight for the first-tier bloodline potion for you. Ming Zhu hurriedly expressed his stance. I'll wait for your good news. Candace nodded in satisfaction. In another exquisite pavilion in the mirror universe, Regina, who had an enchanting figure and blonde hair, was reporting the situation in the world of the Crimson Moon to a purple-eyed woman with long ears. So Disen isn't dead yet. In that case, it's normal for him to have the first-tier bloodline potion. Caitlin said with emotion as she stared at Regina. Regina, our faction has yet to give birth to a universe lord. If our faction can give birth to a universe lord, then the entire Adarar Moon Lake Sacred Land will respect our faction from now on. Therefore, I hope you can fight for the first-tier bloodline potion with all your might. Regina nodded heavily. Don't worry, sir. I'll do my best. In a secret room in the mirror universe, Raisin stood in front of a tall figure with reddish gold skin. Raisin's physique was already strong enough, far exceeding that of ordinary people. However, he paled in comparison when compared to the reddish gold figure in front of him. This majestic figure with reddish gold skin was the world overlord of Tyrant Dragon Mountain, Redmond. Ha ha ha, there really is a first-tier bloodline potion in the Crimson Moon world. Raisin, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't disappoint me. Redmond laughed and patted Raisin's shoulder with his fan-like palm, producing a loud bang. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would probably be smashed into meat paste. Lord Redmond, I will do my best. Raisin promised. Mirror Universe, by the Black Dragon Lake. A white-haired man with a snowflake mark on his forehead looked very feminine. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at the lake indifferently. This man was the famous Ice Snow World Overlord of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. He was also a super expert ranked in the top 20 of the Blood Mountain Galaxy World Overlords. Beside him, 10 figures knelt on one knee. These 10 figures also had special auras. All of them had indifferent expressions and dead gazes, like machines without human emotions. Sir, we followed your instructions and immediately hid after entering the Crimson Moon world. We didn't have any conflicts with anyone. One of the figures said. The Ice Snow World Overlord did not turn around. He only said indifferently. Let's begin. Bring back the first-tier bloodline potion at all costs. The Crimson Moon world. Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, Wu Jushan, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant and the other prodigies sitting cross-legged on the ground all opened their eyes. They looked at each other and understood that everyone had just reported the news of the first-tier bloodline potion to the big shots behind them. At this moment, there was a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Without a doubt, from now on, they were competitors. Everyone, Mingzhu swept his gaze across the geniuses and said, I believe everyone's next target is that tube of first-tier bloodline potion. I know that at this time, none of us can give up on the first-tier bloodline potion. The people behind us won't allow us to give up either. However, even if Crimson Moon Palace Master Disen has yet to recover from his injuries and his strength is less than 1/10,000th of his peak, he is still a world overlord. I don't need to say much. Everyone knows how terrifying a world overlord is. I also know that many of us definitely have the methods given by big shots to deal with the world overlord. But even so, it's probably very, very difficult to deal with a world overlord alone. In fact, it's very likely that he won't be able to snatch the treasure and will even lose his life. Mingzhu, what are you trying to say? Just say it. Raisin rudely interrupted Mingzhu. Mingzhu was not angry. Instead, he said calmly, everyone, let's join forces. Let's join forces to kill Disen first. As for who gets the first-tier bloodline potion, it's up to their own abilities. Hearing Mingzhu's words, Regina and the other paragons agreed after a moment of silence. Even though many of them had methods to deal with world overlords, in fact, they were still very nervous. He was a world overlord after all. Even though the other party was heavily injured and was less than 1/10,000th of his peak strength, he was still a world overlord. The strength of a world overlord far exceeded that of a domain lord. They could even be said to be creatures from two different dimensions. Therefore, they were actually not confident in dealing with a world overlord alone. If everyone joined forces, the chances of successfully killing Disen would be much higher. After Mingzhu and the others reached an agreement, they immediately led the armies of their respective factions and flew towards the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church. The Crimson Moon Church headquarters at the Crimson Moon City. Who dares to leak the most confidential information of our Crimson Moon Church and even dare to leak the situation of this palace master? A figure wearing a golden mask sat on a blood-colored throne and flew into a rage. The shadow of a blood moon behind him trembled slightly and emitted a boundless blood-red light. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out. In the entire hall, dozens of Crimson Moon high priests knelt down and trembled under the suffocating aura. Disen swept his cold gaze across the Crimson Moon high priests below. His gaze was as sharp as lightning and filled with killing intent, as if he was checking who had betrayed him. Many Crimson Moon high priests felt as if their bodies had been sliced by a blade, and their bodies trembled even more violently. What about Laiton and Monica? Disen suddenly asked coldly. Palace Master, not long ago, Laiton and Monica set up a trap in the Thunderstorm Valley to severely injure the martial arts army of the Blood Mountain Galaxy's major factions. They are now resting in Red Rock City. A Crimson Moon High Priest said. Get them back to headquarters immediately. Disen said coldly. Only the higher UPS of the Crimson Moon Church knew about the first-tier bloodline potion and his situation. Now, this news has suddenly spread. He was certain that someone in the upper echelons of the Crimson Moon Church had betrayed him. All the Crimson Moon High Priests in front of him were his suspects. Laiton and Monica were also his suspects. Understood. Crimson Moon High Priest hurriedly nodded. No matter who it is, how dare you betray me? When I find you, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Disen thought fiercely. At this moment, a Crimson Moon Guard rushed into the hall in a panic. Palace Master, bad news. The various armies of Blood Mountain Starfield are all flying towards our Crimson Moon Church's headquarters. They seem to be preparing to join forces to deal with us. The Crimson Moon Guard spoke quickly. What? The various armies of the Blood Mountain Galaxy want to join forces to deal with us. In the hall, many Crimson Moon High Priests were shocked. Disen suddenly stood up from his throne and sneered. Hehe, looks like they're preparing to attack me. A bunch of domain lords actually dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. They have a death wish. On a small mountain outside the Crimson Moon City, Chu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the Crimson Moon City. Laiton and Monica stood behind Chu Zhou. Master, your plan has succeeded. Mingzhu and the others have already led their army and are flying towards Crimson Moon City. Laiton said. Hehe, we can watch a good show next. Chu Zhou smiled and looked expectant. Chapter 531, Neighbors Who Can't Agree Lose Out a Third Party. The Crimson Moon City. Mingzhu, Regina, Raisin, Wu Jushan, Gareth, Inigo, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant, and the other prodigies led a dense army and descended into the sky above Crimson Moon City. Mingzhu and the others looked at Crimson Moon City coldly before giving the order to attack. Kill. The dense army of martial artists immediately charged towards Crimson Moon City like countless locusts. The dense army of martial artists immediately charged towards Crimson Moon City like countless locusts. Therefore, when they saw the armies of the Blood Mountain Galaxy's major factions charging over, they also soared into the sky from Crimson Moon City and fought with the armies of the Blood Mountain Galaxy's major factions. Let's attack the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church. Mingzhu and the other paragons turned into afterimages and charged towards the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church. Many experts from the Crimson Moon Church wanted to stop Mingzhu and the others, but they were all stopped by the experts from the Blood Mountain Galaxy's army. Mingzhu and the others successfully arrived above the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church. Boom! Mingzhu's expression turned ruthless. A large amount of black flames suddenly erupted from his body like an ancient volcano erupting. Surging black flames erupted from his body. The temperature of the black flames was extremely high. The surrounding void distorted from the heat. Mingzhu pointed down with his right hand. In an instant, Torrential black flames immediately swept down towards the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a cold snort came from the depths of the Crimson Moon Church's headquarters. A huge blood moon rose from the depths of the Crimson Moon Church. Vast power surged like a dark tide, causing the black flames that swept down to roll back. A figure wearing a golden mask walked out of the blood moon. He looked at Mingzhu and the other paragons coldly. A dense killing intent swept out from his body like a storm. A large area of the surrounding void distorted. "A bunch of ants dares to challenge the dignity of a dragon? You have a death wish," Disen said coldly and casually slapped out at Mingzhu and the others. Boom! In an instant, a blood-colored palm that blotted out the sky appeared in the sky. The palm was so huge that it covered the entire Crimson Moon City. Those palm lines were actually nomological patterns. The power of this palm was world-shocking. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the martial artists from both sides who were fighting or the entire Crimson Moon City, all of them vomited blood from the terrifying pressure. Everyone looked at the blood-colored palm in the sky in horror. The expressions of Mingzhu and the other paragons changed drastically. They felt a fatal danger from his suppressive palm. They knew that they absolutely could not be struck by that blood-colored palm. Otherwise, they would probably die instantly. "Everyone, show me what you've got." As Mingzhu shouted, blood-colored lightning suddenly appeared in his left eye. A strand of blood-colored lightning the size of a strand of hair suddenly emerged from his left eye. This bolt of lightning was only the size of a strand of hair. However, an extremely terrifying pressure emanated from it. Everyone in the Crimson Moon City heard the sound of thunder. Boom! Suddenly, the blood-colored lightning turned into a blood-colored lightning dragon that was 100 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards the blood-colored palm that was pressing down. Wherever the blood-colored lightning dragon passed, the void was directly annihilated into a dark void. Almost at the same time, Regina also flicked out a blue drop of water. The blue water droplet was incomparably deep, as if it contained a boundless sea. It was incomparably heavy, pressing down on the void until it collapsed layer by layer. Swoosh! In an instant, the blue water droplet turned into a dark blue arrow that shot towards Disen at lightning speed. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to kill a world overlord today." Raisin's aura suddenly became incomparably sad. His entire body suddenly emitted a layer of crimson gold blood flames. With the enhancement of this mysterious crimson gold blood flame, his strength directly broke through the barrier between a domain lord and a world overlord and entered the world overlord level. Dragon Fist! Raisin roared and threw a punch at Disen. Roar! In an instant, the head of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in the void and charged towards Disen in absolute rage. Kill! At this moment, Wu Zhishan also used the method given to him by the big shot of the 100 Generals Hall. The phantom of a divine general surrounded by golden light walked out from his body and attacked Disen. The divine general phantom was extremely powerful and domineering, like an invincible general. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and divine light boiled. Wherever the black flag goes, all those who defy it will die. Inigo suddenly threw out a black battle flag. At this moment, the black battle flag erupted with a terrifying world overlord realm power. It displayed peerless might, causing the sky to shatter. Gareth, Ender Amanda, Amelia Lant and the other prodigies also used world overlord realm techniques to attack Disen. At this moment, the entire sky of Crimson Moon City collapsed. Terrifying energy waves swept through Crimson Moon City. Countless people in the Crimson Moon City exploded and died. The entire Crimson Moon City was also collapsing. The methods that Mingzhu and the other paragons used at this moment were too shocking. Almost instantly, the blood-colored palm was shattered, and destructive attacks landed on Disen. All! Disen screamed as his body was shattered, leaving only his head. The world overlord's blood turned into a rain of blood that rained down on Crimson Moon City. Then, the golden mask on the head also shattered, revealing an incomparably pale old face, as if it had not seen light for countless years. Oh no, the palace master is severely injured. Many martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church were shocked when they saw this scene. In the distance, Lighton and Monica's faces turned pale when they saw this scene. Master is right. These people have world overlord realm methods. They were secretly glad that they did not force Mingzhu and the others to use these methods in the battle in Thunderstorm Valley. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. I knew it. Chu Zhou sighed. He was also glad that Mingzu and the others did not use these methods in the sinkhole. Otherwise, he would be in danger. He's about to die. Everyone, work hard and kill him completely. Mingzu, Regina, Raisin, and the other paragons were overjoyed when they saw that Disen only had a head left. In the next moment, they used their World Overlord realm techniques and launched a violent attack on Disen's head, wanting to completely kill him. Half of Disen's head was shattered very quickly. Disen Fury, a broken astral phantom that flickered with countless blood-colored star realms, suddenly appeared behind him. I will let you understand that a world overlord can't be humiliated. Even if my strength is less than 10,000, it's easy for me to kill you ants. Half of Disen's head roared ferociously and charged towards Mingzu and the others with the broken astral projection. Bumble! The attacks of Mingzu and the others collided violently with the broken astral projection, erupting with a world-shaking energy storm. Under the attacks of Mingzu and the others, the broken star realm continued to shatter. The attacks of Mingzu and the others were also continuously destroyed by the broken astral realm. In the end, an astral realm covered in countless cracks and holes that seemed to be on the verge of collapse bombarded Mingzu and the others. The expressions of Mingzu and the others changed drastically as their bodies exploded, leaving only their heads behind. Damn it, the astral plane condensed by the World Overlord is actually so strong. At this moment, Mingzu and the others looked at the star realm that seemed to be on the verge of collapse in horror. They did not expect that Disen's astral world, which looked like it was about to collapse, still had such terrifying power. Die! Half of Disen's head laughed sinisterly and continued to drive the broken astral plane towards the heads of Mingzu and the others. He wanted to crush them into ashes. However, at this moment, 10 cold figures suddenly soared into the sky from the Crimson Moon City below. 9 of them directly pounced towards Disen's head. As soon as they approached Disen, the 9 of them self-destructed. 9 enormous snowflakes suddenly bloomed in the void. Unknowingly, a freezing power of laws descended upon Crimson Moon City. The entire Crimson Moon City was instantly frozen. Countless living beings in the Crimson Moon City instantly turned into ice sculptures, and their vitality was cut off. Even martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church, the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, and other factions died in large numbers and turned into ice sculptures. The half of Disen's head and the broken astral plane were instantly frozen by the terrifying freezing power. Then, with a bang, they exploded into ice powder that filled the sky. Only one among the cold figures that soared into the sky remained. At this moment, that figure stretched out his hand and grabbed a spatial ring. Damn it! They're from the Ice Snow World Overlord. Mingzu and the others were shocked and furious when they saw that scene. What was shocking was that the Ice Snow World Overlord had actually arranged for 10 sacrificial soldiers to enter. He had even hidden such terrifying power on these 10 sacrificial soldiers. They were furious that they had managed to severely injure Disen with great difficulty. They were so close to killing him. However, at this moment, these 10 sacrificial soldiers actually appeared and snatched the fruits of their victory. Mingzu and the others watched helplessly as the finger of the sacrificial soldier got closer and closer to the spatial ring left behind by Disen. However, at this moment, spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the void where the spatial ring was. Then, with a swish, the interspatial ring suddenly disappeared. Instantly, the Death Warrior was stunned. Mingzu and the others were also stunned. The interspatial ring left behind by Disen. Why did it suddenly disappear? Outside the Crimson Moon City, Chu Zhou was playing with the spatial ring that he had just obtained. Lighton and Monica looked at Chu Zhou in shock. They had never thought that Chu Zhou had mastered the dimensional space profound and could actually snatch the spoils of war of Mingzu and the others so easily. We've got it. Let's go. Chu Zhou put the spatial ring into his personal space. Then, he grabbed Lighton and Monica with both hands and immediately teleported away. Without a doubt, Mingzu and the others would definitely fly into a rage. Chu Zhou wasn't sure if these people still had World Overlord realm methods on them, so he left as soon as possible. It would be troublesome if they were discovered and targeted by Mingzu and the others. Just as Chu Zhou thought, the spatial ring left behind by Disen suddenly disappeared. Mingzu and the others had indeed gone crazy. Who is it? Who took the interspatial ring? Mingzu and the others roared angrily with shocking killing intent. Chapter 532, Leaving the Crimson Moon World. 1. What? Dissen's interspatial ring suddenly disappeared? I wonder who took it. The first tier bloodline potion is very likely in Dissen's interspatial ring. At the entrance of the Crimson Moon world, Candace, Caitlin, the Ice Snow World Overlord, Redmond, Landmeyer, and the other World Overlord realm experts of the various factions were all stunned when they suddenly received the news from the Crimson Moon world. All of them were enraged. They had long regarded the first tier bloodline potion as theirs. Now, when he heard that the first tier bloodline potion had been snatched away by an unknown figure, how could he stand it? The first tier bloodline potion was related to whether they could become universe lords in the future. They would not give up no matter what. No matter who obtained the first tier bloodline potion, he is still in the world of the Crimson Moon. Candace smiled coldly and flapped the blood-red cloak on his back, flying directly to the upper hand at the entrance of the Crimson Moon world. A terrifying and oppressive aura erupted from his body. Countless meteors were shattered by that terrifying aura. We've sacrificed so much, but the fruits were snatched away by others? Hee. Caitlin took a step forward and appeared at the entrance of the Crimson Moon world. An endless Azure Sea realm phantom appeared behind her. In the Azure Sea realm, endless seawater surged slightly, causing the star realms within millions of kilometers to tremble. Ice Snow World Overlord didn't say anything. Instead, he appeared near the entrance of the Crimson Moon world with a cold expression. At this moment, his silver-white eyes released endless killing intent. His sacrificial soldiers were just a little bit away from obtaining the spatial ring left behind by Disen. It was also because his sacrificial soldiers were just a little bit away from bringing him back the first-tier bloodline potion. However, at the last moment, an unknown person used a mysterious method to steal the interspatial ring. This made him extremely angry. The snowflake mark on his forehead emitted a faint light. Wisps of freezing aura were released from his body. The surrounding space was frozen. The shocking coldness made the other world overlords' hearts palpitate. It's not that easy to snatch food from us. Redmond smiled coldly. Strands of reddish-gold nomological threads appeared on his body. He walked towards the entrance of the Crimson Moon world step by step. Wherever it passed, it left a deep footprint burning with golden flames in the void that did not dissipate for a long time. Hee, I wonder which friend chose the representative to actually snatch the first-tier bloodline potion from the geniuses we chose. Good move. As the world overlord of the Iron Blood Alliance, Landmeyer, spoke, boundless killing intent erupted from her body. The faint phantom of a bloodthirsty ferocious beast appeared behind her. Candace and the other influential figures among the world overlords suddenly surrounded the entrance to the Crimson Moon world. This shocked the other martial artists watching here. Soon, these martial artists knew the reason through the mirror universe. It turned out that the interspatial ring that contained the first-tier bloodline potion had been stolen by a mysterious person. Candace and the other influential figures, as well as the chosen geniuses like Mingzhu, all failed. Gasp, which prodigy did this? To think that he could take away the spatial ring under the noses of Mingzhu and the other prodigies. Many people were amazed. I have to say that the mysterious person who used a mysterious method to snatch the spatial ring is very bold. Doesn't he know that the first-tier bloodline potion is being watched by many important figures? If he snatches the first-tier bloodline potion like this, he will probably be finished when he leaves the Crimson Moon world. Someone even said that at the entrance of the Crimson Moon world, the atmosphere was very tense. Candace, Caitlin, the Ice Snow World Overlord, Redmond, Landmeyer, and the other important figures of the various large factions stared at the entrance of the Crimson Moon world with killing intent, as if they could charge into the Crimson Moon world at any moment. This time, the person in charge of the adventurer assessment, Imogen, also frowned. Even though he had once used the name of the Universe Adventurer Alliance to threaten Candace and the others not to destroy the assessment, Candace and the others had indeed given in. But Candace and the others' plan had been ruined now. It was hard to guarantee that Candace and the others would not take the risk. The temptation of first-tier bloodline potions to world overlord level experts was too great after all. The first-tier bloodline potion was an opportunity to become a universe lord. In the universe, countless world overlords were willing to try the method of survival in order to become universe lords. Candace and the others risked offending the Universe Adventurer Alliance and barged into the Crimson Moon world in order to become a universe lord. Therefore, Imogen looked warily at Candace and the others. Fortunately, To Imogen's relief, Candace and the others still had some concerns and didn't force their way into the Crimson Moon world. Crimson Moon world? Is this the incomplete first-tier bloodline potion? Chu Zhou took out a tube of 5-colored potion from Descend's spatial ring. Just by looking at the tube of potions, Chu Zhou felt a faint and extremely ancient and noble aura. Vaguely, he seemed to see the 5 powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined together, forming a terrifying power that surpassed the rules. Chu Zhou noticed that there was a label on the wall that said 5 Elements God Race Bloodline. Chapter 533, Leaving the Crimson Moon World. 2. It's indeed a first-tier bloodline potion. Chu Zhou said in surprise. In the universe, first-class bloodlines were also known as the bloodlines of the God race. Among the humans, there were very few who were qualified to be called God race. There were about 40 to 50 God race beings. As for the 5 elements God race, they were extremely powerful and were ranked extremely high among the many God races. They were one of the 10 great God races. I didn't expect the Crimson Moon Church to be able to concoct the bloodline potion of the 5 elements God race. No wonder, when the Crimson Moon Church was destroyed, they actually dared to attack the 5 elements God race. Is there anything they don't dare to do? Chu Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It's actually the 5 elements God race blood potion. Laiton and Monica were shocked when they saw the label on the wall. As one of the 10 great God races of the human race, how could the 5 elements God race not know how terrifying and powerful they were? This was also the first time they knew that the potion Disen was in charge of was actually a tube of such an astonishing bloodline potion. To be honest, after seeing the 5 elements God race bloodline potion, they could not help but be tempted. However, they also knew that Chu Zhou would not hand over such a precious bloodline potion to them. What a pity! This tube of 5 elements God race bloodline potion is incomplete. Otherwise, its value would be astonishing. However, even if it's incomplete, this bloodline potion is still a priceless treasure. If the world overlords guarding outside know that the first-tier bloodline potion of the Crimson Moon world is the 5 elements God race bloodline potion, they will probably be even crazier. However, if they knew this, they would have personally charged in at this moment. Even if they offended the Universe Adventurer Alliance, they would not hesitate. Chu Zhou sighed. With a thought, he stored the 5 elements God race bloodline potion in his personal space. The bloodline of the 5 elements God race was extremely precious. However, his new moon bloodline wasn't bad either. Even if the new moon bloodline was upgraded to the peak, 12 wings, it would only be a second-tier bloodline. But the new moon bloodline was a spatial bloodline. Even though the power of the spatial rules was destined to be inferior to the 5 elemental laws, when cultivated to the extreme, the spatial rules were also incomparably powerful. They could almost be called supreme at the same level. Moreover, once he comprehended the rules of time in the future, the power of the law of time and the law of space fused together to form the law of space-time. In that case, it would be even more terrifying. It would not be inferior to the 5 elemental laws, or even superior. Therefore, even if Chu Zhou obtained the 5 elements God race bloodline potion, he did not plan to consume it immediately and replace the new moon bloodline with the 5 elements God race bloodline. He couldn't bear to give up the new moon bloodline that contained the spatial nomological profound. I'll keep this 5 elements God race bloodline potion for the time being and see if I can't find a way in the future. Not only can I retain the new moon bloodline, but I can also obtain the 5 elements God race bloodline. As Chu Zhou thought about this, his heart skipped a beat. He took out something from Descend's interspatial ring. A bronze door engraved with countless universe secret mosquitoes appeared in front of Chu Zhou. This is a one-time interstellar portal. I didn't expect the palace master to have an interstellar portal. Laiton and Monica looked at a bronze door and said in shock. Chu Zhou was also pleasantly surprised to see the interstellar portal. Now that he had snatched the 5 elements bloodline potion, he was having a headache about how to successfully leave the Crimson Moon world. He knew that the influential figures among the world overlords guarding the entrance of the Crimson Moon world would never allow anyone to leave successfully with the first-tier bloodline potion. After the adventurer assessment was over, they would definitely conduct the most stringent search on all the martial artists who had left the Crimson Moon world. Not only did he have to search the interspatial ring, he might even check one's memories and soul. Chu Zhou had his internal space. He did not have to worry if it was just to search his interspatial ring. However, if he checked his memories and soul, he would definitely be exposed. At that time, when faced with the joint attack of many influential figures among the world overlords, he would almost definitely die. Even if he was proficient in the dimensional space profound, he would probably not be able to escape the joint suppression of many world overlords. Spatial laws were indeed powerful. However, the spatial laws were not invincible. World overlords were terrifying existences that could open up worlds. Even if they were not proficient in the spatial laws, they could still pry, interfere, crack, and even suppress the spatial laws in their own world. In other words, once Chu Zhou was exposed, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the suppression of the many world overlords. Of course, if Chu Zhou grasped the spatial laws to a certain extent, those world overlords wouldn't be able to suppress him even if they wanted to. However, he knew his limits. He knew that with his current comprehension and mastery of spatial laws, he might be able to escape the suppression of a world overlord, but he would definitely not be able to escape the suppression of many world overlords. However, now that he had the interstellar portal, things were much easier. He could bring Lighton and Monica out of the Crimson Moon world through the interstellar portal. The Arcturus. Chu Zhou and the other two also noticed that the side of the interstellar teleportation gate was engraved with the 3 universal languages of planet Arcturus. Could the teleportation destination of this interstellar portal be Arcturus? Lighton asked. There were too many stars in the universe. Be it Chu Zhou, Lighton, or Monica, they didn't know where Arcturus was. Chapter 534, Leaving the Crimson Moon World. 3. However, the answer to this question was easy to find out. Chu Zhou and the others immediately logged into the Mirror Universe network to investigate. Soon, they found information about Arcturus. Arcturus was once an inhabited planet in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. However, in a war that swept through the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy a million years ago, Arcturus was destroyed and became a useless planet. Furthermore, Arcturus was located in the territory of the Yulan Empire, a low-level civilization country in the universe. The Yulan Empire was adjacent to the Milky Way Empire. That's great. We can directly leave the Crimson Moon world through the interstellar teleportation gate. Furthermore, the destination of the teleportation is still within the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Chu Zhou said in surprise after reading the information on Arcturus. Lighton and Monica also heaved a long sigh of relief. Previously, they were also worried about how to leave the Crimson Moon world. Without a doubt, with the death of the Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church, Disen, and the death of a large number of experts of the Crimson Moon Church, the Crimson Moon Church in the Crimson Moon world was on the verge of collapse. Furthermore, now that the Crimson Moon Church had already been exposed to the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, Tyrant Dragon Mountain, Iron Blood Alliance, Black Flag Association, 100 Generals Hall, 18 families, and other superpowers. Next, their Crimson Moon Church would definitely be purged by these superpowers. As the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church, if the two of them couldn't leave the Crimson Moon Church, they would definitely be the targets of many super forces. It could be said that if they couldn't leave the Crimson Moon world, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Now, with the interstellar portal, they didn't have to worry anymore. Chu Zhou continued to check the remaining items in Disen's spatial ring. His heart began to beat rapidly when he saw what was inside. There are actually 10 tubes of second-tier bloodline potion in Disen's spatial ring. The world origin crystals have actually piled up into 3 small mountains. There are also 20 sets of D9 origin power battle suits and 20 sets of D9 origin power weapons, including a D9 origin power battle blade. In addition, there are some other treasures. Chu Zhou was extremely excited. He took a deep breath and barely calmed down. Then, he put away Disen's interspatial ring. Now, there's still one thing that I haven't done. I want to take away all the towers of faith in the Crimson Moon Shrine. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately teleported into the Crimson Moon Shrines with Lighton and Monica. Then, he began to take away the Tower of Faith. With the help of Lighton and Monica, the 2 divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church, the process of Chu Zhou collecting the Tower of Faith was extremely smooth. He did not encounter any trouble the entire time. In the end, there were a total of 28 Towers of Faith in Chu Zhou's internal space. Even though there are still many treasures in the Crimson Moon world, but you have to know that if you continue to stay here, it will be dangerous if those big shots barge in. It's time to leave. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and took out the interstellar portal. Then, he injected a majestic origin power into it and activated the interstellar portal. In an instant, layers of spatial ripples appeared on the interstellar teleportation gate, and a colorful vortex appeared. Chu Zhou and the other two stepped into the spatial vortex and instantly disappeared. After Chu Zhou and the other two disappeared, with a loud bang, the interstellar teleportation door shattered into countless particles and finally disappeared. Not long after, the adventurer assessment ended. Just as Chu Zhou had expected, all the adventurers who came out of the Crimson Moon world were trapped near the entrance of the Crimson Moon world by Candace and the other big shots of the superpowers. After these adventurers handed the Red Moon Ring and other items to Imogen, those big shots immediately searched the adventurers' interspatial rings and even checked their souls and memories. They would be killed on the spot if they resisted. Chapter 535, 1-Star Adventurer 1. The Arcturus. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the void, and 3 figures suddenly flew out. Is this Arcturus? Chu Zhou looked around and saw the barren surface and countless meteorite impact craters. Furthermore, there was no air on Arcturus. It was obvious that this once inhabited planet had completely become a desolate star. Let's go back to the Golden Flame Star. As Chu Zhou spoke, he took out a crimson triangular spaceship. His Blood Mountain ship was berthed in the dock of Golden Flame Planet. He had obtained this dark red spaceship from Descent's spatial ring. It was a C3 grade, World Overlord Realm, spaceship. It was called the Crimson Moon. Chu Zhou brought Lighton and Monica into the Red Moon. Swoosh! Almost instantly, the Crimson Moon turned into an afterimage and left Arcturus. The Crimson Moon was indeed a C3 grade ship. Its flying speed was 5 times faster than the Blood Mountain ship, and when it reached light speed, it was also 5 times faster than the Blood Mountain ship. Soon, the Crimson Moon reached the speed of light and disappeared into the starry sky. It entered the dark universe and traveled through the universe. After Chu Zhou handed the control of the Crimson Moon to Deep Blue, he immediately entered the Mirror Universe. The Mirror Universe. Chu Zhou, it's good that you're fine. When they saw Chu Zhou, Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha heaved a sigh of relief. I left the Crimson Moon world through other channels, Chu Zhou explained simply before asking, how's the situation in the Crimson Moon world now? The Crimson Moon world? It's a mess now, Long Zhen said in shock. After the adventurer assessment ended, many important figures from the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and other superpowers surrounded the exit of the Crimson Moon world. They searched all the adventurers who came out of the Crimson Moon world and even checked their souls and memories. However, these big shots did not find the first-tier bloodline potion in the spatial rings of those adventurers. Also, I didn't find any information about the whereabouts of the first-tier bloodline potion in the memories of those adventurers. In an instant, those big shots went completely crazy. They led a large number of people and charged into the Crimson Moon world. They believed that the first-tier bloodline potion was still in the Crimson Moon world. Therefore, they wanted to capture and interrogate all the humans in the Crimson Moon world. However, in order to seize the initiative and capture more humans, those big shots also had conflicts with each other and fought endlessly in the Crimson Moon world. As those big shots started fighting, their subordinates also started fighting. It can be said that the entire Crimson Moon world is filled with flames of war. There are countless casualties. That's crazy, Soul said. Those big shots have gone completely crazy in order to find the first-tier bloodline potion. They don't care about the native creatures of the Crimson Moon world at all. They wantonly capture, snatch, and even start a war. It caused unimaginable damage to the entire Crimson Moon world. It's said that more than half of the Crimson Moon world's population has died. Sigh, a fire at the city gate implicates the fish in the net. Those big shots fought unscrupulously, and the humans in the world of the Crimson Moon suffered. Chang'e Saha sighed deeply. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was secretly glad that he had left the Crimson Moon world through the interstellar teleportation gate. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape the inspection of those big shots. He had too many secrets. If those big shots discovered the secret in his memory, it would definitely be the end. By the way, Chu Zhou continued to ask, since those big shots forcefully barged into the Crimson Moon world, what if there are still adventurers staying in the Crimson Moon world and can't leave in time? Can the assessment quest still be completed? You can rest assured about this, Dragon explained. The Golden Flame Stars Universe Adventurer Alliance branch has already issued a statement regarding this adventurer assessment. Because there was an accident in this adventurer assessment, as long as you hand the quest item to the Golden Flame Star branch within 5 days, you can pass the assessment. That's good. Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had obtained unimaginable gains in this adventurer assessment, it was nothing even if he did not pass the adventurer assessment. However, it would be best if he could pass. It would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future with the identity of an official adventurer. Chu Zhou checked the latest information about the Crimson Moon world on the Mirror Universe network. He suddenly realized that the Crimson Moon world was in chaos. Many World Overlord realm figures and martial artists of the various large factions almost fought their brains out in order to find the first-tier bloodline potion. There were also many other martial artists who took the risk to enter the Crimson Moon world after discovering that there were precious treasures like world origin crystals. In short, the Crimson Moon world was in chaos. After roughly understanding the situation in the Crimson Moon world, Chu Zhou's consciousness returned to his body. As soon as his consciousness returned, he received an email from the Universe Adventurer Alliance. Honorable Adventurer, due to some unexpected changes in this assessment, as long as you hand over the quest item to the Golden Flame Star branch within 5 days, you can pass this assessment. Chapter 536, 1-Star Adventurer 2. The content of the email was almost the same as what the dragon had said. Chu Zhou took a simple look and paid attention to his gains this time. Attribute points, 5,293,000,000,000,000, plus 50 carat 000,000,000,000,000. Ever since he leveled up last time and left the Crimson Moon world, his attribute points had increased by 50 trillion. In addition to the attribute points, he also obtained a tube of 5 elements God Race Bloodline Potion, 10 tubes of Level 2 Bloodline Potion, more than 100 tubes of 3rd-tier Bloodline Potion, a large number of World Origin Crystals, 28 Towers of Faith, and many weapons and equipment. He was too lazy to calculate the exact value. In short, the total value of his gains this time was difficult to estimate. It far exceeded the net worth of a normal world overlord. I won't be short of money for a long time. It's time to buy all kinds of metal combinations to help the 1000-star vine advance. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He was already at the peak as a 9th-level domain lord martial artist, and the Star Realm 1000-star vine could no longer help him. Thus, he decided to raise the 1000-star vine to the peak of the domain lord level as soon as possible. In the past, he was short of money and could not buy a metal combination that was beneficial to the 1000-star vine's rapid advancement. There was no way to help the 1000-star vine improve quickly. However, he was not short of money now. He could do it. 3 days later, Chu Zhou returned to the Golden Flame Star again. This time, he didn't let the Crimson Moon descend on the Golden Flame Star. Instead, he directly stored the Crimson Moon in his internal space. He also let Lighton and Monica hide on a nearby planet before flying into the Golden Flame Star himself. After Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha received Chu Zhou's message, they immediately welcomed him outside the city gate of Golden Flame City. The adventurer assessment this time was too dangerous. Too many people died. Fortunately, you came back safely. Dragon smiled with emotion. Not only are you back, but I also brought you a surprise. Chu Zhou's words piqued the curiosity of the three of them. He didn't elaborate. I'll give you a surprise later. Let's finish it first and not be as serious as the adventurers. Chu Zhou and the others entered the Universe Adventurer Alliance with familiarity and handed a red moon ring to the staff. When they came out again, there was already a blood-colored medal on Chu Zhou's chest. There was a star above the blood-red medallion. It was the 1-star adventurer medal. This meant that from today onwards, Chu Zhou was a 1-star adventurer. On the long street, when the people coming and going saw the blood-colored medal on Chu Zhou's chest, there was a hint of respect on their faces. Let's leave the Golden Flame Star immediately. Chu Zhou was afraid that after those big shots couldn't find the first-tier bloodline potion in the Crimson Moon world, they would continue to investigate the adventurers who had survived this assessment. The adventurers who returned to Golden Flame Planet might become their first target. Therefore, he decided to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. The three of them did not know why Chu Zhou was in a hurry to leave the Golden Flame Star. They were all smart people, so they didn't ask. They quickly arrived at the spaceship dock and boarded the Blood Mountain ship, leaving the Golden Flame Star. After leaving the Golden Flame Star, he picked up Lighton and Monica on a nearby planet. After that, Blood Mountain began universe travel and returned to Beta Planet. It hadn't been long since he started his universe travel on Blood Mountain. Numerous spaceships suddenly descended on the Golden Flame Star and sealed off the entire Golden Flame Star. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Chu Zhou, who are these two? Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha looked at Lighton and Monica curiously. Sensing the terrifying aura that Lighton and Monica unconsciously emitted, Dragon and the other two felt their hearts palpitate. Chu Zhou had suddenly brought two terrifying figures into the spaceship. The three of them were very curious about Lighton and Monica's identities. When Lighton and Monica saw the three of them, they felt strange. In their understanding, dragons did not live with snakes. The strong usually did not make friends with the weak. The greater the difference in strength, the less likely it was. They had personally experienced how terrifying Chu Zhou was. In their opinion, Chu Zhou was definitely the top existence among the domain lords. As for the three of them, they were only Star Realm martial artists. However, Chu Zhou treated the three of them as if they were good friends. This made them, who were used to the strong being respected, a little uncomfortable. Seeing the three of them look at them, Lighton and Monica immediately took the initiative to introduce themselves. Hello, my name is Lighton. I'm Master's servant. My name is Monica, and I'm also Master's servant. However, after hearing Lighton and Monica's self-introduction, Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha seemed to have been struck by lightning and were dumbfounded. Even though they did not participate in the adventurer assessment and did not enter the Crimson Moon world, they could still understand the situation in the Crimson Moon world through the Mirror Universe network. Now, how many martial artists above the Void Realm in the entire Blood Mountain star field didn't know that the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church were existences comparable to prodigies of super factions like Mingzhu? There were still many people who did not know how these two people had dug a pit for Mingzhu and the others, killed nearly half of the martial arts army of the various large factions, and severely injured Mingzhu and the other paragons. How many people didn't know that the divine son of the Crimson Moon Church was called Lighton and the goddess was called Monica? Therefore, when the three of them heard Lighton and Monica's self-introduction and even called Chu Zhou their master and said that they were servants, they were dumbfounded. Lighton? Monica? You're the divine sons and goddesses of the Crimson Moon Church. The faces of the three of them trembled slightly. That's right, it's us. Lighton and Monica nodded slightly. Seeing Lighton and Monica personally admit their identities, the three of them were almost stunned. The dignified divine son and goddess of the Crimson Moon Church, an existence comparable to geniuses like Mingzhu, actually called Chu Zhou master? What the hell is this? The three of them looked at Chu Zhou stiffly. Chu Zhou, what realm are you in now? The dragon took a deep breath and asked. Yes, the Crimson Moon world is rich in resources. After I entered, I obtained a lot of resources, so I raised my level slightly. I'm now a 9th level domain lord. Chu Zhou said calmly. It was as if he was talking about an insignificant matter with an indifferent expression. A slight increase in level? Jumping from 3rd level domain lord to 9th level domain lord before participating in the assessment? You call this slight? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word slight? The mouths of Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha twitched violently. They would beat Chu Zhou, this poser, to death now if it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't defeat him. Chu Zhou, the dark gold giant who killed Dawson Lion and crushed Mingzhu and the others in the Crimson Moon world. Was that also you? Soul looked at Chu Zhou suspiciously. Upon hearing Soul's question, Dragon and Chang'e Saha immediately stared at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou nodded calmly again and sighed. It's me. It's not easy to fight for resources in the Crimson Moon world, so I had to help a little. Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha. At this moment, the three of them were too shocked. When Chu Zhou participated in the assessment, he was only a 3rd level domain lord. Dragon and the others originally thought that with Chu Zhou's strength, he could probably easily complete the assessment. If they were careful, their lives should be safe. But other than that, there was nothing he could do if he wanted to perform more. They never expected that after Chu Zhou entered the Crimson Moon world, his strength would undergo a tremendous change in a short period of time. Not only did he quickly rise to 9th level Domain Lord, but he also lulled Dawson Lion and crushed Mingzhu and the other prodigies. He even subdued the divine son of the Crimson Moon Church, Lighton, and Goddess Monica. At this moment, the three of them were in a daze. They felt the difference in the world. They were both powerhouses from Earth, so why were they so outstanding? Chapter 537, Ultimate Form of the New Moon Bloodline. In the control room of the Blood Mountain ship, Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha looked at Chu Zhou in shock and did not come back to their senses for a long time. By the way, didn't I say that I would give you a surprise? Chu Zhou smiled and took out 2 tubes of second-tier bloodline potion. He placed them in front of the three of them and said, "This is the surprise I gave you. These are all tubes of second-tier bloodline potions. Choose one each." "What? These are all second-tier bloodline potions?" When the three of them heard Chu Zhou's words and looked at the 10 tubes of bloodline potions of different colors in front of them, they were all shocked and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. During this period of time, the bloodline potion in the Crimson Moon world had caused a huge commotion. The martial artists of the Blood Mountain Galaxy also had a comprehensive understanding of the bloodline potion. Dragon and the other two did the same. They all knew how precious the second-tier bloodline potion was. A second-tier bloodline contained all the core nomological profounds of the rules. Creatures with second-tier bloodlines would automatically become world overlords as long as they reached adulthood, even if they didn't cultivate much. It could be said that with a second-tier bloodline, one would have a ticket to the world overlord level. Moreover, world overlords with second-tier bloodlines were usually much stronger than world overlords with ordinary bloodlines. From this, it could be seen how precious a potion that could allow a person to have a second-tier bloodline was. At this moment, the three of them could not remain calm as they looked at the 10 tubes of second-tier bloodline potion in front of them. Their bloodlines were of unranked Earth's human bloodline. It was basically useless for their cultivation. If they replaced their original bloodline with a second-grade bloodline, it would be equivalent to immediately changing their fate. There are so many second-tier bloodline potions. I'm afraid even in the Crimson Moon Church, it's a treasure that will only be personally guarded by the highest-ranking person in the Crimson Moon Church. Chu Zhou, could it be that you obtained the spatial ring left behind by the Crimson Moon Palace Master? 1. Changa Saha took a deep breath and looked at Chu Zhou. Dragon and Soul also looked at Chu Zhou in shock. That's right. I obtained Descend's spatial ring. These 10 tubes of second-tier bloodline potions were also obtained from his spatial ring. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. TSKL, the three of them sucked in a breath of cold air at rain. They did not expect that the person who snatched the Crimson Moon Palace Master's interspatial ring was actually Chu Zhou. Because of this, many big shots from the super forces went crazy and fought endlessly in the world of the Crimson Moon. They finally understood why Chu Zhou had to leave the Crimson Moon world through other means and why he had to leave the Golden Flame Star in a hurry. No doubt about it, Chu Zhou was the biggest beneficiary of this adventurer assessment. If a big shot discovered Chu Zhou's secret, Chu Zhou would be in danger. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the greatest treasure of the Crimson Moon world to be snatched away by you, Chu Zhou. If those big shots knew the truth, they would probably go crazy. The dragon laughed and did not stand on the ceremony anymore. He directly observed the 10 tubes of second-tier bloodline potion seriously and logged into the Mirror Universe network to check the information of these second-tier bloodline potions to see which one was suitable for him. In the end, Dragon chose a second-tier bloodline potion called the Golden Body Race Bloodline. The Golden Body Race Bloodline was also a very powerful race among humans. It was famous for its strength and speed. The reason why the dragon chose the Golden Body Race bloodline was because he cultivated the Dao of strength. This bloodline was very compatible with his own situation. I won't stand on the ceremony either. I choose the Flame Race bloodline. Potion. Soul said excitedly and chose a tube of flowing fire-like bloodline potion. His nickname was Sun God, and his ambition made the title Sun God resound throughout the universe. The Fire Race bloodline was the bloodline he liked the most. I choose the Blue Soul Race bloodline. Changa Saha excitedly took a tube of blue potion. The Blue Soul Race bloodline was a rare bloodline with a soul talent. This race had a small population of no more than 100,000. However, the soul talent of this race was also terrifyingly strong. Even though this race had a small number of people, they had given birth to many famous illusion masters in the universe. Changa Saha's main cultivation was illusion, so it was normal for her to choose the Blue Soul race bloodline. After the three of them each chose a tube of second-tier bloodline potion, they logged into the Mirror Universe network and searched for more details about the bloodlines they had chosen, including the development method and attack methods of these bloodlines. These three people are really lucky. Lighton and Monica looked at the three of them and thought so. Precious treasures like the second-tier bloodline potion. Even the direct descendants of some powerful families would find it difficult to obtain it. Even if they could obtain it, they would usually have to pay an incomparably huge price. As for the three of them, they were only Chu Zhou's companions, but they had easily obtained the second-tier bloodline potion that Chu Zhou had given them. If that wasn't luck, then what was? A few days later, the Blood Mountain returned to Beta Planet. Chu Zhou and the others also returned to Coiling Dragon Manor. After returning to Coiling Dragon Manor, the three of them immediately began to inject second-tier bloodline potions to replace their bloodlines. Chu Zhou brought Lighton and Monica to a relatively desolate star field. Lighton and Monica floated in the distance, guarding Chu Zhou. Monica, do you think Master broke through to the World Overlord realm? Lighton looked at Chu Zhou from afar and asked Monica curiously. I think so. After all, Master's strength has already reached the peak of the domain realm. If Master wants to continue breaking through, he can only advance to the World Overlord realm, Monica said. Her gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou's figure, as if she was afraid of missing any detail. Watching other people's advancement process was also very beneficial to her. Master was already so powerful when he was at the domain realm. We so-called prodigies were completely defeated by him. I really don't know how terrifying Master will be after he advances to the World Overlord realm. Lighton sighed deeply. To be honest, he had the Ghost Eye clan's bloodline, a powerful bloodline that was ranked very high among the second-tier bloodlines. He had always been very confident in his strength and talent. Even when compared to the geniuses of the various superpowers in Blood Mountain Star area, he admitted that he was not bad. Until he met Chu Zhou. Only then did he know that there was always someone better than him. They were both 9th-level domain lords, but he was suppressed by Chu Zhou in one move. Hence, he was completely convinced by Chu Zhou. At this moment, Monica did not say anything else. He only looked at Chu Zhou's figure with anticipation. She was Chu Zhou's servant, and her fate was already closely related to Chu Zhou. She naturally hoped that Chu Zhou would become stronger. The stronger Chu Zhou was, the safer she would be and the greater the benefits she would obtain. Let's upgrade the new moon bloodline to its ultimate state first. On the meteorite, Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With a thought, he let his attribute board begin to upgrade his new moon bloodline. In an instant, the attribute board began to tremble violently. The frequency of the trembling was too fast, and the entire interface turned into a blurry phantom. A mysterious energy surged out of the attribute board like a tide and spread throughout Chu Zhou's body. In an instant, countless ancient and holy bloodline factors in Chu Zhou's body woke up at this moment. Crackle! 10 huge silver wings that were 100 miles long stretched out from his back first. Then, a boundless phantom of the ancient starry sky descended. This starry sky phantom was too vast. It enveloped a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Billions of ancient star realms blinked in the starry sky phantom. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of starlight with a diameter of 50 kilometers descended and enveloped Chu Zhou. The vast energy fluctuation caused the surrounding planets to tremble. If not for the fact that this star region was relatively desolate, it had probably already alarmed countless experts. When the huge pillar of starlight enveloped Chu Zhou, splash! A pair of brand new silver wings suddenly extended from his back. The number of silver wings behind him had reached 12. And space loss, 45.7%, perfection of dimensional space profound, perfection of space leap profound, perfection of space shield profound, perfection of space tear profound, perfection of space distortion profound, perfection of space folding profound, beginner of space compression profound, beginner of space imprisonment profound, beginner of space exile profound, beginner of dimensional blade profound, beginner of spatial gate profound, beginner of space gate profound, beginner of space block profound, beginner of space collapse profound. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board and was pleasantly surprised to see that he had awakened 7 more types of dimensional space profound. His comprehension of spatial laws had also increased to 45.7%. At this moment, Chu Zhou's entire body seemed to have fused with the infinite void. Layers of silver-white spatial ripples continuously spread out from his body and spread 1,000,000 kilometers away. What a strong spatial fluctuation! Master, are you increasing the level of some spatial bloodline? Laiton and Monica sensed the vast spatial fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body and immediately widened their eyes. When they saw Chu Zhou use teleportation in the Crimson Moon world, they knew that he had mastered the dimensional space profound. Now, they were shocked to discover that not only had Chu Zhou grasped the dimensional space profound, but he also possessed some kind of spatial bloodline. Space-type bloodlines were extremely rare in the entire universe. It was even rarer than the bloodline of the god race. Moreover, spatial bloodlines were also divided into levels. Some spatial bloodlines could only awaken one-dimensional space profound, some could awaken two-dimensional space profound, and some could awaken 3 or more. From the spatial fluctuations emitted by Chu Zhou's body, the spatial bloodline in Chu Zhou's body was undoubtedly the best. No wonder Master didn't inject it immediately to replace the bloodline in his body after obtaining the incomplete 5 elements god race bloodline. So Master originally had a top spatial bloodline that was not inferior to the god race's bloodline. A top spatial bloodline is even rarer than the god race's bloodline. It might not be inferior to the god race's bloodline. Laiton exclaimed. Could Master have had a bloodline evolution potion on him? He actually upgraded his spatial bloodline to a top spatial bloodline in such a short period of time. Monica said doubtfully. The new moon bloodline has finally advanced to the final form. Chu Zhou felt the powerful spatial power in his body. The 12 huge silver wings on his back flapped slightly. My comprehension of spatial laws has already reached 45.7%. As long as I upgrade the 7 newly awakened dimensional space profounds, I will meet the requirements to advance to the World Overlord realm. Let's continue. With a thought, he immediately let his attribute board upgrade the 7 types of newly awakened dimensional space profound. Chapter 538, Advancement to World Overlord. Upgrade all 7 types of newly awakened dimensional space profound to the perfected realm. With a thought from Chu Zhou, his attribute board flashed crazily again. Spatial compression profound, lesser mastery. Lesser mastery of the spatial imprisonment profound. Lesser mastery of the spatial exile profound. The 7 newly awakened dimensional space profounds were constantly improving. From the beginner realm to the lesser mastery realm, from the minor realm to the large mastery realm, and then to the perfection realm. Endless spatial nomological information surged into Chu Zhou's mind like a huge wave. Space law engravings intertwined and were deeply engraved in Chu Zhou's soul. At this moment, the energy fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body kept rising. An extremely terrifying spatial storm erupted from his body and swept through the starry sky within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Countless meteors and dust were minced by the terrifying spatial storm. Get out of here! Laiton and Monica's expressions changed when they saw the spatial storm sweeping over. They hurriedly flew into the distance at full speed. As they fled, they turned around in shock and looked at Chu Zhou. At this moment, the pressure and energy fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body were too powerful. The feeling he gave them far exceeded that of the heavily injured Crimson Moon Palace Master, Disen. Chu Zhou was immersed in the pleasure of his strength rising crazily. At a certain moment, he sensed that his comprehension of spatial laws had already exceeded 50%. 50% law comprehension was a necessary condition to advance to the World Overlord realm. Chu Zhou was enlightened. He immediately followed the steps he had seen in the Mirror Universe network and began to break through to the World Overlord realm. There are 2 conditions for advancing to the World Overlord realm. First, one's comprehension of laws has to reach 50%. Second, one has to use laws as the core and open a world. Information about the creation of a world flowed through his mind. In the next moment, his entire body fused into the void. His mind fused with the void and fused with the spatial laws. He mobilized the power of the spatial law with all his might. Boom! Suddenly, the space around him shattered layer by layer, and a vast star domain appeared. That star domain was not only expanding in the shattered space. Moreover, like a sky-devouring behemoth, it crazily devoured the vast spatial nomological power. A large amount of silver-white spatial nomological power surged into that galaxy like silver waterfalls, causing more star realms to be born in that galaxy. Moreover, there was an incomparably huge continent that was continuously being shaped and formed. The continent shook violently, and countless mountains rose from the ground. There were also forests, grasslands, lakes, and even seas rapidly forming. Countless star realms also turned silver-white. Moreover, the dense silver-white star realms even spun along mysterious trajectories with the continent as the center. As all the silver-white star realms spun, the continent also evolved further. Volcanoes, deep valleys, swamps, deserts, and other terrain began to appear. After an unknown period of time, all the changes stopped. In the cosmos, a real world that was larger and vaster than the Crimson Moon world appeared. Tens of millions of silver-white star realms continuously revolved around the real world, looking extremely spectacular and shocking. Chu Zhou's figure floated above the real world. Suddenly, the majestic and vast real world shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it became the size of a glass bead and flew into Chu Zhou's glabella. Boom! As the real world flew into Chu Zhou's glabella, an extremely heavy and powerful pressure suddenly spread out from Chu Zhou's body. Under this terrifying pressure, dozens of desolate planets in the surroundings directly disintegrated, turning into cosmic dust. Even though Lighton and Monica were very far away from Chu Zhou, they were still sent flying by the terrifying pressure that suddenly erupted from Chu Zhou's body. World Overlord, Master has become a World Overlord. Lighton said emotionally. It's not just advancing to the World Overlord realm. Master's current strength is probably not inferior to those veteran World Overlords who have advanced to the World Overlord realm for hundreds of thousands of years. As Monica spoke, he was extremely shocked. Name, Chu Zhou, Level 7 World Overlord. Attribute points, 5,281,930.7 billion. Destruction Law, 7%, Perfection of the Shattering Profound. Space Laws, 80%, Perfection of Dimensional Space Profound, Perfection of Space Leap Profound, Perfection of Space Shield Profound, Perfection of Space Tear Profound, Perfection of Space Distortion Profound, Perfection of Space Folding Profound, Perfection of Space Compression Profound, Perfection of Space Binding Profound, Perfection of Space Banishment Profound, Perfection of Dimensional Blade Profound, Perfection of Space Door Profound, Perfection of Space Block Profound, Perfection of Space Collapse Profound. Repulsion Law, 0.1%, Beginner Profound Meaning of Repulsion. Gravity Law, 0.1%, Beginner Black Hole Profound. Fire Law, 0.4%, Lesser Mastery of the Incinerating Fire Profound. Law of Water, 0.4%, Lesser Mastery of the Rainstorm Profound. Soul Law, 0.4%, Lesser Mastery of the 9 Levels of Heli Profound. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Perfected First Level. Soul Armor, Perfected Second Level. Metal Devouring Divine Body, Perfected Second Level. The information on the attribute board changed drastically. This time, Chu Zhou had upgraded the 7 newly awakened dimensional space profound to the perfected realm. He had roughly consumed 1,1270 billion attribute points. His comprehension of spatial laws directly rose to 80%. The World Overlord realm strength was roughly divided into Level 1 World Overlord realm, 50% law comprehension, Level 2 World Overlord realm, 55% law comprehension, Level 3 World Overlord realm, 60% law comprehension, Level 4 World Overlord realm, 65% law comprehension, Level 5 World Overlord realm, 70% law comprehension, Level 6 World Overlord realm, 75% law comprehension, Level 7 World Overlord realm, 80% law comprehension, Level 8 World Overlord realm, 85% law comprehension, and Level 9 World Overlord realm, 90% law comprehension. Chu Zhou's comprehension of spatial laws directly rose to 80%. Therefore, his realm level directly increased to Level 7 World Overlord. Precisely because of this, the world he created after becoming a World Overlord was even larger and more spectacular than the Crimson Moon world. He had just advanced to the World Overlord realm and had already become a Level 7 World Overlord expert. This was unimaginable for other World Overlords. If this news were to spread, the entire Blood Mountain galaxy would definitely be in an uproar. Level 7 World Overlord realm. I'm already a big shot among the World Overlords. Hehe, I'm also a big shot in the Blood Mountain Galaxy now. Unfortunately, even if I upgrade all 13 types of dimensional space profound contained in the new moon bloodline to the perfected realm, my comprehension of spatial laws can only reach 80%. Looks like it won't be so easy to continue comprehending space in the future. I can only take the dimensional space profound fusion route. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confidence. He had a lot of attribute points now. Chapter 539, Returning to the Coiling Dragon Manor. Chu Zhou did not choose to continue advancing after successfully advancing to the level 7 World Overlord realm. This time, the improvement was too great. He directly advanced from level 9 Domain Lord to level 9 World Overlord realm. The leap was too shocking. Moreover, he had just established his own world. He also received a large amount of spatial law information. These results required time to digest and consolidate. Congratulations on successfully becoming a world overlord. Laiton and Monica flew over to congratulate Chu Zhou. They looked at Chu Zhou with burning eyes. Sensing the incomparably heavy pressure on Chu Zhou's body, they were very curious about Chu Zhou's current realm. However, since Chu Zhou didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask. Let's go. Back to Coiling Dragon Manor. Chu Zhou grabbed Laiton and Monica with both hands and instantly disappeared into thin air. After Chu Zhou advanced to the World Overlord realm, he teleported even further. This time, he directly teleported into Coiling Dragon Manor with Laiton and Monica. Gasp! He actually returned to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Lord in an instant. Laiton and Monica found that their vision blurred and they returned to Coiling Dragon Manor. Their hearts were filled with shock. They vaguely felt that if Chu Zhou was only at the level 1 World Overlord realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Unfortunately, if a level 1 World Overlord expert restrained his energy fluctuations, the auxiliary photon computer would not be able to detect the exact level of the World Overlord expert. Otherwise, they would know Chu Zhou's current strength through the auxiliary photon computer. Now, Chu Zhou had already converged all his energy fluctuations into the world he had created. The auxiliary photon computer could not detect his energy fluctuations at all, so it was impossible to detect his strength. In Laiton and Monica's eyes, Chu Zhou's master was becoming more and more unpredictable. Welcome back to Coiled Dragon Mountain Lord, Master. Seeing Chu Zhou return, Dick immediately brought Cologne, Karen, and 30 black gorilla people to greet Chu Zhou. After a period of observation, Chu Zhou was quite satisfied with Dick's performance. Therefore, he made Dick the butler of Coiling Dragon Manor, while Cologne and Karen served as Dick's assistants. The other 30 black gorilla men served as guards of Coiling Dragon Manor. Dick, this is Laiton, and this is Monica. From now on, the two of them will be my direct subordinates and your superiors. Chu Zhou pointed at Laiton and Monica. Greetings, Lord Laiton. Greetings, Lord Monica. Dick was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly led the people behind him to greet Laiton and Monica. Dick was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly led the people behind him to greet Laiton and Monica. The two of them liked to respect the strong and prey on the weak. They did not take Dick and the other Star Realm and Void martial artists seriously at all. Dick, go and arrange accommodation for Laiton and Monica now. Chu Zhou said. All right, Master. Dick nodded respectfully and said politely to Laiton and Monica, Sirs, please follow me. Dick took Laiton and Monica to find a place to stay. Have Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha finished their seclusion? Chu Zhou looked at Cologne and Karen. Master, the three lords have finished their seclusion, Cologne said respectfully. Speak of the devil. As soon as Cologne finished speaking, Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha walked towards Chu Zhou with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. Chu Zhou looked at the three of them and immediately sensed the changes in their energy fluctuations. Dragon had already advanced to Star Realm level 7, and Soul and Changa Saha had also advanced to Star Realm level 5. Dragon had advanced by 4 small levels, and Soul and Changa Saha had also increased by 3 small levels. Even though this speed of improvement was far inferior to Chu Zhou's, it was actually already very shocking. Without a doubt, the three of them had obtained great benefits after replacing their bloodlines. Moreover, this benefit was just the beginning. After their bodies completely adapted to the second-grade bloodline, there would be a huge increase. Chu Zhou estimated that the three of them would be able to advance to the domain realm in a few years. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, thank you. The golden body race is stronger than I imagined. Originally, I felt that I would need at least a few hundred years to advance to the 9th level star realm. As for advancing to the domain realm, I don't know how long it would take. But now, I feel that as long as I'm given 5 years, I will definitely be able to advance to the domain realm. Dragon smiled confidently. In his eyes, there was a faint dignified and sharp golden light. I'll definitely be able to advance to the domain realm in 5 years. Soul said decisively. Give me 5 years, I should be able to step into the domain realm too. Changa Saha also smiled. The phantom of a dream world appeared behind her. This is a good thing. The stronger you are, the stronger our earth lineage will be. Chu Zhou was also very happy to see the trio's strength rapidly increase. They were all powerhouses of the earth lineage and the forerunners of earth. The stronger they were, the more hope the earth lineage had in the future. By the way, Dragon said, Chu Zhou, you seem to have gone out to break through. How did it go? Soul and Changa Saha also looked at Chu Zhou. In their opinion, Chu Zhou had just advanced to level 9 Domain Lord in the Crimson Moon world not long ago. He must have made a breakthrough in some ultimate technique this time. In short, it shouldn't be a breakthrough in realm level. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and said calmly, the outcome is not bad. After coming to the Blood Mountain Galaxy for so many days, I've finally become a world overlord. The faces of Dragon, Soul and Changa Saha instantly froze as if time had froze. They looked at Chu Zhou in a daze, seriously suspecting that they were hallucinating. Ahem. Chu Zhou, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Please say it again. Soul coughed dryly. Chu Zhou looked at Soul strangely. He had said it very clearly just now. How could Soul not hear him clearly? However, he still continued, after working hard for so many days, I've finally advanced to the World Overlord realm. It's not easy. Dragon, Soul and Changa Saha finally confirmed that they were not hallucinating. However, the three of them felt as if thunder was rolling in their minds. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Chu Zhou was already a world overlord? At this moment, the joy in the hearts of the three of them due to the increase in their strength instantly disappeared. Compared to Chu Zhou's improvement, their increased strength was nothing. Chu Zhou, you're really a monster. After a long time, the three of them came back to their senses and looked at Chu Zhou in shock. After a long time, the three of them came back to their senses and looked at Chu Zhou in shock. A moment later, they were all overjoyed. They were both slaves, but as the slaves of a Star Realm martial artist, they were definitely completely different from the slaves of a world overlord. Chapter 540, Soaring Wealth, over 2 trillion Blood Mountain dollars. 1. Chu Zhou's advancement to the World Overlord realm was too much of a shock to Dragon, Soul and Changa Saha. A World Overlord. That would be a true powerhouse of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. It was an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. The Blood Mountain Galaxy had a total of more than 8,000 galaxies. The Blood Mountain Empire controlled more than 6,000 galaxies, and there were also more than 500 primary cosmic civilization vassal countries. There were more than 36 trillion humans in the entire Blood Mountain star field. However, there were less than 1,000 world overlords in the entire Blood Mountain star field. In other words, the probability of a world overlord being born was less than 1/360 billion. Such a probability could be said to be so low that it was heinous. It could be said that every living world overlord was a miracle and a legend. When they thought of Chu Zhou, who was still a Star Realm martial artist not long ago, but had now become a world overlord who stood at the top of the pyramid of the Blood Mountain Galaxy, the three of them were indescribably shocked. The three of them had been in contact with space civilizations for quite some time. They were no longer ignorant noobs. They knew very well that even among the countless human countries in the universe, they had never heard of anyone advancing as quickly as Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was definitely one of a kind. Chu Zhou, it's really unfortunate to live in the same era as you. Soul said with deep emotion. Both the dragon and Changa Saha revealed expressions of deep agreement. If this isn't unfortunate, what is? In fact, they still didn't know that Chu Zhou advanced to the 7th level World Overlord realm. They thought that he had advanced to the 1st level. If they knew this, they would probably be even more shocked. After meeting the three of them, Chu Zhou set off for the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. He had obtained a large number of weapons and equipment in the Crimson Moon world. However, those weapons and equipment were basically E-rank, Star Realm, and D-rank, Domain Realm. They were basically useless to him, a world overlord. Therefore, he was prepared to sell these weapons and equipment. Before heading to the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, Chu Zhou contacted the supervisor of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, Nolan, in advance, and hinted that he wanted to make a big deal with the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. The Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Who exactly is it that can make Supervisor Nolan welcome him personally? The staff of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce and the surrounding martial artists were filled with curiosity and shock when they saw Nolan welcoming important figures. Suddenly, a proud young man appeared in front of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Lord Chu Zhou. You're here. Nolan smiled and quickly went up to him. When she saw the blood-colored medal on Chu Zhou's chest, her pupils could not help but constrict slightly. Lord Chu Zhou. You actually became a one-star adventurer. Nolan was very uneasy. She knew that Chu Zhou had just become a domain lord not long ago. Generally speaking, newly advanced domain lords had to go through hundreds of years of tough training before they had the confidence to pass the adventurer assessment and become a one-star adventurer. Chu Zhou had only been a domain lord for less than a month, but he had already become a one-star adventurer. This speed was too fast. This also meant that Chu Zhou was a prodigy. So it's Lord Chu Zhou who lives in Coiling Dragon Manor. He's also the first person to advance to Domain Lord in tens of thousands of years. No wonder Supervisor Nolan values him so much. Many staff members of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce and the surrounding martial artists revealed understanding expressions. There were not many powerhouses on Beta Planet. Domain Lord level powerhouses were already top-notch figures. Supervisor Nolan, let's find a larger secret room and discuss our deal. Chu Zhou smiled. Nolan's beautiful eyes lit up when she thought of the adventurer assessment that had ended in the Crimson Moon world not long ago. As a new one-star adventurer, Chu Zhou had clearly participated in the adventurer assessment held in the Crimson Moon world and had successfully survived. It's said that there are a large number of treasures in the Crimson Moon world. This time, all the martial artists who survived the adventurer assessment have gained a lot. Looks like he has also gained a lot. Nolan thought to herself. Lord Chu Zhou, it seems like you've gained a lot in this adventurer assessment. Nolan smiled and looked at Chu Zhou curiously. She really wanted to know what sort of treasures Chu Zhou obtained in the Crimson Moon world. Chu Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Nolan immediately understood that Chu Zhou would not reveal his gains in the Crimson Moon world in front of so many people. She brought Chu Zhou in through the back door of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Then, she brought Chu Zhou up to the third floor of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce and entered a huge and luxurious VIP room. Lord Chu Zhou. What is the big deal you're talking about? Nolan asked. Chu Zhou sat down on a soft animal skin sofa. I have some spare weapons and equipment that I'm prepared to sell to your Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Yes, take a look for yourself. As he spoke, he took out hundreds of interspatial rings and sent them to Nolan. Nolan was a little disappointed when she heard that Chu Zhou was preparing to sell some surplus weapons and equipment. After all, in her opinion, this was only suitable for the most ordinary transaction, it was probably nothing special. However, when she saw the hundreds of interspatial rings that Chu Zhou had given her, she was dumbfounded. She had thought that Chu Zhou would sell one or two or more weapons and equipment. But now that she saw the hundreds of spatial rings in front of her, she immediately realized that this transaction was not simple. Chapter 541, Soaring Wealth, Over 2 Trillion Blood Mountain Dollars. 2. Trembling slightly, she activated her divine sense and entered the interspatial rings one by one to check the items inside. Immediately, she saw that the interspatial rings were filled with weapons and equipment. 2/3 of the weapons and equipment were E-rank, while the remaining 1/3 were all D-rank. Nolan had seen many E-rank weapons and equipment and D-rank weapons and equipment. Under normal circumstances, she should be very calm. However, she could not remain calm at all. There were too many weapons and equipment that Chu Zhou wanted to sell. There were hundreds of interspatial rings, and every one of them was filled. Lord Chu Zhou. You're selling too many weapons and equipment this time. Moreover, there are more than 17,000 D-rank weapons and equipment. The total value is too shocking. I can't make the decision. I have to contact my superior. Nolan took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice. Contact him. Chu Zhou nodded. Nolan immediately contacted her superior in front of Chu Zhou. Soon, a virtual screen appeared in front of Nolan. On the screen, an old man with red skin and 2 antennae on his forehead appeared. Little Nolan, why did you suddenly contact me? The red-skinned old man smiled at Nolan with a friendly expression. Superintendent Seipo. Nolan respectfully bowed to the red-skinned old man and pointed at Chu Zhou. Chief, this is Lord Chu Zhou, our big client this time. He wants to sell too many weapons and equipment this time. I can't make the decision, so I can only ask you for instructions. Seipo glanced at Chu Zhou and smiled at him. Chu Zhou smiled back. Oh, how many weapons and equipment are there? Seipo asked curiously. There are about 40,000 E-rank weapons and equipment and 17,000 D-rank weapons and equipment, Nolan said. Seipo didn't care much at first, but after hearing Nolan's words, his gaze suddenly froze. With so many E-rank and D-rank weapons and equipment, they could equip an army of martial artists. He looked at Chu Zhou with a solemn gaze. 1-star adventurer? It's just that, even though 1-star adventurers are quite strong, they don't have the ability to obtain so many E-grade and D-rank weapons and equipment. Seipo thought to himself. At this moment, Nolan coughed lightly and said, Chief, not long ago, Lord Chu Zhou just participated in the adventurer assessment. After hearing Nolan's words, a glint flashed across Seipo's eyes. Just finished participating in the adventurer assessment? It's said that a mysterious corpse collector appeared in this adventurer assessment. He specializes in collecting the corpses of martial artists who died in the Crimson Moon world. Could this Chu Zhou be the corpse collector of the Crimson Moon world? Seipo thought to himself. The way he looked at Chu Zhou was completely different. Even though almost no one saw the corpse collector in the world of Crimson Moon attack, no one knew his strength. However, the corpse collector could take away so many corpses under the noses of so many paragons without being discovered or captured. This was what corpse collectors were capable of. This meant that corpse collector was very likely not inferior to prodigies nurtured by superpowers like Mingzhu. At this moment, Seipo had the thought of pulling Chu Zhou into the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. This transaction can be carried out. No matter how big the transaction is, our Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce can do it. Seipo smiled and nodded. All right, I'll immediately count the value of these weapons and equipment. Nolan said in surprise. As the supervisor of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce on Beta Planet, other than a fixed salary, there was also a commission from her business. If this deal was completed, she would receive a huge commission. Therefore, she was in a very good mood. Nolan quickly counted the prices of the weapons and equipment in the spatial rings, and Seipo looked at Chu Zhou again. He smiled and said to Chu Zhou, Mr. Chu Zhou, are you interested in joining our Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce? Our Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce treats geniuses the best. Not only was Chu Zhou stunned by Seipo's words, Nolan was also stunned. Chu Zhou did not expect Seipo to suddenly invite him to join the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. However, he was already an external member of the Mirror Universe Company. The Mirror Universe Corporation had a strict rule. It meant that after joining the Mirror Universe Corporation, they could not join other organizations of the same level. This meant that they could not join the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Infinite Battle Arena, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and other huge organizations that were on the same level as the Mirror Universe Corporation. As for the other factions that had joined the human race, it did not matter. In fact, not only did the Mirror Universe Corporation have such a rule, the other 4 giant factions also had the same rule. Thank you, Chief Seipo, for thinking highly of me. Unfortunately, I'm already an external member of the Mirror Universe Company. Chu Zhou smiled. Is that so? Looks like Mr. Chu Zhou has no fate with our Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Seipo smiled faintly and disappeared. Soon, Nolan finished counting. More than 40,000 E-rank weapons and equipment are worth 1,260 billion Blood Mountain dollars. 17,000 D-rank weapons and equipment are worth 1,904,000 billion Blood Mountain dollars. A total of 2,030 million Blood Mountain dollars. Take a look and see if there's anything wrong, Nolan said. Dark Blue had already roughly estimated the value of this batch of weapons and equipment for Chu Zhou. It was about the same as Nolan's calculations. No problem, let's go with this price. Chu Zhou agreed. Nolan immediately began to transfer the money. When Chu Zhou left the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, the assets in his Cosmic Galaxy bank account had already become assets 2,030,005,000,000,000 Blood Mountain dollars. Less than 100 billion will not be shown. More than 2 trillion Blood Mountain dollars. This was an incomparably huge sum of wealth. Even the world overlords would be envious and couldn't help but snatch it. Even Chu Zhou felt a little light-hearted when he saw the assets in his account. The richest person on the Milky Way Empire's normal planet is about 100 billion to 300 billion Milky Way dollars. Taking the median, it's only 150 billion Milky Way dollars, which is 150 million Blood Mountain dollars. The Milky Way Empire has about 300,000 inhabited planets. In other words, the assets of the richest person on all the planets of the Milky Way Empire add up to about 4.5 trillion Blood Mountain dollars. Now, my wealth alone is almost half of all the assets of the richest man in the Milky Way Empire combined. Chu Zhou quickly calculated in his heart and quickly understood what his current assets meant. The most suitable metal combination for the 1000-star vine's current growth is a combination of 480 E-rank metals. It can increase the growth speed of the 1000-star vine by 100 times. These 480 E-rank metals can be bought in the mirror universe. A year's worth of them costs about 6 trillion Milky Way dollars. It's about 6 billion Blood Mountain dollars. Back then, because I didn't have money, I couldn't afford a metal combination that could promote the rapid growth of the 1000-star vine. Now, I'll buy it. Deep Blue, help me place an order in the Mirror Universe's mall. Buy 3 years' worth of the most suitable grade E metal combination to promote the growth of the 1000-star vine. At the same time, I'll also sort out the metal combination that's most suitable for the 1000-star vine to devour and evolve after it evolves to the domain realm. I'll also place an order to buy 3 years' worth. Chu Zhou instructed Deep Blue. Deep Blue immediately logged into the Mirror Universe network and began to place an order to buy an E-grade metal combination. A moment later, it sorted out the D-rank metal combination that was most suitable for the domain lord level 1000-star vines devour. It also placed an order to buy 3 years' worth of it. Soon, Chu Zhou received the payment bill. He had spent 18 billion Blood Mountain dollars to buy 3 years' worth of E-rank metal combinations. He had spent 1.8 trillion Blood Mountain dollars to buy a 3-year D-rank metal combination. Such a consumption was simply an astronomical figure to countless martial artists. They could not afford it at all. However, to the current Chu Zhou, it was just a drizzle. He still had 18,482,500,000,000 Blood Mountain dollars in his account. Other than that, there were also a few small mountain-sized world source crystals in his internal space. This was also a shocking amount of wealth. Chapter 542, Mirror Universe Corporation's External Deacon. 1. The feeling of being rich was too good. Chu Zhou returned to Coiling Dragon Manor in a carefree mood. Master, I received an email. A deep blue notification sounded in Chu Zhou's mind as soon as he returned to Coiling Dragon Manor / email. One-eye Chu Zhou lowered his head and looked at the auxiliary photon computer in his left hand. His right finger gently tapped on the flashing email icon. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. Your savings in my bank have already exceeded 1 trillion Blood Mountain dollars. Your account will automatically be upgraded to a 1-star account. A 1-star account will enjoy special treatment that ordinary accounts don't have. Please look at the attachment for details. Universe Galaxy Bank. At the bottom of the email was an attachment. Looking at this email, Chu Zhou was a little stunned. I've always heard that the accounts of the Milky Way Galaxy are also divided into levels. Most of the accounts are normal accounts. And above the normal accounts, there are accounts from 1 to 9 stars. However, even World Overlord level experts have normal accounts. The conditions to become a 1-star account are very harsh. However, the conditions are so harsh. You actually have to save more than 1 trillion Blood Mountain dollars to become a 1-star account. Chu Zhou sighed deeply and opened the attachment. He quickly read the contents of the attachment and immediately saw many privileges that ordinary accounts could not enjoy. For example, some high-end auctions organized by the Universe Galaxy Bank, high-end banquets, and customers with normal accounts were not qualified to participate at all. Only customers with 1-star or higher account stars were qualified to participate. Customers with an 1-star account could also entrust their items to the Universe Galaxy Bank for auction. The Universe Galaxy Bank would only charge a small handling fee. Similarly, customers with an 1-star account could also entrust the Universe Galaxy Bank to help them purchase items. Similarly, they would only charge a small handling fee. In addition, in a 1-star account, if one did not have enough funds, they could unconditionally overdraft 100 billion Blood Mountain dollars. There were also many other conveniences. After reading the various privileges described in the attachment, Chu Zhou once again realized the importance of money. An 1-star account already has so many privileges. If it's a 9-star account, the privileges will probably be even more terrifying. Perhaps I can mobilize the Universe Galaxy Bank's direct army to serve me. Chu Zhou exclaimed. He was very happy. With the many privileges of an 1-star account, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. For example, he could entrust everything he sold or bought to the Universe Galaxy Bank in the future. Not only was this more convenient, but it was also more confidential. Probably no one would dare to investigate the Universe Galaxy Bank, one of the 5 giants. It's time to report my advancement to the World Overlord realm to the Mirror Universe Corporation, Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his consciousness entered the Mirror Universe. It had been some time since he joined the Mirror Universe Corporation. He had long figured out the rules of the Mirror Universe Corporation. In the Mirror Universe Corporation, the more talented and powerful you were, the more valuable you would be. The Mirror Universe Corporation would value you and give you a higher status and more resources and rewards. During this period of time, he had directly advanced from Domain Lord level 3 to 7th level World Overlord. If he reported this to the Mirror Universe Corporation, he would definitely be able to obtain a higher status in the Mirror Universe Corporation. He would have greater power and more resources and rewards. Of course, he would not miss such a good opportunity. If he was from the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and other local forces of the Blood Mountain Galaxy, he would definitely hide his astonishing advancement speed and not dare to take the initiative to expose himself, lest he shocked the world and arouse the suspicion and covetous eyes of the upper echelons of these forces. However, to one of the 5 giants, RHE Mirror Universe Corporation, even though his advancement speed was fast, it was nothing. There were too many experts in the Mirror Universe Corporation, and there were countless geniuses. He was just a little eye-catching. He would not attract the covetous eyes of the higher UPS of the Mirror Universe Corporation. It could even be said that for a giant like the Mirror Universe Corporation, they were not afraid that you were not outstanding, but they were afraid that you were not outstanding enough. The more outstanding you were, the more the Mirror Universe Corporation would value you and give you more privileges and resources. The Mirror Universe on the Blood Mountain Island. Chu Zhou quickly walked into the slaughter battlefield and walked towards the center of the killing hall. An old man with a big head and a small body, only a meter tall, sharp ears, and a white robe walked over. Lord Yoda, Chu Zhou greeted the white-robed old man. "Oh, it's you, little fellow." The sleepy Yoda opened his eyes slightly when he heard Chu Zhou's voice. Little fellow, you passed the adventurer assessment so quickly and became a 1-star adventurer? Not bad, not bad." Seeing the 1-star adventurer medal on Chu Zhou's chest, Yoda's wrinkled face revealed a hint of satisfaction. Chu Zhou was personally recruited into the Mirror Universe Corporation. The more outstanding Chu Zhou was, the more it meant that his taste was outstanding. Yoda smiled as he sized Chu Zhou up. Suddenly, his expression froze. Even though Chu Zhou had already restrained his World Overlord realm energy fluctuations, he still noticed something. Gasp! This little guy has actually advanced to the World Overlord realm? Moreover, he's at the 7th level World Overlord realm. Yoda was shocked. "Little fellow, follow me to a private room," he said to Chu Zhou. He grabbed Chu Zhou's sleeve and hurriedly pulled him towards a private room in the killing hall. Chapter 543, Mirror Universe Corporation's External Deacon, 2. Ever since Chu Zhou stepped into the killing hall and walked in front of Yoda to talk to him, all the martial artists in the killing hall had been paying attention to Chu Zhou. In the beginning, many martial artists mocked Chu Zhou for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to disturb a mysterious big shot like Yoda. They were all waiting to watch a good show and watch Chu Zhou be reprimanded by Yoda. However, the result stunned these martial artists. Not only did Yoda not reprimand Chu Zhou, he even pulled him into a private room. Who is this young man? After disturbing Yoda, not only was he not reprimanded, but he was also politely brought into a private room. In the killing hall, many people were moved. I know who that young man is. He's Tyrannical Blade. He once defeated the Bizarre Sword with a 9-star evaluation among the Domain Lords in the final battle space. Someone said. So it's him. I remember now. However, no matter how outstanding Tyrannical Blade is, he's only a Domain Lord 3rd-level martial artist. Why would Lord Yoda value him so much? Discussions broke out in the killing hall. Many people looked confused. In the private room, Yoda stared at Chu Zhou with his green eyes as if he was looking at a monster. Chu Zhou, you've advanced to the World Overlord realm? And you're at World Overlord realm level 7. Yoda interrupted. Lord Yoda, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. Seeing Chu Zhou admit it, Yoda's heart couldn't help but rumble. Then, his wrinkled face was like a flower blooming. Good. Good. I didn't expect that even though I'm about to retire, I can still find a special genius for the company. It seems like I misjudged you last time. I thought you were at most a second-class genius. But I didn't expect you to be a special-class genius. No. Even ordinary special-grade geniuses can't advance as quickly as you. With your advancement speed, you're top-notch even among the special-grade geniuses of our Mirror Universe company. He said with a face full of surprise and excitement. Chu Zhou remembered that Yoda had once told him that he could only barely reach the standard of a second-class genius in the Mirror Universe company. Now, Yoda said that he had misjudged him and even admitted that he was a special talent. Chu Zhou felt a sense of accomplishment. Chu Zhou, from today onwards, you are an external deacon of our Mirror Universe Corporation's Blood Mountain Galaxy branch. As for the rights of an external deacon and the rewards for being promoted to an external deacon, the company will send an email to inform you. In addition, I will report your information to our Mirror Universe Corporation's Star Sector headquarters in the True Central Universe Nation as soon as possible. I believe that the Star Sector headquarters will give you more benefits and rewards after receiving the news. As Yoda spoke, he promoted Chu Zhou. Thank you, Lord Yoda. Chu Zhou bowed gratefully to Yoda. After Yoda announced his appointment, he chatted with Chu Zhou in detail. Perhaps it was because he had personally discovered Chu Zhou, a special genius, that Yoda had a good impression of him. He imparted his cultivation experience at the World Overlord realm to Chu Zhou without holding back. This made Chu Zhou even more grateful to Yoda. Milky Way Empire Capital. The Talon family. The Talon family was the 4th most powerful family in the Milky Way Empire. They had more than 1,000 servants. However, in the past few days, all the servants had been very careful and did not dare to make any mistakes. Even the guards of the Talon family were extremely cautious, afraid that they would do something wrong and attract the wrath of lightning. The entire Talon family was enveloped in a depressing and suffocating atmosphere. It was as if endless dark clouds were circling above the Talon family, making one feel oppressed and suffocated. The people of the Talon family actually knew the cause of this repression and suffocation. It was all because the 2 lords of the Talon family, Cologne and Alyssa, had died. The Talon family had a total of 6 domain lords. However, after Brooke's accidental death, Cologne and Alyssa also died. 3 of the 6 domain lords were gone in the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to their Talon family. It was no wonder that the clan leader, Berg Talon, would fly into a rage these few days, causing the entire Talon family to be filled with a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, Berg Talon sat on a throne. His gaze was fierce and gloomy, as if he was about to devour someone. Cologne, Alyssa actually died in the adventurer assessment. And, she died not long after the adventurer assessment began. When the adventurer assessment began, no one discovered the bloodline potion. At that time, the Crimson Moon world was not in chaos. With Cologne and Alyssa's strength, which was close to that of 2-star adventurers, they definitely had no problem protecting themselves, but something happened to them. As Berg Talon's thoughts churned, Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Cologne, Alyssa said before the adventurer assessment began that this person is the murderer who killed Brooke. They're going to kill him after the adventurer assessment begins and avenge Brooke. However, not long after the adventurers started, Cologne and Alyssa died. Could Cologne and Alyssa's deaths be related to him? Berg Talon muttered to himself as killing intent gathered in his eyes. At this moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Patriarch. The person you asked me to pay attention to has returned to planet Beta's Coiling Dragon Manor. Furthermore, he has passed the adventurer assessment and became a 1-star adventurer. A martial artist with 4 arms appeared on the virtual screen. He's back? He actually came back from the Crimson Moon world alive. When Berg Talon heard this, he suddenly stood up from his throne. Endless killing intent erupted from his body, causing the entire Talon family to feel a bone-piercing coldness. Cologne and Alyssa are dead, but he came back alive. Damn it, he must have killed Cologne and Alyssa. Brooke, Cologne, and Alyssa. The 3 domain lords of our Talon family actually died in this person's hands. He really deserves to die. Berg Talon's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to eat someone. Chu Zhou, right? You bastard, how dare you kill a member of our Talon family? I'll let you die without a burial place. He growled in a low voice and prepared to lead the Talon clan's army to flatten Coiling Dragon Manor and crush Chu Zhou. He growled in a low voice and prepared to lead the Talon clan's army to flatten Coiling Dragon Manor and crush Chu Zhou. An old man who looked similar to Berg Talon suddenly appeared in front of him. Father. Berg Talon looked at the old man and said firmly, it's just Chu Zhou. He doesn't have the right to alarm the ancestors. No matter how strange this Chu Zhou is, he's only a 1-star adventurer. I was already a 2-star adventurer 100,000 years ago. I alone am more than enough to deal with him. As the current leader of the Talon family, I have the responsibility and obligation to destroy this Chu Zhou who dares to provoke our Talon family again and again. Otherwise, our Talon family will become the laughingstock of the other families in the Milky Way Empire. Therefore, Father, please don't stop me. When Silent Talon heard this and saw Berg Talon's determined gaze, he frowned and finally retracted his arm that was blocking in front of him. He felt that what Berg Talon said made sense. No matter how powerful Chu Zhou was, he was only a new 1-star adventurer. How could he be a match for an experienced 2-star adventurer like Berg Talon? Furthermore, Berg Talon was not acting alone. Instead, he was setting off with the Talon family's army. Since you're so determined to deal with Chu Zhou, you have to be careful. Don't fail, Silent Talon reminded him. Father, don't worry. Berg Talon's eyes seemed to be burning with endless flames of aggro. This time, I will definitely flatten the Coiling Dragon Manor and crush Chu Zhou. Soon, under the shocked gazes of countless martial artists in the Milky Way Empire, a huge cosmic fleet flew up from the depths of the Talon family and rushed into the starry sky. Chapter 544, Instant Kill. 1. The next day, a dark golden transport ship arrived at planet Beta. However, this transport ship did not land at the dock of planet Beta's spaceship at all. Instead, it flew directly towards Coiling Dragon Manor. In the crowd control, Barrett and his companions looked at the scenery outside through the exterior simulation screen. Captain, this Beta planet is just a remote planet in the Milky Way Empire. I didn't expect such a huge customer to be hidden there. The E-rank and D-rank metals ordered by this customer are enough to pile up into 2 mountains. They're worth at least 150 billion Blood Mountain dollars. The richest person on the Milky Way Empire's normal planet is only 100 to 300 million Blood Mountain dollars. This customer is really too rich. That's right. If it weren't for the high value of the metals transported this time, there wouldn't be a need for Captain, a peak 9th level domain lord, to personally take action. I wonder who this big client is? Such a big shot actually settled on a backward planet like Beta. The team members clicked their tongues and exclaimed. All right. Don't talk too much about the client. Barrett glared at his companions and made them quiet down. You know how much the company values protecting the client's privacy. If you expose the client's privacy outside and the company pursues the matter, you won't be able to bear it. When the team members heard this, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They naturally understood the company's regulations very well. They also understood that if they violated the company's rules, even if they were world overlords, they would not be able to escape the company's pursuit. Hence, they all quietened down. Seeing that his companions had quieted down, Barrett nodded in satisfaction. His warning to his companions was not only to protect them, but also to protect himself. In their line of work, if they wanted to live a little longer, the most important thing was to keep their mouths shut and not expose their clients' privacy. Soon, the transport ship arrived outside Coiling Dragon Manor and landed. Chu Zhou had long received the harvest notice and was waiting outside the villa with Dick and the others for the transport ship to arrive. Barrett quickly walked down from the transport ship. He was wearing black sunglasses. When he looked at Chu Zhou and the others, a line of information that only he could see appeared in his sunglasses. Identity confirmed. Goods can be delivered. Seeing the message on the sunglasses, Barrett immediately walked up to Chu Zhou and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. We've already delivered the goods you ordered. However, we need to wait a moment. My companions and I will move your goods down." "Sure." Chu Zhou nodded. Barrett and his companions immediately moved huge containers down from the transport ship. Each container contained E-rank or D-rank metals. The 1000-star vine that was parasitizing Chu Zhou couldn't help but appear on his body like a cat that had smelled blood. One end of the huge metal vine wrapped around Chu Zhou's arm, while the other end stood up and kept swaying. It was as if he could not wait any longer. If it was in the past, Chu Zhou would definitely not let the 1000-star vine appear in front of everyone to prevent other experts from coveting it. However, it didn't matter anymore. He was now a 7th-level world overlord, who was considered a big shot among world overlords. He was qualified to raise a metal life form like the 1000-star vine. This is the metal life form 1000-star vine. Barrett and the others were experienced and knowledgeable. When they saw the metal vines that appeared on Chu Zhou's body, they immediately recognized that this was the metal life form, the 1000-star vine, that could become a world overlord as long as it reached adulthood. Their hearts instantly trembled violently. A metal life form like the 1000-star vine could be said to be a priceless treasure. Once it appeared, even world overlords would fight over it. They did not expect Chu Zhou to have a treasure like the 1000-star vine. What shocked them even more was that Chu Zhou had exposed the 1000-star vine so calmly, as if he was not afraid of attracting the covetous eyes of others. This could only mean that Chu Zhou was confident and strong enough to face the danger brought about by the 1000-star vine's exposure. This meant that Chu Zhou was at least in the world overlord realm. Tisk. At the thought that Chu Zhou might be a world overlord, Barrett and the others secretly gasped. They looked at Chu Zhou with more reverence. Soon, Barrett and the others moved all the containers down from the transport ship and filled the empty space in front of the villa. "Mr. Chu Zhou, the goods are all here. Check them. If there are no problems, please sign your name on the receipt list," Barrett said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou nodded slightly and quickly used his divine sense to scan all the containers. He then asked Deep Blue to calculate and count them. After confirming that there were no problems, he signed his name on the receipt list. Barrett and the others returned to the transport ship, which instantly soared into the sky. At this moment, the 1000-star vine became even more restless. It kept rubbing Chu Zhou's arm with its leaves, as if asking if it could eat now. "Don't be anxious. After I put these metals into the astral plane, you can eat." Chu Zhou stroked the leaves of the 1000-star vine with his right palm and comforted it. Under his comfort, the 1000-star vine also calmed down. In the next moment, with a thought, Chu Zhou stored all the containers containing E-rank and D-rank metals outside the villa into his world. Chapter 545, Instant Kill. 2. In Chu Zhou's room. He sorted the E-rank metals and D-rank metals into 2 piles. Among these metals, there were 480 types of E-rank metals and 1080 types of D-rank metals. He also combined 480 E-rank metals into piles according to a certain ratio. The same applied to the 1080 D-rank metals. After dealing with these metals, he kept the 1000-star vine. "You can eat now. Remember to devour the E-rank metals first. After advancing to the domain realm, then you devour the D-rank metals," Chu Zhou said to the 1000-star vine. The 1000-star vine's vines immediately wrapped around a pile of E-rank metals impatiently. Dense silver roots grew out and began to devour the metal. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, he smiled and his consciousness left his inner world. "Chu Zhou, why did you buy a large amount of metal?" Dragon, Soul and Changa Saha walked towards Chu Zhou and looked at him curiously. "This is for the 1000-star vine. The 1000-star vine is a metal life form. It needs to devour metal to evolve," Chu Zhou explained with a smile. "I see." Dragon and the other 2 were enlightened. Even though they knew that Chu Zhou had the 1000-star vine for a long time, this was the first time they knew that the 1000-star vine needed to devour metal to evolve. Just as Chu Zhou was communicating with Dragon and the others, a huge cosmic fleet suddenly appeared in space near planet Beta. After this huge space fleet appeared, it barged into the atmosphere of Beta planet. Oh no, a huge cosmic fleet has forcefully barged into our Beta planet. In the Star Lord's residence, Ulmers received the notification from the detection department immediately. His face changed, and he immediately soared into the sky and spread his divine sense to the atmosphere. Soon, he saw an incomparably huge space fleet. This is the Talon family's army. Ulmers looked at the green pyramid icons on the cosmic battleships and his expression changed drastically. The green pyramid was the emblem of the Talon family. It was obvious that this huge cosmic fleet came from the Talon family. Our Beta planet is just an ordinary border planet of the Empire. Why did the Talon family's army suddenly descend on Beta planet? Is it because of Brook's death? Ulmer's expression was extremely ugly. If the Talon family's army was here to avenge Brook, then even if he was not the murderer, they might very well take their anger out on him. This meant that the supervisor Barton of the Mirror Universe Corporation's branch on planet Beta, Nolan, the supervisor of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce on planet Beta, the head of the Caro family, Liz Caro, and the head of the Crow family on Beta planet, Jose Crow were in trouble. Many upper-class people of Beta planet appeared beside Ulmers at this moment. They looked at the dark cosmic fleet with solemn expressions. In Coiling Dragon manner, Chu Zhou, Dragon, Soul, Changa Saha, Lighton, Monica, and the others quickly sensed that a huge space fleet had barged into the atmosphere. They all released their inner sight and spread it to the atmosphere. Green Pyramid? This is the Talon family emblem. This cosmic fleet is from the Talon family. Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha's expressions changed when they saw the green pyramids on the battleships. Ever since they found out that Earth was one of the planets controlled by the Talon family, they had a serious understanding of the Talon family. Naturally, he knew that the Talon family emblem was a green pyramid. Why would the Talon family's army appear on planet Beta? Dragon and the other two were also filled with doubts. However, they were not worried. Chu Zhou had already become a world overlord. Even if the Talon family's army was targeting them, the Talon family would be the unlucky one. Lighton and Monica looked at the Talon family's army indifferently and did not take it to heart. Through their divine senses, they could already sense that the strongest person in the Talon family's army was a Class 6 domain lord. Furthermore, there was only one domain lord. In their eyes, such strength was simply too weak. They could easily destroy it. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Could it be that the Talon family knows that Cologne and Alyssa died in my hands, and they're here to take revenge on me now? This is good too. At the same time, I can destroy the entire Talon family and take back ownership of Earth. Chu Zhou's expression was calm, but he was prepared to destroy the entire Talon family. Rumble. Soon, the huge cosmic fleet broke through the clouds and appeared in the sky above Beta City, appearing in front of countless people in Beta City. The huge cosmic fleet was like a dark cloud that enveloped the sky above Beta City, blocking the sunlight and casting a huge shadow. How did this space fleet suddenly appear on Beta? Tisk, this cosmic fleet is so powerful. I can sense the Domain Lord's pressure and the pressure of thousands of Star Realm Level 9 experts. Do you see that green pyramid? That's the emblem of the fourth family of the Milky Way Empire, the Talon family. This is the Talon family's army. It's over. Don't tell me this Talon family is going to attack our Beta City. If that's the case, our Beta City will be powerless to resist. Chapter 546, Instant Kill. 3. At this moment, countless people in Beta City looked up at the cosmic fleet that was getting lower and lower. They felt endless pressure and fear in their hearts. Many people were afraid that this space fleet would attack Beta City. In that case, other than the Mirror Universe Corporation, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and the other two giant factions in Beta City, as well as the Milky Way Bank branch of the number 1 bank in the Milky Way Empire, the other factions and martial artists would probably be crushed by the army of the Talon family. The atmosphere in Beta City instantly became incomparably oppressive. However, to the surprise of many people, after the Talon family's army descended, they did not attack Beta City. Instead, they flew in the direction of Coiling Dragon Manor and finally floated above it. Coiling Dragon Manor? Isn't that the residence of Chu Zhou, the first domain lord in tens of thousands of years? Could it be that the Talon family's army suddenly descended on our beta planet because of Chu Zhou and the others? What exactly did Chu Zhou do? He actually made the Talon family mobilize an army to deal with him. Ulmers, Barton, Nolan, Liscaro, Jose Crow and the others looked at the cosmic fleet hovering above Coiling Dragon Manor and were a little surprised. They did not expect the Talon family's army to be here for Chu Zhou and the others. Oh? This Talon family army is actually here for us. Dragon, Soul and Changa Saha looked at the huge fleet in the sky in surprise. They wondered if it was because the Talon family had already discovered that they were from Earth. Are these people tired of living? Laiton and Monica looked at the cosmic fleet in the sky strangely. They knew very well how terrifying Chu Zhou was. This cosmic fleet actually dared to descend menacingly above Coiling Dragon Manor. What was the difference between this and having a death wish? Looks like he's indeed here for me. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the Talon army in the sky mockingly. If the Talon family's army had come to deal with him before he participated in the adventurer assessment, he could only escape. Yet, the Talon family had a death wish. Berg Talon flew out of the space carrier in the middle of the army. You're Chu Zhou. He actually looked down on Chu Zhou from the sky. Killing intent overflowed from his eyes. That's right, I'm Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. Hehe, as expected of someone who dared to kill 3 domain lords of our Talon family. You're quite calm in the face of our Talon family's army. When Berg Talon saw Chu Zhou's expressionless face, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Killing intent surged from his body like a storm. However, no matter how calm you are, your outcome today is destined. Young man, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little talent. The universe is huge and there are many experts. Some people and some factions are not people you can afford to offend. For example, our Talon family. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to regret it. Today, I have brought my army here to flatten your Coiling Dragon Manor and crush you. Berg Talon's voice, which carried boundless anger and killing intent, spread throughout the entire Beta City. A terrifying level 6 domain lord energy wave swept out from his body, causing the entire Beta City to tremble. Countless people in Beta City vomited blood from the powerful fluctuation. When Ulmers, Barton, Nolan, Liscaro, Jose Crow and the others heard Berg Talon's words, they were dumbfounded. Chu Zhou actually killed the 3 domain lords of the Talon clan? Was he that fierce? At this moment, they finally understood why the Talon family's army had descended on Beta. The Talon clan had a total of 6 domain lords. In the end, 3 of them were killed by Chu Zhou. It would be strange if the Talon clan did not go crazy. Chu Zhou, you killed the 3 domain lords of the Talon family. Dragon, Soul and Changa Saha also looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Chu Zhou had never told them about these things. Chu Zhou looked at the 3 of them and nodded calmly. That's right. I killed the 3 domain lords of the Talon family. However, I felt that this was a small matter, so I didn't tell you. A small matter? Hearing Chu Zhou's words, be it the 3 of them, Ulmers, Barton, Nolan, Liscaro, Jose Crow, or the others, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. How unbelievable! To them, the domain lord was already a high and mighty figure. If killing 3 domain lords was a small matter, then what was a big matter? At this moment, the 3 dragons, Ulmers and the others looked at Chu Zhou as if they were looking at a monster. Laiton and Monica nodded in agreement. They knew of Chu Zhou's great achievements in the Crimson Moon world. To Chu Zhou, killing 3 domain lords was indeed a small matter. In the sky, Berg Talon and the Talon family martial artists on the battleships were all furious when they heard Chu Zhou's words. In front of the Talon clan's army, not only did Chu Zhou directly admit to killing the 3 domain lords of the Talon clan, but he also said that this was a small matter. This was simply treating their Talon clan's army as transparent and a blatant slap in the face. This was a huge insult to the Talon family. Kill! Kill them all! Berg Talon's face contorted as he roared. He directly condensed a huge energy palm that covered the sky and smashed towards Chu Zhou. At the same time, all the battleships fired in Chu Zhou's direction. How dare you! How dare you! When Laitan and Monica saw that Berg Talon and the Talon family's army actually dared to attack their master, they prepared to destroy this army. Let me do it. Chu Zhou reached out to stop Laitan and Monica. Then, he waved his other hand at the sky. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying scene appeared in the sky. The sky above Coiling Dragon Manor suddenly distorted like a fried dough twist, and the entire space was compressed and collapsed. In an instant, the huge fleet that was as black as dark clouds shattered and exploded. All the martial artists turned into a bloody mist. Even Berg Talon, a domain lord level 6, instantly turned into a bloody mist and died. Then, another black hole appeared and devoured all the blood mist. After that another world phantom appeared and swallowed all the shattered battleships. The sky quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. As for Ulmers, Barton, Nolan, Liscaro, Jose Crow and the rest of the people in Beta City, they seemed to have turned into fools at this moment. Their mouths hung wide open as they stared blankly at Chu Zhou. Chapter 547, The entire clan has fled. Beta Planet. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the huge Talon family army being instantly destroyed. The aggressive and incomparably terrifying Talon family army was destroyed just like that. Many people wondered if they were hallucinating. Gulp. Ulmers swallowed a mouthful of water with difficulty. This power has already surpassed the level of a domain lord. Could Chu Zhou have already advanced to the World Overlord realm? Without a doubt, this is the power of a World Overlord. Nolan said. Unbelievable. He just became a domain lord not long ago. How did he become a world overlord so quickly? Barton, Liscaro, Jose Crow and the other upper-class people on Beta Planet were all moved. Is this the power of a world overlord? No wonder everyone says that a world overlord is a giant that stands at the top of the pyramid in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. The power of a world overlord is indeed too terrifying. The power of a star realm and domain lord martial artist is not worth mentioning in front of a world overlord. Long Zhenhan said. Sol and Changa Saha nodded in agreement. The strength of a world overlord really far exceeded their imagination. Laitan and Monica did not have any special reaction. They had long seen the strength of a world overlord and knew how terrifying he was. Powerful, master is too powerful. The best choice Dick, made in my life was to choose to follow master that day. Dick, the butler of Coiling Dragon Manor, was trembling with excitement. He knew that from this moment on, he would be different. Even though his strength had not changed as a Star Realm martial artist who was not worth mentioning, his status and identity had changed drastically. As Chu Zhou's strength rose, his status as the butler also rose. Without a doubt, no one in the entire Beta Planet would dare to look down on Dick. Even Ulmers and the other upper-class figures on Beta Planet had to be polite to him. At the thought of this, Dick was inexplicably excited. Cologne, Karen and many black gorilla people also straightened their backs at this moment. Other people were noble because of their children, but they were slaves because of their masters. The Talon family actually dares to attack us. Let's go to the capital and destroy the Talon family. Chu Zhou said to Dragon and the others. With a thought, he took out the Blood Mountain spaceship. Chu Zhou, you want to attack the Talon family? The three of them looked at Chu Zhou impatiently. Ulmers and the others were shocked when they heard this. The Talon family was the fourth most powerful family in the Milky Way Empire. Chu Zhou actually said that he wanted to destroy the Talon family. If this news spread, the entire Milky Way Empire would be in an uproar. It's just the Talon family. Is there a problem with destroying it? Chu Zhou said gratefully. Dragon and the others were speechless. That's right. With the strength Chu Zhou had just displayed, it was not a problem for him to destroy the Talon family. Chu Zhou brought Dragon and the others onto the Blood Mountain. The Blood Mountain quickly turned into an afterimage and disappeared above Coiling Dragon Manor. Chu Zhou actually wants to attack the Talon family. Looks like something big is going to happen. Ulmers, Barton, Nolan and the others looked at each other. They all knew that something earth-shattering was about to happen in the capital of the Milky Way Empire. Milky Way Empire capital. The Talon family. The moment Berg Talon and the Talon family army were destroyed, Silent Talon's expression changed drastically. During this period of time, Silent Talon had been in contact with the Talon family's army for the sake of caution. Now the connection had suddenly been cut off. Furthermore, he could not contact Berg Talon. Clearly, Something had happened to Berg Talon and the Talon family's army. Moreover, the time from the accident to the end was unimaginably short. It was as if everything had ended in an instant. What exactly happened? How did the army lose contact in an instant? Could it be that the irresistible and terrifying power was instantly destroyed? Silent Talon's scalp went numb as she thought about this. Her heart turned cold. Originally, the death of Brooke, Cologne, Alyssa and the other domain lords had already caused the Talon family to suffer a huge blow. Now, Berg Talon was dead, and the elite army that Berg Talon had led was also destroyed. This was simply a calamity for the Talon family. As the fourth family of the Milky Way Empire, the Talon family controlled more than 1,000 inhabited planets and a large amount of resources and wealth. These things would make people covet them. When they were strong, they could still defend. But now, their strength was severely declining. Other than Talon, who was in seclusion, he was the only domain lord in charge. This definitely could not deter those forces that were secretly coveting it. Not good. If my guess is correct, the person or faction who attacked might very well come to the capital and completely destroy our Talon family. Moreover, our Talon family's strength has decreased dramatically. Once the other families in the capital know about this, they will probably not be able to help but attack our Talon family. I must immediately lead the elites of the family and all the wealth to leave the capital. A hint of decisiveness and ruthlessness flashed across Silent Talon's eyes. As Talon's only son, he had followed his father all the way to the top and personally participated in the establishment of the huge Talon family. He had also experienced countless bloodshed. Therefore, he never lacked decisiveness and ruthlessness. After sensing that the Talon family's current situation was very dangerous, he decisively made the decision to escape. Soon, cosmic battleships rose from the Talon family and disappeared from the sky above the capital in the blink of an eye. What exactly happened to the Talon family? Why did they send out an army twice? In the capital, many family martial artists looked at the disappearing Talon family army and thought in confusion. Many people secretly went to the Talon family to check on the situation. The Yulan family and the Welland family, the two families ranked second and third in the Milky Way Empire, had also sent out experts to investigate the Talon family's situation. Even the royal family of the Milky Way Empire, the North River family, had an elder who flew above the Talon family. However, these people quickly realized that the entire Talon family was empty. Not a single servant was left. What's going on? Why have all the Talon family members disappeared? Someone said in shock. From the chaotic situation of the Talon family, they seem to have suddenly made the decision to leave the capital. They seem to be fleeing. There were also people who seriously sized up the messy traces of the Talon family and made this judgment. The upper echelons of the Baihe clan, the Yulan clan, and the Welland clan were extremely shocked. They did not know what kind of terrifying enemy the Talon family had provoked to actually escape in such a hurry. Quick, find out what happened to the Talon family that forced them to flee. The upper echelons of the three major families quickly ordered their subordinates to investigate the reason for the Talon family's escape as quickly as possible. The power of the three big families spread throughout the entire Milky Way Empire. Even on a remote planet like Beta, there were still people from the three big families. Hence, the news of the Talon family being wiped out in the Coiling Dragon manner quickly reached the ears of the upper echelons of the three great clans. The three upper echelons were all stunned. On an inconspicuous remote planet like Beta, there was actually such a terrifying expert hidden. He could actually instantly destroy the Talon family's army. Without a doubt, this expert's strength had definitely reached the World Overlord realm. At this moment, they finally understood why the Talon family wanted to escape. After offending a World Overlord, if he didn't escape quickly, would he stay and wait for death? Is the Talon family crazy? Of all people, they actually offended a World Overlord. The elder of the Baihe clan, Baihe Qingshan, was speechless. The Talon family probably doesn't know that the Chu Zhou they're dealing with is a World Overlord. I received news that Chu Zhou just advanced to the Domain Lord realm a little more than 10 days ago. In just over 10 days, he went from a newly advanced Domain Lord to a World Overlord. Such an absurd thing has never happened in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy, let alone our Milky Way Empire. The big shot of the Yulan family, Yulan Wuji, sighed in shock. Indeed, he hasn't appeared before. Looks like this Chu Zhou is probably a terrifying genius in the cosmic country. Such a monster has a bright future. He might even become a universe lord, or even a universe nobility that shocks the entire human race and countless races in the universe. The big shot of the Welland family, Peter Welland, said. The three families were glad that they were not the ones who had offended Chu Zhou. Otherwise, they might be the ones fleeing now. At the same time, the three families saw Chu Zhou's terrifying potential and decided to do everything they could to please him. If they could obtain the friendship of a world overlord like Chu Zhou, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to their family. Especially since Chu Zhou had great potential and had the possibility of becoming a universe lord or even a universe nobility. If they could befriend Chu Zhou now, the returns they would receive after Chu Zhou advanced to universe lord or universe nobility would probably be thousands of times greater. Half a day later, the Blood Mountain descended above the Talon family. Chu Zhou and the others flew out of the Blood Mountain and looked down at the Talon family. However, they were soon stunned. There was actually no one left in the entire Talon family. Lord Chu Zhou, the Talon family has already fled half a day ago. Bai He Qingshan flew in front of Chu Zhou and the others and said respectfully. Behind him were Yulan Wuji and Peter Welland. The entire clan has fled. Dragon, Soul and Chang'e Saha were stunned when they heard that. They never expected Chu Zhou's deterrence to have reached such a stage. Even the fourth family of the empire, the Talon family, fled in advance because they were afraid of his reckoning. Chapter 548, Taking Back Earth's Ownership. The Talon family has actually fled. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard this. He instantly regretted using too much strength as he originally wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the Talon family and take back the ownership of Earth. If he scared the Talon family away now, how could he take back the ownership of Earth? Lord Chu Zhou, you're too powerful. The Talon family probably already knows your strength. It's normal for them to escape. However, since the Talon family has escaped, then, as the losers, the various resources that the Talon family originally occupied should belong to you, Lord Chu Zhou. Bai He Qingshan smiled at Chu Zhou. That's right. With the strength of the Talon family, they no longer have the right to have so many inhabited planets. Those inhabited planets should belong to you, Lord Chu Zhou. It's only right for the winner to inherit the assets of the loser. Yulan Wuji and Peter Welland hurriedly said. It was as if they were afraid that Chu Zhou would ignore them if they said it too late. Chu Zhou originally did not care about Bai He Qingshan and the others. However, after hearing their words, his eyes instantly lit up. And you are? Chu Zhou looked at Bai He and the other two in confusion. Lord Chu Zhou, my name is Bai He Qingshan. I'm an elder of the royal family of the Milky Way Empire. I can represent the royal family and help Lord Chu Zhou seize the original foundation of the Talon family. Bai He Qingshan said with a smile, neither servile nor overbearing. Lord Chu Zhou, my name is Yulan Wuji. I'm from the Yulan family. Lord Chu Zhou, if you want to take down the inhabited planets controlled by the Talon family, you have to defeat the martial artists stationed on those planets by the Talon family. Our Yulan family is willing to mobilize an army to help Lord Chu Zhou wipe out those martial artists from the Talon family. My name is Peter Welland. I'm from the Welland family. Our Welland family is also willing to help Lord Chu Zhou take over the Talon family's foundation. Yulan Wuji and Peter Welland also said. After hearing the words of Bai He, Soul and Chang'e Saha, they immediately became excited. They all knew that the Bai He family was the royal family of the Milky Way Empire. The Yulan family and the Welland family were the second and third families of the Milky Way Empire. Under normal circumstances, if the Talon family was not destroyed, it would be very difficult for others to take over the foundation of the Talon family. Even if they took it down forcefully, it would not conform to the laws of the Milky Way Empire. There would be trouble in the future. However, if the royal family of the Milky Way Empire, the Bai He family, as well as the Yulan family and the Welland family, who were ranked second and third in the Milky Way Empire, were willing to help, it would not be a problem. When these three families joined forces, they could basically represent the will of the entire Milky Way Empire. If the officials of the Milky Way Empire wanted to hand over the Talon family's foundation in the Milky Way Empire to Chu Zhou, it would be completely in line with the laws and principles. At the thought that they could take back the ownership of Earth through this method, Dragon and the other two were extremely excited. As the three former leaders of humanity on Earth, they naturally hoped that Earth would be controlled by their own people. Chu Zhou knew that Bai He Qingshan, and the other two, or the three big families behind them, were all trying to curry favor with him, wanting to gain his favor or even friendship. The Talon family's foundation was the gift they had given him. Chu Zhou was very satisfied with this gift. This was because the ownership of Earth was included in this gift. Chu Zhou glanced at Bai He and the other two and smiled faintly. I accept your good intentions. However, I have a condition. Not to mention the other foundations of the Talon family, I have to obtain the ownership of this planet first. As he spoke, he immediately gave the coordinates of Earth to Bai He and Qingshan. Bai He, Qingshan, and the other two also divided into a trace of consciousness and entered the mirror universe. They found information about Earth based on the spatial coordinates in the mirror universe network. This is only an undeveloped primitive planet. After the Talon family obtained it, they didn't modify or manage this planet. Why is Lord Chu Zhou so concerned about this planet? After seeing the information on Earth, Bai He Qingshan had a strange thought. Yulan Wuji and Peter Welland had the same thoughts as Bai He Qingshan. Lord Chu Zhou, ever since the Talon family obtained the planet you mentioned, the Talon family has neither developed nor sent anyone to manage it. Therefore, it's very simple for you to obtain ownership of that planet. Our royal family has the right to directly distribute the ownership of such an undeveloped planet under your name. Bai He Qingshan said with a smile. Really? Chu Zhou looked at Bai He Qingshan in surprise. Lord Chu Zhou, wait a moment. Bai He Qingshan smiled and got someone to bring over a tablet. He pulled out an electronic contract for the ownership of the planet and entered the spatial coordinates of Earth into the contract. Then, he said to Chu Zhou, Lord Chu Zhou, sign the contract. From now on, this planet belongs to you. Furthermore, the contract information will be synchronized with the database of the ownership of all the planets in human countries. Chu Zhou, quickly sign it. The three of them looked at the electronic contract and their breathing quickened. They could not wait to rush Chu Zhou to sign it. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and immediately signed his name on the electronic contract. He pressed his fingerprint and even bound it with his spirit imprint. As soon as he completed this process, the auxiliary photon computer received a message. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. From today onwards, you are the owner of this planet. The ownership of this planet will continue until the day you die. If you die without making a will, the ownership of this planet will be passed down to his direct descendants by default. You can also trade the ownership of this planet or hand it over to other martial artists, but you have to obtain the official approval of the Milky Way Empire. Chu Zhou finally calmed down when he saw this message. Without a doubt, Earth belonged to him from today onwards. Chu Zhou showed the information to the three of them. Dragon and the other two were so excited that they almost cheered on the spot. Ever since they found out that Earth belonged to the Talon family, they had actually been very uneasy. They were afraid that one day, the Talon family would be interested in Earth, which had always been left unattended, and would send people to control and rule Earth. They were even more afraid that the Talon family would reduce all the humans on Earth to slaves and sell them to the slave vendors in the universe. In that case, the fate of the humans on Earth would be miserable. There were countless such examples on Earth. Now that Earth belonged to Chu Zhou, the hidden dangers of Earth had completely disappeared. How could they not be excited? After Bai He Qingshan transferred the ownership of Earth to Chu Zhou, he transferred the ownership of the 32 undeveloped primitive planets under the control of the Talon family to Chu Zhou. This was the privilege of the royal family of the Milky Way Empire. In the territory of the Milky Way Empire, no matter which faction or martial artist occupied the inhabited planets, as long as they were undeveloped, the royal family of the Milky Way Empire had the right to take back the ownership of these inhabited planets and transfer them to others when necessary. Of course, this privilege was very offensive. Therefore, the royal family of the Milky Way Empire had never used it. However, today, in order to please Chu Zhou, a world overlord with limitless potential, the royal family of the Milky Way Empire did not hesitate to offend the Talon family and used this privilege. Lord Chu Zhou, the Talon family's martial artists, are guarding the other inhabited planets. If Lord Chu Zhou wants to take over those inhabited planets, he first has to clean up the martial artists of the Talon family. Then, he has to go through the process and apply to control those inhabited planets. However, Lord Chu Zhou, you're busy every day. Leave those cumbersome matters to us. We'll help you take over the Talon family's foundation completely. Bai He Qingshan said with a smile. Bai He Qingshan is right. Just leave those miscellaneous matters to us, Lord Chu Zhou. Our Welland family is willing to serve Lord Chu Zhou. Yuan Wuji and Peter Welland also said to Chu Zhou. After Chu Zhou took back the ownership of Earth, he did not care so much about the other planets controlled by the Talon family. However, if the Earth faction wanted to develop and expand, they indeed needed a foundation. Only then could he have the resources for football to nurture the powerhouses of the Earth. Besides, it would be a waste not to take such a cheap deal. All right, I'll trouble you then. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded at Bai He Qingshan and the other two. Bai He Qingshan and the other two left happily when they saw Chu Zhou accept their gift. Not long after, huge cosmic fleets flew out from the Bai He, Yuan, and Welland families respectively, heading to the various inhabited planets controlled by the Talon family. Chu Zhou and the others returned to Coiling Dragon Manor and quietly waited for the good news from Bai He Qingshan and the others. Not long after Chu Zhou returned to Coiling Dragon Manor, the Milky Way Empire released a notice announcing that they would give Planet Beta to Chu Zhou. Clearly, the integration was another gift from the Bai He family to Chu Zhou. Considering that the Coiling Dragon Manor was on Beta Planet and that there might be a bridgehead and transit station between Earth and the universe in the future, Chu Zhou accepted this gift from the Bai He family. After that, Chu Zhou instantly destroyed the Talon family's army. The Talon family was so frightened by Chu Zhou that they fled. The Bai He family and the other three families were prepared to help Chu Zhou take over the Talon family's foundation. News quickly spread throughout the entire Milky Way Empire and even the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Instantly, the entire Milky Way Empire was in an uproar. In the Blood Mountain Galaxy, countless martial artists were also very shocked when they heard the news. Chu Zhou's name suddenly spread throughout the entire Milky Way Empire and was known by countless martial artists in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. I didn't expect a world overlord to be born on a remote planet at the border of the Milky Way Empire. Countless martial artists exclaimed as they witnessed the rise of another legendary figure. Chapter 549, Returning to Earth Rich. 1. At the Coiling Dragon Manor. Ever since Chu Zhou returned from the capital, the entire Coiling Dragon Manor had become extremely lively. Not only Ulmers, Barton, Nolan, and the other upper-class figures of Beta Planet, but they also brought heavy gifts to visit. In the Milky Way Empire, many large families and factions also sent representatives to visit Chu Zhou with heavy gifts. It could be said that Chu Zhou had already become the most popular person in the entire Milky Way Empire. Even the Bai He family, as the royal family of the Milky Way Empire, could not compare to Chu Zhou, a rising influential figure. This was the weight of a world overlord. Chu Zhou handed the matter of receiving visitors to Butler Dick. He prepared gifts for Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others who were still on Earth. Yes. He was ready to return to Earth. If you want to open an account in the Mirror Universe Corporation, you have to become a citizen. Big Sister Mingzhu and the others are not qualified to open an account. However, you can open 100 anonymous accounts in the Mirror Universe Corporation in my name and let Big Sister Mingzhu and the others use them. Chu Zhou directly contacted Supervisor Barton of the Mirror Universe Corporation's branch on Beta Planet and asked him to help open 100 anonymous accounts. Not only was Chu Zhou a world overlord now, but he was also an external deacon of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the Blood Mountain Star Sector. His status in the Mirror Universe Corporation far exceeded Barton's. Therefore, he only greeted him, and Barton quickly helped him settle the matter. A spirit liquid like the Blue Lotus Purple Light liquid has a huge boost to the body and cultivation of Star Realm experts. It's even more useful to living beings below the Star Realm. 1 gram of Blue Lotus Purple Light liquid costs 1 million Milky Way dollars, which is 1,000 Blood Mountain dollars. A ton of Blue Lotus Purple Light liquid is worth 1 billion Blood Mountain dollars. Then I'll buy 100 tons just now. Chu Zhou asked Deep Blue to find a merchant on the Mirror Universe network and place an order. In the past, the price of the Blue Lotus Purple Light liquid was very high to him. Previously he might not have enough financial resources to purchase the Blue Lotus Purple Light liquid for long-term use, but now, he had ordered a full 100 tons of Blue Lotus Purple Light liquid without hesitation and spent a total of 100 billion Blood Mountain dollars. 100 billion Blood Mountain dollars was an astronomical figure for him in the past. However, to him, who had more than 1,848,250,000,000 Blood Mountain dollars in his savings. 100 billion Blood Mountain dollars was nothing. I saved the auxiliary photon computer, weapons, and equipment for Big Sister Mingzu and the others in advance. There's no need to buy them again. I still have 7 tubes of level 2 bloodline potion on me. It's enough for Mingzu and the others to use. Chu Zhou spent most of the day preparing gifts for Dongfang Mingzu and the others. On the third day, all the items he had ordered were finally sent over by spaceships. In the past 3 days, Chu Zhou kept receiving news that the ownership of the planets had been transferred to his name. In just 3 days, he had more than 800 inhabited planets under his name. 80% of the inhabited planet that had previously belonged to the Talon family now belonged to him. It was obvious that the Baihe, Yulan, and Welland families were very efficient. In a short period of time, they had joined forces to sweep through 80% of the Talon family's planet. In an extremely remote star domain, the Talon family's battleships were all stopped here. Baihe clan, Yulan clan, Welland clan, Silent Talon's expression was ferocious. In order to please Chu Zhou, you actually dare to treat our Talon clan like this? A monstrous killing intent wreaked havoc from his body like a flood. Many of the Talon family elites had ashen expressions and were silent. The enemy their Talon family had offended this time was too powerful. The other party was a world overlord. This was something their Talon family could not resist at all. Furthermore, the Baihe, Yulan, and Welland families, which were already stronger than their Talon family, had now become Chu Zhou's accomplices. This made many of the Talon family elites feel very heavy in their hearts. They could not see any hope for the future. Silent Talon's expression changed slightly when she saw the defeated expressions of the many family elites. He also understood why this family's elite was like this. The person they had offended this time was too powerful. This made all the family elites feel an incomparable pressure. Everyone, don't be discouraged. The ancestor is trying to break through to the world overlord realm in a mysterious place. You know the ancestor. He's a legendary figure in our Milky Way Empire, and he's the domain realm intrepid who won 100 consecutive victories in the infinite battle arena. I believe that the ancestor will definitely be able to successfully advance to the world overlord realm this time. As long as the ancestor can advance to the world overlord realm. With the ancestor's incomparably rich combat experience and foundation, he will definitely be able to easily kill Chu Zhou. Silent Talon said loudly, her expression impassioned. That's right, we still have our ancestor. The ancestor is a legendary figure in our Milky Way Empire. He will definitely not disappoint us. The morale of the many Talon family elites rose slightly, and there was a trace of light in their ashen eyes. At the Coiling Dragon Manor, Chu Zhou and the others entered the Red Moon excitedly. The Red Moon was a C3 rank ship, its flying speed was 5 times faster than the Blood Mountain ship, and when it reached light speed, it was 5 times faster than the Blood Mountain ship. Chu Zhou wished he could return to Earth immediately, so he decided to take the faster Red Moon this time. Chapter 550, Returning to Earth Rich. 2. Even though I've only left Earth for less than 2 months, I already feel like I've left Earth for a long, long time. It feels like a lifetime. Dragon sighed. It's a pity that I was at the Star Realm when I came out of Earth. Now that I've returned to Earth, I'm still at the Star Realm. Even though I've changed to a second-grade bloodline and even advanced by 3 small levels, it's still not satisfactory. According to your Eastern saying, I'm not returning home in glory yet. What a pity. Sol shook his head with a look of pity. Changa Saha rolled her eyes at Sol and said angrily, it's been so many years, but you still like to be in the limelight. Can't you see Chu Zhou's calm expression? Can Chu Zhou be like me? When he left, he was a Star Realm expert. When he returned, he was already a famous world overlord realm giant in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy. Moreover, there are more than 800 inhabited planets under his name. He's really returning home in glory this time. Sol muttered. Chu Zhou smiled and asked Deep Blue to activate the Red Moon. The next moment, the Crimson Moon turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed out of Beta Star. After entering space, the Red Moon became faster and faster. Soon, it reached the speed of light and disappeared into the real universe. It entered the dark universe and traveled through the universe. The Red Moon was at least 5 times faster than the Blood Mountain. Back then, it took Blood Mountain almost a day to fly from Earth to Beta Star. The Crimson Moon took less than 5 hours to appear in the real universe again. Chu Zhou and the others had already seen the familiar blue planet through the exterior simulation of the Crimson Moon. This blue planet was actually not outstanding in the vast universe. It could even be said to be very ordinary. However, in the eyes of Chu Zhou, Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, and the others, this was the most beautiful planet and their roots. I'm back. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the other three revealed a happy smile. Swoosh! The red moon quickly passed through the atmosphere and entered Earth. It arrived above Guangdong base city without anyone and all the equipment on Earth noticing. Chu Zhou and the others had only left Earth for less than 2 months, so the changes on Earth were not big. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, Long, Chang'e Saha, I have to return to the headquarters of the Nature Martial Arts School to take a look and see how the kid I value is doing. Soul couldn't wait to rush out of the red moon. Then, he turned into a human torch and left Guangdong base city at lightning speed. I also want to return to the back mandala manor to take a look. Chang'e Saha smiled slightly. A passageway paved with countless mandala flowers appeared under her feet and quickly disappeared. I want to go back to the Battleaxe base city too. The dragon smiled and disappeared like a storm. The commotion caused by Soul and Chang'e Saha when they left had long alarmed the martial artists in the entire Guangdong base city. In the Guangdong base city, countless people raised their heads. When they saw Soul, Chang'e Saha, and the dragon, they were slightly stunned. Then, the entire Guangdong base city was in an uproar. On Earth, other than the upper echelons of the Human Alliance, the upper echelons of the 5 countries, and some relatives and friends of Chu Zhou and the others, no one else knew that Chu Zhou and the others had gone into the depths of the universe. However, even so, the appearance of Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, and the other 3 human leaders in the Guangdong base city at the same time was a shocking matter. As for Chu Zhou, he was still in the red moon. The red moon distorted the light and blocked the perception of martial artists. It also blocked the detection of various instruments on Earth. Therefore, the people in Guangdong base city could not see the red moon, let alone know that their 4th president was above their heads. However, there was someone who knew that Chu Zhou must have returned. She was extremely sure even though she had yet to see him. Chu Zhou. A beautiful and flirtatious elder sister with a graceful figure flew over from the Dongfang family and pounced at the spot where the dragon and the others had disappeared. In the Guangdong base city, countless people looked at the flirtatious older sister pouncing towards an empty void and felt puzzled. At this moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared and hugged that graceful figure tightly. When the many martial artists in the Guangdong base city saw the owner of those strong hands, they were shocked again. Wasn't that the 4th president, Chu Zhou? To Earthlings, Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, and Chu Zhou were their leaders and heroes in their hearts. Still, Chu Zhou, the 4th president, was undoubtedly special. This 4th president was the most stunning monster in human history. Countless people had witnessed his rise at the speed of light. Moreover, be it the process of destroying the monsters or defeating the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization, this 4th president had taken the main credit. Therefore, this 4th president was an idol that the entire human race was grateful and worshipped. It's the 4th president. In Guangdong base city, countless people looked at Chu Zhou's figure and were inexplicably excited. Someone filmed this scene and uploaded it online, immediately causing a commotion among countless netizens. Chu Zhou, the 4th president, had never appeared in public again after flattening the headquarters of the New Moon Organization. Countless humans were extremely eager to see him.